Have you checked your vitals?
Are you ready to jingle your bells?
Hello world.
Hello, hello. Boop, beep. Hi, hello. Welcome in, guys. How y'all doing? Hello, hello. Let me turn this back on. Boop. The bubbles return. How are you all doing? What's up, what's up? I am wearing a Laz outfit today. This is Laz's shirt and her hat, so I'm doing a Laz cosplay. This fit, you like the fit? You like? Do we approve? Darian is blonde. For once in her life, she is blonde. That has never happened before. A Laz play, if you will. Sure wish I had a parent that excited to see me. Padgy motherfucking my son. How are you all doing? Hello, hello. Pajamo, thank you for the 12 months. The 12 months of tier 1. Thank you very much. Welcome back for a year. It's been a freaking year, a calendar year. And, you know, where are we now, Pajamo? How have we improved in the past year? Is Lozzie just like sitting on the ground next to you? Yeah, she's sitting on the ground next to me, just staring at me, waiting for her turn on the PlayStation 5. We're no further, honestly. We've made no progress. Nice to see you, Laws. Was expecting Darian. Yes, hello. G'day. I'm Laws. It is I. How are you all doing? How's your day going? I think I have a couple messages to address. Soul Plague, what's up? How you doing? Cinery, hello, welcome in. Hi, Yo-Yo. Hey, Carl. Sub-Zero, hello, hello. Very Partner. It is I, Very Partner. Sub-Zero, thank you for the biddies. I was able to introduce Have You Check Your Butthole to more people this week thanks to Darian. Well, I am honored, Sub-Zero. I'm happy that you're spreading the good word. Do you need to select your partner badge like you do for sub badge, bit badge? Yes, Barcardum, I do. I don't think I can do it in my own channel, though. For some reason, I can't select the badge for partner in my own channel, which is kind of a bummer. Because I think it gets overruled by the broadcaster symbol. Balls. see, I have the broadcaster badge, so I think that one overrules the partner one, if I'm not mistaken. Balls. No strides, no leaps. We're in the same spot we started in. And you know what? Hey, at least we survived. Darian is also funny. Thank you, Viz. I needed that today. Is like the voice of God. Yeah, the broadcaster badge is like, hello, it is I. Listen to me. A kookaburra and a cowboy hat. Last night we went for a lovely walk in the sunset, and there were a bunch of kookaburras in a tree, and they were going off on each other, and they sounded like monkeys that were fighting, but they were kookaburras. They were like, woo, ha, 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 woo, woo. That's exactly what they sound like. That's what a kookaburra sounds like. Darian's gonna start throwing lightning bolts. You get a bolt. You get a bolt. I would be a benevolent and wonderful God. You guys know that. You know that. So I'm going to the zoo tomorrow. Hell yeah. So I'm gonna see lots of animals once again. Hopefully more kangaroos, more koalas. Maybe a crocodile, maybe a rhinoceros, perhaps, maybe a tiger. Gonna see lots of animals tomorrow. So make sure you're following me on Instagram because I'll be posting on the Insta. It's bad luck to imitate a kookaburra. It's bad luck? Are they gonna come eat my toes while I'm sleeping? Why? What happens? Why is it bad? Now you have me scared. Hello, Ducko. How are you doing, Duck? Hello, hello. A lion tiger.
Get your hand off my penis!
Get your hand off my penis! Thank God somebody added it. A lion, tiger, and a bear, perhaps. Indeed. Oh my God. Hey, Jay Palms, how you doing? Welcome back. Have you met a cassowary yet? I believe so. I think we've seen a cassowary. No, we haven't, apparently. I've seen lots of birds, but apparently I saw an emu, not a cassowary, apparently. Hey, dog hair, how you doing? Duck is fine. Law's cough. Are you still coughing? Is your cold still bugging you? God, I really just took everyone out.
What if dogs barked in Australian accents?
What would it sound like?
Row, row,
Row.
row.
With Jenna and Julian. Oh, I miss them. Thank you for the biddy, Sub-Zero. Good, how's your trip been? Oh, my trip's been lovely. It's been so much fun. I'm loving the weather, the coffee. We've been going to different coffee shops like every single day because coffee as a culture in Australia is unmatched. You know, it's unique. So we've been going to all of these different coffee shops all around. And we've been comparing different coffees. And they're all delicious. So I get the same thing at every single coffee shop. I get a latte with oat milk. And I've mostly been getting iced lattes, but today it was actually a bit rainy and cold, so I got a warm latte today. It was delicious. I love the coffee here. It's very good. When Darian gets sick, the world suffers. Seriously, I was patient zero. I got Laws sick, I got Duck sick, I got Mama sick, I got everybody sick. It's been a noiseless night for me. Sorry, y'all. Sounded like the Girlfriend Reviews people. It was Jenna and Julian. So Jenna Marbles, she's not on the internet anymore. It was a very sad departure from the internet, but I believe they do a podcast, and I believe Julian streams on Twitch. Hey John, how you doing? VeryDarian for Overlord 2023. Vote for me and everyone gets mac and cheese. Was my favorite Virgo. God, I miss Jenna Marbles. We miss her. We need her back on the internet. It's bad luck. Oh, interesting. Making a kookaburra sound is bad luck? Well, shit. What can I do to dispel it? Yes, they just got married. Jenna and Julian just got married. It was very sweet. We need to make sure you never get the zombie virus or we are all doomed. Yeah, keep fungus away from me. Nice portrait in the back. Oh yeah, for those of you who missed last stream, this is a portrait that I had made for Laws for her birthday of her cat Fish. It's a royal painting of Fish, commissioned by the royal artist. Ah! Yeah, Jenna Marbles is an OG of the internet for sure. I vaguely remember mass amounts of harassment or something. Yeah, it was something of that nature. And even recently, I think someone showed up at their house. And it was like a genuine like safety concern. Somebody just showed up at their house and just like walked in. So I understand, you know, stepping away from the internet when shit like that is happening to you. Hey, hell yeah, welcome back. Hey, Weeb, what's up? Paterni, how you doing? It's Fish. I want some motherfucking mac and cheese right now. Well, vote for me and I'll get you some mac and cheese. Some good fucking mac and cheese, too. Not the shitty mac and cheese. The good mac and cheese. Make drop bear noises to counteract it. You know, their noises are quite scary. The koala noises. When they're in heat. When they're trying to mate. Their noises are like... It's very scary. I wouldn't recommend getting between a koala that's trying to mate. You know what I'm saying? You let them do their business. Overlord Darian rebrand. Overlord Darian. It works. It just rolls off the tongue. I like it. How are you, Bagel? Great to see you. Yeah, Ryan Higa all the time on YouTube. Yes, Cinery. That is such an age forgotten of YouTube. Used to watch those videos all the time. I was obsessed with Jenna Marbles. Me and my best friend in high school, we would watch her videos all the time. Always some weirdo ruining it for everyone. Exactly. It's like the same thing when you see a sign somewhere that's like, oh, don't feed the ducks. There's a reason for every single sign that you see in the world. Some asshole had to ruin it for the rest of us. They sound like your greatest fear. Or just want to get their pet painted. So I actually, shocker, I go to Etsy for everything. I feel like Etsy is... Oh, wow. Okay. It gets real loud at the end there. That's a koala sound. There you go, chat. Bow to Overlord Darian. Bow down. Yeah, Kev Jumba. Do you guys remember, fuck, what was his name? The guy that was like equals 3. Oh, what was his name? Ray William Johnson. Do you remember him? I watched him a little bit. Don't feed duck. There's a reason for every sign. I should have a sign up in Duck's stream room. Don't feed the duck. New YouTube feels so much weirder than old YouTube. Yeah, it's very corporate. It's very, like, because old YouTube was at least genuine, right? It's just like people making videos for the fun of it in their basement because of the passion of the entire thing. But now it's very much, like, overrun by the capitalist viewpoint of like, I'm doing this to make money, right? Something like Mr. Beast is a really good example. Like Mr. Beast, those corporate, regurgitated, just like boring, bland videos. Like no hate to Mr. Beast, because obviously he does really well on the internet, but like it definitely is like a different feel than how YouTube used to be, I think. Hey Gargle, how you doing? How are you liking The Last of Us? Oh, I'm liking it a lot. So this is my first time actually playing it myself. As you guys know, I've seen other people play the games, but this is my first time playing it. And I feel like it's a very different experience because me watching it, I actually, truthfully, I wasn't crazy about it watching someone else play it, but me, myself playing it, I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. I'm enjoying the gameplay. It's been really fun. Ray William Johnson is back on TikTok, apparently. Good for him. Wow, okay, calling me out. Don't feed the duck. It's sanitized now. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. You're making videos for the algorithms. Yeah, it feels like you're playing into it. You're specifically making content to feed into the algorithm as opposed to like making things that you want to make, you know? Do not feed alligators LSD. See, there's a reason for every sign. Snack Sparrow, how's it going? Arg, ahoy matey, arg. I'm increasingly finding Mr. Beast videos to be weirdly exploitative. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I feel like it's been that way for a while. It's like he has so much money that people just kind of let it slide. Frick Mr. Beast. I got a Mr. Beast bar out of curiosity. It was not good. A Mr. Beast bar, is that like a granola bar? Or like what kind of bar is it? Anyone seen the Scream 6 trailer? I saw like a really short clip from it. I didn't see the whole thing. Are you excited for it, Soul Plague?
Ich liebe Koalabären. Ich liebe Koalabären. Ich liebe Koalabären. Koalabären schmecken super.
Imagine a Hershey's bar, but blander. Oh, it's a chocolate bar. Oh, that's lame. Hey, Hopnol, how you doing? Did Australia kidnap you? Blink 3 times for yes, 32 times for no, and 33 times for my coffee is cold and I need to rewarm it. All right, let's get going. How you doing, Hopnol? Great to see you. Please leave the koalas alone. Koala! Is that cat painting new? Yes, it is. It is a new one. I got it for Laz for her birthday. I had it commissioned through Etsy. It's pretty cute, right? Hey, Lieutenant Dan. How you doing? The one where he puts some guy in a circle for 100 days for 500K. It feels very weird to watch the system feel someone so bad that they need to lose 3 months of their life to stay afloat. Yeah, I would agree. I would 100% agree. It feels icky. And it's like people just kind of let it slide, I think, because of the amount of money that's being thrown around by him. They're like, oh, well, you know, it's for a significant amount of money. And it's like, in the principle of what we're creating here, something feels wrong. Feed the alligators methamphetamines instead. Yes, don't feed them LSD. Feed them methamphetamines. Be my first one, really, but dude has like ghost powers. He was shot at with a shotgun, disappeared, and stabbed the guy with a shotgun, then grabbed the gun and shot him. Huh. So Ghostface has like now like ghost powers. That's interesting. I like that because, I mean, Ghostface is traditionally just like a regular slasher, right? He's not necessarily paranormal from what I've seen. So that's kind of an interesting take on it. I am intrigued to see what they do with it. He said, I love koala bears a bunch, and then I think that ended with koalas taste good, but my German is very rusty. That was German? Koalas taste good. No, absolutely not. Don't eat the koalas. Palomo like the piano music. What? Like the piano music? 500K for 3 months isn't bad. That's $500,000 for a few months of work. Right, but like, man, it feels icky. It feels icky, like, exploiting someone like that for content. I mean, it is a lot of money, which I feel like is the reason why we're okay with it. But it's like, man, that's kind of fucked. You know? I don't know. They must be okay with it. They're entering into it willingly. Are you not playing the piano music? Is it in my head? It's in your head. Mm-hmm. It is inside of your head. I'm sorry to break it to you. There's no music happening. All those people volunteer for Mr. Beast videos, so I don't know why it would be bad. It's true, they do elect to be a part of it, but I guess when we're speaking about it on an objective level, creating that type of content, is that ethical? Because of course people, you know, they choose to be in it or not, but I mean, just creating it in the first place. I don't know. Not with meat. I'm adventurous with food, but not with meat. Like, you wouldn't try, like, kangaroo meat. Stop gaslighting our child. Bye, Duck. Enjoy your D&D. Enjoy. IRL Squid Game. Yeah, I see that. He went without really seeing his family. Kind of gaslighting is the content I come for. No, there's no music in the background. The money isn't the problem. It's the fact that the guy cries in the video because he lost 3 months where he didn't get to see his family and young kids, and he talked about how he needed the money to pay for hospital bills and things. Oof, that's rough. I love the zoo because it makes me feel good seeing all the cute animals and little cute... Please, Pajomo. Oh my god. Oh my god. No kangaroo or koalas. You wouldn't try kangaroo or koala? I wouldn't try koala. Maybe I would try kangaroo. Laz was telling me that people actually do eat kangaroo meat here. I didn't think that was a thing, but apparently it is. Thank you. You're being protected by your mother. Kangaroos seem too smart to eat. Is that where the line is drawn? As if they're too, like, sentient? They're too aware? You don't want to eat them? Their sons would avenge them. Oh yeah, the family lineage, for sure. They would know that you took down their parent, and so that therefore they have to seek revenge. No, I get that. What's the stream delay sound like? I imagine it's very annoying because you hear me talking and then I start talking again and then it gets cacophonous. Sometimes I think somebody in my house is talking to herself. Oh, you had a kangaroo burger. How was it? Hey, Soul Blazer, how's it going? Please remember those of us freezing our butts off in the USA. Yeah, how is the weather going over there, guys? Are you guys cold? Are you freezing? Is it a bit chilly? The Mr. Beast videos are the society that makes it advantageous to sign up for that. Agree. Yeah, just the fact that we're in a situation where that's like the more... the more desirable option, you know? It's about to snow in my area. Yo! Hell yes, we love a bit of snow. Hey, Mark. Nice fit. This is my Laws outfit, Mark. This is my Laws cosplay. My Laws play, if you will. How are you, Mark? The definition of a streamer. Yeah, talking to herself. She just goes into a room and she just starts talking to herself. That's exactly what streamers do. Hey, Zeppy, how you doing? Didn't know it was until after, but the burger tasted splendid. Yo! So you'd say you'd recommend it, right? Since my nephew ran to me to give me a hug on my birthday before he left, changed my mind on maybe having a kid in the future. Baby fever, even though I'm single and have no girlfriend, to be honest. Man, you'll be convinced. You're like, I don't want a kid. And then you see a cute little kid. You see like a little baby just like give their parent a hug. Or they do something just like very cute. And you're like, damn it. Damn it. Lurking and playing some games. What are we playing? What games are we playing? I'm doing well. I am going to get into some Last of Us again today. Laws will be joining us when we hop into the game. She's able to finish her work this week. Let's fucking go. The hard worker Laws. So she's going to join us for Last of Us today. And she's going to make sure that that I find all the secrets, that I play extra good, extra well. Those actually Lawsy's clothes, or you just your approximation of them. They're actually her clothes. This is actually her shirt and her hat. This is a full Laws drip. I've been walking around saying, oh my god, my butthole most of the night. Oh my god, my butthole. So many iconic sound alerts here. You know, every time one of us says shit, the other one goes tits, little buttholes. We have to do the whole thing.
Oh my god, my butthole.
The whole thing is required. Shit, tits, little buttholes. Tiny little cucumbers. Hey, Koodle, how you doing? Yes, this hat is from that D&D show. Speaking of which, who's excited for Vox Machina Season 2? Releasing today? Question mark? Poggy motherfucking Woggy. Hi, Lurkies, I'm playing games. Enjoy your games, Koodle. Thank you for the lurk, my friend. I appreciate it. We're gonna play some Last of Us today. We're hopefully gonna make some progress. I am hoping to finish this game before I head on back home. So I'm hoping to make a big chunk of progress today. However, I think we're going to take another walk this evening. So we want to get into this. We want to get going. Heard great things about Vox Machina. Oh my god, Sub-Zero. I haven't even watched Critical Role. I've never watched an episode of Critical Role, but I actually really love Vox Machina, so I would recommend it. Season 2 is coming today, and then Season 3 has been confirmed. So it's not going to be like one of those Netflix shows that you get one season and then it gets completely canceled. You know, like as soon as you fall in love with it. And it's very good. It's very well written. The music's great. The characters are great. The animation's beautiful. I really have no complaints about it. Yeah, I'd recommend watching it. I am excited to watch the new season. It's going to be friggin' toit. Should I hop into this game, guys? I think I should. I know it's a bit early today, but I really want to try and make some progress in this game. They've played the long game and now they get to make their own anime, the voice actor endgame. Right? Making their own anime? My cable is underneath my chair. Like, that's living the dream, genuinely. They get to create whatever characters they want, their fantasy characters, and then they get to voice them in a badass way. God, it's so cool! Not a single mention of you know who. Yeah, there was a they who shall not be named situation, right? If I'm being told correctly. I didn't know too much about it, but then I watched a video explaining the entire situation and I was like, "Oh, that makes a lot of sense." Let's see. Is this scene working? It is. Let's fucking go. Jack the shoes taker. How you doing, Jack? Lord Voldemort, that's the one. Jack's back. I always want to ask who it is. I don't really know their name. But I believe it was a member of Critical Role who is no longer with the team because they didn't mesh well. Or something of that nature. Lord Voldemort. Stole 2 pairs of shoes last night, so fantastic. Oh, Jack, I'm so happy for you. We were doing the Jack voice after stream last night. We were on a nice little walk in the evening air, and we were doing our little Jack voice. He's a gross dude. We don't like him. No one likes that guy. Laws! Video games. Laz, you want to join us? We're starting with the video game. Oh, she's coming. She needs 5 minutes. Okay. This game is so funny. They should call it Knee Slapper of Us. You know, I get a good belly laugh whenever I play this game. Which they released the Last of Us remaster on PC, though at least this remake will be on it in March. Yeah, the remake is coming out in March. It's coming out so soon. So now everybody's going to be able to play it on PC as well. I feel like this franchise of The Last of Us, in combination with the TV show, it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. The rare wet hair skin. I don't know. Her hair dries pretty quickly. Her hair might already be dry. Did you do the cat painting? She did. She did it blindfolded, actually. She's that talented. Yeah, this game gives you a good amount of belly laughs. It's just a feel-good game. That heat! Perfect timing to revive the game. Yeah, seriously. It's advantageous timing. Oh, Lord, she's coming, chat. Oh, Lord, she's coming. Okay, we're gonna see if this volume is okay. All right. Volume is good, I think. I haven't touched it from yesterday, and we didn't even turn off the computer yesterday, so I think we're good. Ozzy, Darian stole your clothes. You told on me? I can't believe y'all told on me. One of them was bound to be perfect timing with the show. They're like, we'll just keep making it. At some point, it'll line up, you know? Becomes so terrifying to watch the show just after, during the pandemic. Yeah, that opening scene is chilling now with the context of the pandemic. That opening with the interviewers. Yeah. It's a bit upsetting, in it. So I believe we've got to go up this way. But I can't, so what the fuck? Am I supposed to move this?
Help me open this.
Here.
I need to use this. Thank you.
I got it.
Please help me, Ellie. I'm not strong enough. Okay. Now, can I jump uppy? I sure can. It feels like white noise now, but the fact that there was a global pandemic is super weird. Yeah, honestly, it's wild to think about because at this point we've just like normalized it. Soul Blazer, thank you for the biddies. We've just come to terms with it. Yet, like 5 years ago, if you talked about a global pandemic, we would have been like, "What? That would never happen." And it's like now, well, yeah.
All right, let's see what we got.
Ain't no big thing. I think your PS5 visual is much better than the original. Yeah, it really is. This remake is beautiful. They did a fabulous job with it. Looks quite purty. Global warming was the scary part. We can't fight an infection like that. It's impossible as of right now. Ooh, yeah. Yes. Yep. And we're already too late in regards to that. And it's like, well, what can we do? Got so excited when I saw that guy. He was in The Mummy and made me happy to see him again. When I saw that guy. Wait, what guy? What guy's in The Mummy? Ah! Brendan? Wait. What was he in? What were we talking about? Were we talking about the whale? From the start. Wait, what? From the start of the Last of Us show, he was Rachel. Oh, that's him. What? Brother-in-law in the. Oh.
Yeah, that's the brother to Rachel.
Oh wow. I'm sorry. I'm just having this realization. Wow. I did not even make that connection. Holy shit. Hey Eddie, how you doing? Let's see here. Bellamy, welcome in. How are you? Bum, 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 bum. Pontfolid, hello. Are you Australian? I am not Australian, although I am in Aussie land at the moment. How are you doing? If it gets warmer, then went on to say the fungus might evolve to be able to survive our body temperature. Hey, Laws is here! Laws is here! She's here!
Hello.
Boop.
Hello.
Let me scoot over more.
Yeah. Wow, this microphone's really out. I feel like it's further out. It's right up in me face.
Do you want to move it?
In me grill.
He's that guy.
How do
You
I
know
bend
him from
down?
stuff, but don't know his name. There's so many actors and actresses like that. She's here! Laws is here!
Hello. I have to keep my phone on, just in case. So if you hear a dingle, work calls.
Laws. She the boss.
She da boss?
She the boss. I can't get this one, I don't think.
I did paint the picture. Blindfolded.
Mm-hmm.
Hands behind my back.
That's
It is a goat. A little goat man.
Oh man, Laws didn't know about the screaming goats.
Have you checked your
Yes, I did.
No, she didn't.
What do you mean?
You didn't know that goats scream like that.
I did because I knew the Taylor Swift music video.
Oh, that's true. I thought you were talking about an actual music video. I thought Taylor Swift had actually put a screaming goat in her video.
Or like in her song, she should have.
Hey Revan, how you doing?
Damn, no food, old pair of shoes.
Which Last of Us is this? This is part 1, the
Let's
first,
go.
the very beginning.
The beginning.
Well, the beginning is the DLC. This is the...
The DLC is a prequel.
That's on this, by the way. It will tear you apart.
Oh, good. Fantastic.
It will literally...
Oh, good.
It's pretty intense, to be honest.
Nothing we could have done.
Fish.
Fish. Did you just eat, little fishy? I see you
She's
licking your
her
chops.
lips
Yeah.
with how Ellie got infected. Oh, good.
Bridge.
This is the remastered version for the PS5. Yes, Bellamy. Yes, indeed.
You're breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking. Hi, Fish.
Hey, fishy do.
Fish was in a mood today. She wanted to murder us.
Yeah, she was real cranky. I think
Crunkly.
Crunkly. She's in the back. Wait. They'll be able to see her. Okay, there we go. Hey, Boba.
Hello, Fishy.
Okay, she's gone under the bed.
Well, at least
Yeah, which one is the real Lozzie?
You'll have to figure that out.
Bellamy, we have watched the show.
Yes, it was so good. Have you watched it?
You should watch. Yeah, if you haven't, I'm sure you have. How's Dad listening going?
Oh, good.
It's alright. We're just getting started.
I'm just gonna punch it. Whee! Ow! That's a crowbar. Hey. Hey, buddy. Oh! Did you just get shot by Ellie?
Yeah, Ellie's. Oh
Hey,
god.
man. Don't do anything stupid.
I'm not gonna do anything stupid. I'm just gonna kill you.
Have you seen The Last of Us Part 2 gameplay?
Yes.
Have you seen how
Try
violent
not to let it
Ellie
go,
gets?
I'm just saying.
I think that
it's good having you on
part
my
of it
side.
is so cool.
Yeah.
It's obviously
That
very
was a
confronting,
compliment.
but I love
Okay.
how she gets more and more and more violent throughout the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
The cycle of violence. Sorry. Boop. Okay. We got them on the run. Most of their forces have retreated to Liberty Avenue. Come midnight, we strike.
Is this Jack again?
Well, this is Jack. Gather every able body and arm them. You can stand and you can fight. Anyone that refuses to fight with us will be fed shoes, endless amounts of shoes, so many shoe sandwiches, shoe lasagna, shoe with a meatball. Sorry, anyone that supports the army will be made an example of. Tonight we put an end to this tyranny and start a new life for ourselves.
I just want to make sure the mic picks up all of Jack.
Bum, ba, da,
This
da.
is so cool.
She loves her new mic. Shout out to Road.
Yeah, thank you, Road.
Thank you for the microphone.
I love it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Road. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the lurk, Eddie. I appreciate it. Can we spoil here? Well, this is my first playthrough of the game, so I'm trying to stay as spoiler-free as possible. Excuse me. Yeah, now all she needs is one of those Procaster 2s. Exactly. Then we'll have the same setup.
Oh my goodness.
Immersive voice acting. Thank you. I try my best. The last of us. Darian doesn't know where she's going yet again. Oh yeah, Huggable, you have this mic too, don't you? Joel is from Texas, so we gave him a Texan accent.
Ellie.
Joel.
Joel. I wonder how long that joke's gonna remain funny. Or whether
Forever.
whether you pass back into being funny again.
Oh, that's a tripwire.
You know what? Are you gonna shoot it?
I'm gonna shoot it.
You're gonna wake everyone up.
Hey Saber, how you doing?
G'day, Saber. Darian wouldn't survive in The Last of Us because her hiccups would give her away to the clickers. I reckon she could adapt her hiccup.
Oh, that's
And then-
smart.
Then whenever you do it, the clickers will be like, oh, that's just Brother Darian.
Brother Darian.
That's how they talk to each other. That was so loud. Could you guys bring the mic closer? Yeah, can you get closer, Dinglebat? Move.
Sorry.
We need your voice in here. They want to hear you.
The bald monk Brother Darian.
Wait, can we get bald, very to bald, in the chat? That's Brother Darian. Can we rename it? Very to bald.
Was that a landmine or was that a tripwire?
I don't know.
Gotta show up somewhere.
Maybe you should look.
Maybe you should fucking look with your eyes.
Joel. Right there.
Oh, it's a tripwire.
See him.
Wow, it certainly got him.
Stay low.
If only I looked with my eyes.
Hi, Tranitus. Usually not super into masked men, but I want Joel to hit me with that pipe.
Yep.
You heard it here first, folks. Tranitus wants to be hit with that pipe. Wait, it's like Pluto. Joel in the bedroom with the pipe.
You can't see nothing. I'm invisible.
Boobable. I love this game.
Right here.
Let's fucking go, Gary.
All right, there they go.
Yes.
And down they fall. Checkmark looking very fine. Why, thank you, Prez.
Yeah, can we get some hype in the chat for Dazzle Do?
It's new. I just got it.
Sorry, this is Lozzie B. Can everyone please congratulate me?
Clue game night. Huggable. I have actually thought about organizing, because there's a clue on Steam that you can get. I literally thought about organizing a clue night with like a few streamers and we all like dress up as the clue characters.
I remember us talking about this.
Yeah.
Congratulations on sitting next to a Twitch partner. I know. I was really like, when I bought the tickets, when we bought the tickets for you to fly, I forgot what I was going to say.
You were like, I'm gonna be sitting next to a Twitch partner soon.
That's it. Yeah, I really hoped that you would.
Red Kimmy, yes, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Well, welcome back, my friend. Lovely to have you. I recognized your badge, actually, before I recognized the name. I recognized the shade of the username as well.
Damn. She's good.
I have a weird memory.
Yeah.
It's not good, it's just weird. You have 37 hours in the clue game? Such a strange taste in video games, Huggable. I have a weird.
I'd like to play Clue with you. It's hilarious.
Hey Django, how you doing? We all collectively change our usernames in Gaslight Darian. That's my worst fear.
She would still know, I reckon.
If you guys change the colors of your names, then I'm really fucked. Don't tell him. It's biscuits, it's... Oh.
Nothing, man.
So
You are dead, asshole.
No, I'm an alive asshole.
You know the pistol makes
Don't lose
sounds.
him.
It's loud.
It goes pew pew.
It does.
Hey, he's over here, by the fence.
There's an achievement for rolling the dice 1,000 times. I ended buying up the game on Android and installing it on 2 phones to help me get it.
Holy shitballs.
It's too damn close.
Rolling the dice 2,000 times.
On the edge of the universe and back.
That's wild.
Endure and survive.
Yeah, wow,
me?
that's commitment right there.
Savage Starlight. That comic I've been reading?
Major simping for
The hero
Thor
says
and
after he
Sif.
dies.
As one does.
Endure and survive.
Yeah.
As we all must do. It was so common in that game.
Did you miss that dialogue? She's reading a comic? And at
Endure
the-
and survive.
Okay. Shut up, Liz.
You think I miss it, but my brain does 5 different things at once. Not well, but it is doing 5 different things. Yes, you and Cactus Queen are the best thirsters around.
We love it. Red Kimmy is Trinitas. Makes sense.
Oh? What is that?
Oh, there's another thing on the table too. See that?
My brain is 5 hamsters in a dirty laundry basket. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually.
Here we go. What are you gonna say? What's the accent?
We finished scouring the city for any survivors. There were a handful of soldiers hiding in the hotel. We took care of them. A bunch of us raided their stockade, or what was left of it. Most of the big machines got fucked up in the fighting. We won't be riding on a tank anytime soon. Likewise, none of the heavy artillery is salvageable. The one exception is the Humvee. We've managed to repair it, including the 50 cal mounted gun. This thing is impenetrable. I'd like to see someone fuck with us now.
I think that might be my most disliked accent. that
More than the
one's-
Valley Girl? It's similar to Valley Girl.
I like Valley Girl.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. It's Panda who doesn't like Valley Girl.
Yo, you're back. We're doing well. How are you doing? Just because my Steam replay only showed Coloring Pixels and Cookie Clicker, I did play other games last year. So you're a real gamer that plays Cookie Clicker and Coloring Pixels.
Oh my god.
I'm doing this here crafting shenanigans. I can has achievements. Yeah, for a matter of fact, I am actually. Cookie Clicker takes immense focus.
What's Cookie Clicker?
It's a game where there's a cookie and you click it the most amount of times that you can.
Are you representing me?
Nope. That's it.
Why do you want to click a cookie?
Great question.
Are you taking the piss?
I genuinely am not. I wish that I was.
You click on a cookie, then you click on a cookie, and then you click on a cookie.
And then you keep doing
Do
that.
you have a cook on a clicky? That's what you're doing here.
Are you taking a piece? Are you pissing on me right now?
Are you taking a piss on me? Oh my god, this is gonna be a long stream.
Are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
Now you have to play Cookie Clicker. I honestly think you should play Clicky Cook. Cook Clicky.
Yeah, honestly, Cookie Clicker is overrated.
Yeah, I think
Click Cooker is
you're
much better.
playing Killy Clicker.
I'm playing Explode and Tripwire.
Yeah, that's a great game. I'm very good at it.
Are you taking a piss?
Are you taking a piss?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind for Joel to click my cookie.
You know what I'm saying?
Holy fuck.
Holy fucking shit. I play the video games.
Hey, get me up there.
Get me up there. You're so demanding.
Listen, all I'm saying is that I played 107 games last year. I was in the top 0.3%
come here, Ellie.
of all Steam players.
That's exactly how he said it, too.
I-
That's an amazing impression.
Thank you. I've been practicing.
There you go.
Are you pissing?
You can buy things to get clicks for you with your clicks, and then buy even better things for clicking with those clicks, and on and on and on, and it's actually surprisingly addictive. New York.
New York. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of.
Almost there.
It's like as soon as I enter the room, it's like another level. I like it.
What, me?
Yeah. You're just like kind of normal, kind of normal, kind of normal. I arrive and you're like, well, I'm certainly not going to be the weirdest in the room. Now I can up the ante.
You allow me to be weirder.
I empower you,
You
to
and
embrace
weird me.
that little fucky side of your brain,
Exactly.
which you should repress.
Hey, there's another one.
Oh, but all this loot, Ellie. Give me the garbage.
So Lozzie,
Posters
Cookie
are
Clicker,
everywhere.
you basically click it 10 times, get a cursor that clicks it for you. Then get more cursors, then get more upgrades to click faster and for more clicks per second. Then you can recruit grandmas to make cookies for you, then build factories to make cookies. Finally, you steal cookies from the past, and then the great grandma apocalypse happens.
Can't escape capitalism even in Cookie Clicker.
I saw this right before the outbreak.
You did? Does he totally gut her by the end?
Nobody gets gutted. It's a dumb team.
It's basically Kingdom
Who dragged you to
Hearts.
see it then?
I don't know. Let's just stay focused, all right?
All right.
Alright.
Alright.
You allow me to be weirder. You allow me to be quirky and weird. I'm such a weird, quirky girl. Sorry. God. Stop looking at me.
Let's go through the alley.
What are...
Fucking truck.
This looks
Sorry,
terrible.
just keep your head down.
Like, I looked at this screenshot huggable and I immediately fell asleep.
Keep going. I don't know, 20?
What's happening?
Try 25.
Hat
Bullshit.
Lola from Big Mouth? Oh my god,
You had
cats.
25 cans of bacon?
I love it so much. You can see how you like...
Oh, it was Lola from Big... Oh my god, that voice. Oh my god. You haven't seen Big Mouth.
I have seen Big Mouth.
You have?
I've
Do you know
seen,
who
like,
Lola
a
is?
few
When you make us
seasons. A few episodes from season 1.
Do you know who Lola
Think
is?
I want some.
It's
she-
Man, I saved your ass
the
from that clicker last
girl that Nick Kroll voices. She's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good.
I'll make you some if you quit doing that.
Ah.
You let it idle. Well, what's the fucking point?
Can I just pause the game? Have a look at this shit.
I immediately fell asleep.
Thank you.
What
Like,
am I looking at?
I
Like,
don't
what
know.
is this?
Oh, there's stock value?
Like how it sounded like you were getting progressively closer to crying as you said. I'm just a quirky girl.
That's why I was like, okay. It just got very intense at the end. Nobody knows me. I'm just a quirky girl.
I'm just a quirky girl. Nobody understands me.
Get him!
Oh, he saw me.
Throw a nail bomb at yourself.
Ow, my asshole.
Hola. Me saludas. Saludas?
Some kind of military term.
Hola.
Stay down.
Saludas.
What's salad?
Saludas.
I forget what that
Have
word
you
means.
got any salad?
Not at the moment. I'd love to get some Renato. No hablo español. Only no. Solo hablo un poquito español.
You only speak a little bit?
Ow!
And you don't have any salad.
And I don't have any salad. Damn, Ellie's a better shot than I am. Fuck's sake.
My cooking clicker save is 8.9 years old.
Gringo. No gringo. I have half a mind to flick your little pussy for that comment.
Have you checked your vitals?
I don't. That's not gonna work, is it?
No.
Okay.
The whole police you are trying to find a way to get out of its range. You just kind of wrap around the way.
Okay.
We were talking when they explained that.
Don't lose him.
You can go wherever you want.
You will get hit, and you will like it.
Didn't say that. Did you hear him?
Whoosh, whoosh.
Like, need to-
Yeah, Ellie's a little bit of a badass. She's more of a badass than I would
Ooh,
ever
see the
be.
door.
Okay, where are the people? Hey, all you people. Hey, all you people. Hey, all you people. Whoa! Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Okay. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, in Pittsburgh.
Oh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, that's not a door. That's not a door. Well, I wanted to see what it was. Oh, hi. You're just gonna run up to me and punch me? That's your move?
This is what Pittsburgh is.
It's the pits.
Some bitch be shooting you. I see him.
Rawr. Where?
Behind you.
Oh, over there. I see you.
Oh, she's about to fuck this guy up, guys. Watch this. You wait,
Could you
guys.
reload your gun, please?
You wait. Oh my holy.
Hey, welcome in. How you doing? You don't have anything. Ow! 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 That shit hurted. Person in the cool hat and PlayStation shirt. I don't think I caught your name.
Lozzie! My name is Loz. You can call me Loz.
Or Elizabeth.
The giant horse cock weighs over 11
Bethany
pounds.
Lou. I think we should popularize Bethany Lou, personally.
Alright, I'm sure you do.
You're gonna make everybody think they have notifications, and then they're gonna get sad. You're gonna be like, oh, somebody texted me. Nope. No texts. I like how the enemies in this are just like random normies just trying to punch you. It's like real Pittsburgh. It's just normies running up to you and saying, I'm gonna punch you, and then they punch you. They at least warn you about it, you know? Am I close enough to the mic, guys? A streamer name, like Prince.
My real name is Prince.
So we thought it was too similar to the artist formerly known as Prince.
I just need to look at my phone for a bit, so it might be a bit rude. So I'm just...
We all should make annoyed faces at Laz because she's texting while she should be talking to us. Sound is good, fantastic. I will still project my voice because I realize I'm a bit far away from the microphone. Don't worry, Darian, I know nobody texted me. I'm fully aware. Very polite, exactly. They warn you before attacking you. They wouldn't dare surprise you. That would just be rude. I must have missed a way out. Aha, I sure fucking did. They're supposed to be sound? Oh, there's the donkey.
Tonka.
El donkey. Please don't shoot me, El Tonke. Ooh, look, a nice bed for me to take a nap in. Haven't been paying much attention to the story. That shocks me, Huggable. That is shocking. You're a slut for the story, I thought. Zombies bad. That's a pretty good summation, Weeb. That's all you gotta know. The fireflies are the good guys. Yeah, the fireflies are our friends. Well, good and bad is all relative. Depends on what side you're on. If you're on the side of the shoes, then you're gonna get it.
Okay, I need to finish work and then I'll be back, team.
Okay. Oh, 4 pillows. That bed comfy as hell. Is it actually 4 pillows? The side of the shoes. If you're on the side of the shoes, you're gonna get it. Is it actually? Oh my god, look at that. That's like a beautiful crevice to sleep in at night. You nuzzle into your 4 pillows, you know? I notoriously pay close attention to what's going on. Me too. I'm just always looking and listening, you know what I mean? The lore in this is a lot like Cookie Clicker, except mostly different, and the rest is different too. It's very similar to Cookie Clicker. This is a very comfy looking bed. I would have a sleep in that bed, even though it probably has all sorts of diseases. A snooze cocoon, if you will. Well, Marlene is hot, and if they're hot, they can't be evil. That's also true. Hot people cannot be evil, so we can trust Marlene, and we can trust Joelle. And that's about it. I have 4 pillows on my bed. I do too. I have 4 pillows and it's lovely. I get to just surround myself with pillows. It's magnificent. I have a snookoon. Don't know if we should be combining those words. I don't fucking know. Maybe I shouldn't. Hey Reaper, how you doing? Am I just supposed to be jumping down from here? That seems like a bit death. A bit deathy, you know? Move through the buildings to avoid the turret truck. Okay, thank you. I have a feeling that that's not what I'm supposed to do, because that seems like I'm gonna jump to my death. We control the worms. The worms do not control us. Can you go back out, sir? Oh, really? Okay. It won't even let me. And we can trust Tess. Oh, right. Oh, jeez. Ah, shit. We miss Tess. Nobody talks about Tess. Used to have 4, but then I replaced 2 of them with a big pillow and said that's as thick as 2 normal pillows. Is it like a body pillow? I love a good body pillow.
We're okay. They can't see us.
Killin', chillin', the usual. Love to hear it, Reaper. Love to hear it. Since when was evil not sexy? Get Laws back and ask about Kylo Ren. You make a fantastic point. Sometimes it adds to the hotness, you know what I mean? The evilness is an added layer. Hey, Wookie, how you doing?
Look.
Still punching. Still punching.
Easy, son.
Oh,
Just take it easy.
It's all right.
Leonore
Not the bad
Elizabeth, welcome in.
Lower the gun.
How you doing, my friend? Yeah, could this be a good ending for Joel and Ellie? They just stay with the 4-pillow bed, the
Yeah, I thought
snooze
you were one of them,
cocoon.
too. Then I saw you. If you haven't noticed, they don't keep kids around. Survival of the fittest.
You're bleeding.
Joel farted. It's a new person that farts every day, Wookie. Thank you for that.
I'm Henry. This is Sam. I think I caught your name was Joel.
Ellie.
How many are with you?
They're all dead.
Hey, we don't know that.
They're all dead.
There were a bunch of us. Someone had the brilliant idea of entering the city, look for supplies, Those fuckers, they ambushed us.
It's pronounced
Scattered
Joel.
us.
Thank you,
Now it's
actually.
all about getting out of this shithole.
We can help each other.
Ellie.
Safety in numbers and all that.
She's right. Could help each other. We got a hideout not too far from here. Be safer if we chat there.
All right, take us there.
Follow
Aha,
me.
we have friends. Hot tip for people with
Sorry
greasy
about
skin.
the
I
whole
wrap my pillow with a
gun
towel and I
Don't
sleep on
worry.
that. It also feels really
I would
nice for
probably
me
done the same
personally.
thing.
Yes, that's actually very good for your
from?
skin.
All the way from Hartford.
Reusing
Really?
pillows night
That's
after
some
night
bad
can be
stuff
really
going
bad
on
for your
there.
skin. Yeah, especially if you have oily skin. That's a good tip. It's just like a big pillow full of memory foam chunks. Oh, yes. The memory foam chunks are fucking lit. They're incredible. This guy kind of hot. I think we can trust him too. This guy kind of hot. It's an easy way to see if you can trust somebody. What point does Joel find out why Ellie is special? I think he already knows. I think she tells him. I think Ellie tells him. I think she already did. Oh, hi, guys. I would just like to rifle through your belongings real quick, if that's cool. Every second someone is farting. Every second. Find solace in the fact that every moment that you are alive, someone in this world is releasing a little fart. Hey, Enix, how you doing? We're back in the Last of Us land today. How are you, my friend? Ellie told him when Tess was still alive. Yeah, so he finds out pretty early on. Which, honestly, I feel like him not finding out would be better because now he has a reason to help her as opposed to, like, him reaching out and doing it out of the goodness of his heart, you know? He's like, well, I gotta keep her alive because, you know, she's the savior of humanity and all that. Because now we don't know if he's doing it because he actually cares for her or if he just wants to save humanity, you know? Improved radius of incendiary bombs construction. In any incendiary device, construction is important to ensure proper detonation. Molotovs upgraded. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. This attractive person would never betray us. And cue the cannibal family. It always happens, doesn't it? Chilling on your day off. Oh, I hope you're getting some relaxation in, Enix. And the TV, in perfect condition. Just save, yeah, exactly. Is that just the only reason he would save her? Just save humanity. Is that all, Joel? Is that the only reason why you saved her? Have I played Battlefield 2042? I have not, my friend. Do you recommend it? Kitchen bench loot? Yeah, we got the loot! All the looties! Also, I hadn't ever heard of it referred to as a kitchen bench until I got here in Australia. We always refer to it as a counter, like a countertop. So that was an interesting one for me. Also, the fact that this house is full of children's drawings and children's toys, that's a huge fucking bummer. That's fucking sad. Maybe they're safe, you know? Maybe they survived. They got out.
Careful. We're right next to one of their lookout areas.
Maybe they survived. They call them kitchen benches. Right? And a bench is something you sit on.
We're not really.
I suppose you could
alone.
sit on the counter.
I promised someone I'd look after.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
When will they be stopped? When does the violence end?
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
they lived right above a
Everyone be
toy
quiet.
shop?
Get away from the windows.
Hello?
They're gone.
Joel let out a little
Man,
fear nugget.
That fucking truck. It's been hounding us ever since we got in this
It was
day.
a wet one.
Sam, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Get rid of it.
Little.
My backpack is practically empty.
What's the rule about taking stuff?
It weighs like
The
nothing.
rule. What is it?
We only take what we have to.
That's right.
Oh.
That's not a knife.
Or is this place?
That's a knife.
A fart-powered tank. You never run out of fuel in that case. What's up?
Has he said, Don't take the heavy. Okay, look behind you. Look. Did you see her?
She just took it.
There you go.
Oh.
That's a secret. Hardly anyone sees her.
Oh, Ellie. We have to take the TV. Right, we need the TV. We absolutely need it. I asked ChatGPT how many people across the world are farting at any one time. It estimates about 1.5 million farts are happening at any one time. Humanity is just beautiful. Simply gorgeous. God damn.
You watch her back.
I love humanity.
Stay with her.
Okay.
Someone was up there, but they're long gone.
So where are the others?
They wanted to give it another once over. Make sure we didn't miss
The
it.
funk of 70s, 80s
right.
movies.
Keep an eye out over there. I'll check this area.
It's so funky. I love it. Hey, Ash, how you doing? Have I run into any aliens yet? Or is it just zombies? So far, it's been just zombies, but I'll keep my eyes peeled for aliens. Oh! Do I go for a headshot, or do I try to distract? That is the question. Okay, we have a dude in there. We have dudes over there. I have one arrow. Oh my god, my butthole. Nothing. What are you talking about? Did you see something? I don't think you heard anything. So close. Almost got him. Hey, Mindless, how you doing? Here to lurk for a bit while getting ready for bed. Sounds good. Enjoy your lurky lurks. Enjoy your sleepy times. We got some cake. We got some lemon cake. Lemon yogurt cake. Courtesy of VeryDarian.
Yeah, so you can shout yourself out.
Shout out to VeryDarian.
I'm gonna taste it.
Cake. Do you need me to move?
No, I think you're perfect.
I'm just gonna shoot him. I tried to shoot him with my bow and arrow, but I narrowly missed.
Oh, I hate that.
Over here!
Well, you just deafened him, so that's fun.
Nice.
You're gonna pay for that!
Okay, I'm reloading. Oh, god damn! You coming for me? Oh! Ow!
Oh yeah.
Gonna punch your lights out.
Battle.
We did it.
Lights out.
Not bad, old timer.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Not bad, old timer? Is that what he just said to me?
Yep.
I'm not old.
Up on this truck.
Can I have a bite?
Every bite now has to be your next iteration of the nom.
Nom 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 nom.
This is mine. This is my candidate I put up for judgment.
Getting jealous. Another streamer had cake yesterday and now you. I want cake too. Dearna, live your best life. You're gonna lose the piece of cake. It's gonna slide off the
I'm
plate.
just focusing on this piece.
More guys up there.
Oh, hello.
Oh my god,
Mozzie's
another
having problems.
anus.
She's fine. Ow. I missed.
Eat while playing.
Ow.
You got it. Whoa! Let's go! You're gonna pay for that? Blowing my friend's head off. I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna write you a strongly worded letter.
I'm gonna make a cake so moist. Girls are gonna be like, ew, why do you say moist? I hate that word.
What? What is that from? Don't have access to the show that just came out. Oh, mindless, you don't have access to this show? To The Last of Us? Oh, it's so good.
Oh no.
Sounding like an anime girl eating home. Home. Cake and mac and cheese at the same time? That's a good question. What has cake and mac and cheese?
Cheesecake Factory.
Oh my god. Hello. Ow.
Oh, this is when Daz goes all executionary. It's gonna have to be weird about it.
Yeah. No Cheesecake Factory within an hour drive. Sucks. Sorry.
Sounds like a you problem.
Hopnell, you like pie better than cake? I think pie is good. I've come around on pie. I didn't used to like pie, but now I do.
What kind of pie?
I like apple
To
pie
the store.
a lot.
You sure
I've
it's
never
safe
made an apple
being so
pie.
close to them?
I make a
rolling
pretty
with the
good
key,
apple
man.
pie. It's
where'd
the
you get that?
family
Killed
recipe.
one of
Ooh,
them.
you wanna make it?
He won't miss it now.
We still have to make snickerdoodles.
Everybody
We
through.
can make that tonight.
We should.
We'll do it all.
It's back here. So, how old are you?
Me?
Sometimes
14.
Lizzie makes me feel like
How
she
old are
hates
you?
me personally. That she keeps
same?
me
Oh,
around
you're
just to be
14,
mean.
huh? I'm close.
No, it's because you know how to take it.
All right.
I am.
Oh, I did have a meat pie. It was delicious, and then we let it sit in the car for many hours in the heat. And we still ate it.
No, we didn't eat the pie. We ate the sausage roll.
Oh.
It was a nice warm sausage roll.
Nice warm. No wonder you get everyone sick. You're sharing forks. It's a spoon.
Here we are.
But the sentiment still stands. What about the best type of pie? Pumpkin. I don't know if I've just not had good pumpkin pie. I haven't had a lot of pumpkin pie. It's a texture thing. It's very mushy. That better? Who is the guest? Oh, Elizabeth. Leonore Elizabeth. This is Lozzie B. Exclamation point Lozzie.
Hello.
She streams on the Twitch and makes the YouTube videos.
No. You're eating cake with a spoon?
Heathens!
I didn't really think that through.
Key lime pie is my tops with apple. Ooh, I imagine that would be so good. I don't think
Welcome
I've ever
to my
had key lime
office.
pie, actually.
I once tried to make a paleo key lime pie.
How long have you guys been holed up in
It
here?
was single-handedly one of the
few days.
weirdest fucking shit I've
We
ever
found a
made.
bit of food, though.
I had to like blend
Here.
cashew nuts, and that became the cheese.
Oh, well, that's strange.
Blueberries.
Yeah.
Found a
it's
whole
weird.
stash of them.
Hey, freelance. It's
Want
very
some?
mushy.
No.
Hey,
Man,
Indy, what about a
relax.
pot
You're
pie?
safe.
I like a good pot pie. In the
why
in the
haven't you
winter
left?
time.
Been waiting for the right opportunity.
And?
You like this bloke?
Here. Check this out.
I remember.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to do that.
No, but I
These sons of
remember.
bitches.
I
Day
I
in the woods,
remember.
Guarding that damn bridge. Come nighttime, it's down to a skeleton crew.
A snot block?
After sunset, that's our window.
The fuck is a snot block?
Most of them gone. Sneak right past them.
That could work.
Oh, it'll work.
That cake.
It'll definitely
That's
work.
why I only gave her a few pieces.
Wow.
Really messes with you.
Alright, ready?
Ow.
A blueberry hurt you?
It's been a while
Ooh,
since
you
I
like the
blew you
t-shirt?
cracked a
Mindless. This
smile.
is actually Loz's t-shirt. I stole it.
She
I
doesn't seem
stole
bothered
it.
by all this.
What is a snot block? Vanilla slice. No, we call them vanilla
where were you
slices.
heading?
Because we're not crazy.
Snot block.
Where'd the
Doesn't that sound
fireflies race
appetizing?
last somewhere?
I can't wait to eat my
We're gonna
snot
join
block.
up with them.
Nom nom nom.
Something funny?
Oh, it just seems like there's a lot of people putting their stock on the fireflies these days.
Yeah, maybe there's a reason for that.
Tonga,
You don't know
thank you
where
for
they
the
are.
lurk,
You're just gonna
Tonga.
drag him across the country to find him.
I hope you're doing
tell
well,
you
my
what,
friend.
How about I worry about my brother? You
Bori,
worry about
welcome
your
in.
girl.
Easy.
Vinegar pie?
We're looking for the fireflies, too.
Sorry, what? Vinegar pie?
Vinegar pie? Where are you looking? I want to make a vinegar pie.
This is us. There's an abandoned military radio station just outside the city. Any survivors from our group, they're supposed to meet us there tomorrow. You and your girl, you want to join us?
Oh
It goes
boy.
down tonight.
I guess we best rest up then.
Oh yeah, shepherd's pie. I like shepherd's pie.
Oh, we could do that tonight.
Love a good shepherd's pie. Local restaurant had a pickup deal during the Great Coveting. It was very good. Ooh, love a good shepherd's pie. Very comforting food.
Guys, actually, this
He
is
says
good
it's
that
time
we're
to
talking
go.
about food. What should I cook for Darian for dinner tonight?
No, we're gonna be moving
I want
fast,
just
okay?
go
So no matter
crazy.
what,
I
you
just give
stick
me
to
inspiration.
Like glue.
Shit
glue,
on a
like
shingle.
glue.
I have
Like
heard of
glue.
shit on a shingle.
Good. All right.
Spag
Y'all
bol.
ready?
Yeah.
She's not a huge
Okay.
fan.
All right, y'all
Also
stay
buco.
close, okay?
Ossobuco?
You tried
Steak
this
with
before?
ketchup.
Yeah.
Peanut butter
kinda
pie?
Relax, old man.
What? Vinegar pie is also known as desperation pie. It originated back in the 19th century when people had trouble getting certain ingredients for flavoring. Vinegar was an alternative. Desperation pie. You know it's going to be good when it has desperation in the title.
Desperation B. Fancy Australian burger.
Burger.
Sauteed mushrooms. Just sauteed mushrooms? How
Just some
serious?
mushies.
Let's go serious. Let's blow our socks off.
Yeah. We were going to stop by a local grocery store and check out what they have. They have some international ingredients. Why is the concept peanut? What is a peanut? What? How? What are you mixing the peanut butter with? What is happening? I have so many questions.
I do too, I think. What's
Are
the
you mixing?
inside?
Yeah, like is it just?
Pure thick peanut butter
It's
with
just
pastry?
the graham cracker crust
Yeah.
and just solid peanut butter.
Like at least 5 people would die per year because they
Too much peanut butter.
it just glues their mouth together.
Mm-hmm. Cheese pie, tiropita.
Why would you want international ingredients when you're traveling internationally? Because I create every cuisine that I can try my hand at.
Well, local Australian cuisine is like,
Very multicultural.
yeah.
All right.
Focus on
Hey.
local stuff. No.
How you doing?
No!
Just trying to keep warm.
No!
How's it looking out there?
Veggie lasagna. Love a good veggie
Put down
lasagna.
some infected.
Hum.
No sign of those tourists.
Spinach Alfredo lasagna, broiled green
they're
beans,
still in the city?
tapioca pudding,
Yeah, they're still around.
curried sausages.
You get a pie crust and you pour a jar of warm Jif peanut butter.
Oh, that's terrible.
Steak au poivre,
okay,
roasted
everyone
baby
move up.
potatoes with blue cheese, on the salad.
Oh, I like where you're going with this tangent. She's just dropping everything.
That was a disaster. Where did the second spoon come from? I brought 2.
Hello there.
It's peanut butter, cream cheese, confectionery sugar, milk, and Cool Whip.
Never forget.
Oh, I have heard of that.
Never forget. He's coming for you. You're next.
The Kong, Senator Kong from Ohio is coming for you. You don't like cream cheese, weed? Oh! There are still Polaroids. Only hipsters carry them around, but yes.
Please burn it. Bruschetta with an olive tapenade and fresh palm, spinach salad with tangerine and almond pumpkin ravioli. Holy fuck! That sounds great. You like ravioli?
I do like ravioli.
Do you want to make our own pasta tonight?
Ooh, we should.
It's really hard. You're gonna have to do all of it.
Okay.
Any great local
Jojo, there's a guy
seafood?
on that light up there.
Guy on that light up there. Oh.
Ravioli with sauteed mushrooms.
Oh boy.
Kirklo, you're building this meal.
Not bad.
I've never even heard of peanut butter pie.
It's a no bake pie, like the cookies and cream one, the Oreo one.
Can you explain it to
It's
me?
a no bake one as well.
You just set it in the fridge.
Oh, and then it solidifies
like a cheesecake.
like a cheesecake.
Hey, You hear that? Clicker.
Clicker?
Yeah, I hear it, but I don't see shit.
You saw nothing.
Hold
I
on.
wonder
There it
if
is.
I
There.
googled. Oh, I just got a notification that you're live.
Hey guys, I'm live, streaming on Twitch. Hey Zerok, welcome back. How you doing?
Roasted butternut squash with mole sauce?
Mole.
Not mole sauce.
Mole sauce.
Mole. Black beans and garlic, cilantro rice, horchata. I reckon Daz would love all of this.
I love black beans.
That and fish and chips. Ooh, we haven't had fish and chips.
I've actually been craving fish and chips. I was craving that today.
You were, actually.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just got a hankering for fish and chips.
Well, can you hear shit in the background? Oh yeah, that was a clicker.
Are you gonna go back the other way? Thank you.
I reckon we get fish and... Do you want it today?
Sure.
Otherwise, we are going to the beach soon.
I'm invisible!
Coming up with menus is the fun part of cooking. Yeah, Tandon, you're killing it. I love this.
Over there. I saw something.
No, you didn't.
What is it?
This is exactly what I did last playthrough.
Come get me, you fuck. You see
There ain't
nothing.
shit here. Get on with it.
Like he said, there ain't shit here.
Eggs and crackers. A pack of crushed crackers with poached eggs mixed with spices. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Sourdough bread bowls could do up a really nice soup. Ooh, that's a good idea too.
Good soup.
Couple of steamed dimmies with soy sauce and a flake. Yummy.
Sorry.
Go look down there.
How did you do that?
Y'all like cheese? I fucking love cheese.
We love cheese.
Favorite ingredients, any food sensitivities? I'm not crazy about meat.
No, man.
I like chicken, I like ground beef, I like sausage.
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 Heads up.
Other than that, not really.
Whereas I love steak. When I'm making pepperoni and cutlet,
Oh, dude, this is bad. This is real bad. This is real bad. Joel is dead. Joel is gonna die. Yeah. Ah! We love the cheese. Chicken
I like
nuggies.
the cheese. It's juicy.
It's got the juice.
It's got the juice.
I don't. Yeah.
What are you thinking? And then I just started swinging.
So anyway, I started
Hold on.
swinging.
There it is. There.
Okay.
Did you see that shit?
Not bad.
American cheese other. For the options.
Oh, goodness.
You have an idea, Carl? Tell us.
Where?
Did you hear that?
Cheddar.
What is it?
Mine's Gouda.
It's a good option. Sorry.
I was doing a She's the Man reference.
Oh, little.
Get him! Behind the gate!
Oh, no. Nice shot, buddy. Oh, God.
Just fuck him up. Yes. Ooh, he know. Gouda is Gouda, but cheddar is better.
Hated that. Hey, Des, how are you?
You can make fry bread and get taco ingredients. We were talking about doing
Ooh.
tacos.
Love fry bread.
What's fry bread?
Look it up. I don't know how to explain it. Ow! Ow! Shit.
You're gonna pay for that!
Fried or deep fried in oil.
mass shooting.
Oh, it's Native American?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Why don't you look it up on that fucking Google?
Somebody that was just saying.
Ow!
When you're like, I don't know, look it up.
Oh, okay.
Motherfucker!
Henry,
Oh my
keep an eye
God,
out.
this man with the gun, kill him!
Okay. I would like to craft first. If that's okay.
Craft these nuts.
Heads up!
What?
What?
A boof. A boof. Put him out of his misery, folks.
You make
Alright.
your bread, you flatten it
We
up,
did
and
it.
fry it up. Yum.
Oh, damn. We actually did it.
Makes for nice, substantial tacos.
Tacos.
Tacos mocasos.
We went to a place that had tacos, and instead of taco shells, they had wonton, like, material? How would you phrase
Yeah,
that?
I think you did it.
Wonton material and nori.
Yeah, fried nori kind of as a taco.
It looked good. I didn't have any. We had a poke bowl.
A poke bowl.
Poke.
Poke.
And it was very good. American cheese is a last
Henry,
resort.
give me a
I
hand,
would
please.
agree with that statement. You have it if you have no other options. It'll do, you know?
Go!
But it's not like cheese. It's good on grilled cheese. Although I would go for Munster over
Wait.
American. It is very good for like, specific things. Oh, damn, okay.
God.
Well done, Henry.
Come on, everyone.
Come on, everybody.
Keep your eyes up.
All right, check it out.
Cooper cheese? I don't think I've had that.
What's Cooper cheese?
What about shrimp?
What about shrimp?
What about shrimp? What about
Good.
shrimp?
Sam, let's go.
Everyone's always
All right,
talking
kid, come on.
about shrimp.
There you go.
Wonton tacos and naan tacos.
I fucking love naan.
Would it be
Hurry,
wild?
hurry.
I have naan in the freezer.
Do you want to make naan tacos?
Ellie!
No.
Oh, okay.
Nibble on it.
Okay.
Do you want it?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, we gotta get him up.
I'm sorry. We're leaving.
What? What's this bullshit?
Hey, now!
What the fuck, Henry?
Mixing American in with other cheeses would be great. Yeah, mixed cheese is ideal.
We stick together.
Mixed cheese?
Yeah. Just mix a bunch of cheese together.
Joel, come on!
Mexican garlic shrimp tacos.
Woo!
Let's go!
Okay.
I'm being shot at.
Henry just abandoned
Go
you.
around to the other side!
Okay, bye.
Camarón is a
Fuck do we get out of here?
Oh my god, my face is so itchy today.
Why?
I don't know.
Did you take your allergy medicine?
I sure did.
Sounds like they found it.
I'm trying to
Spread
spell
out.
this
They might come through here.
Mucho. You alright, bud?
Yeah. My face is so itchy.
Oh my god, my
Butthole. Are you allergic to cats? I don't think that I am, but Very Mama is, so I could be. Check the cans. I got any beer? Any beer?
I'm looking at a recipe right now.
Are you coming here? Ooh, a charcuterie board? God, I fuck with charcuterie boards. How are you not dead?
I could do a charcuterie board while I cook the actual meal.
Yeah.
We could just nibble on that.
Oh my god, my butthole. Was that good?
He's got a gun.
He's got a gun. That man's got a gun. He's got a crowbar. Ellie. What do you mean?
It's all in this, I just realized.
Charcuterie board, dump it into a blender.
I can't speak this. Why isn't there an English translation?
I can't speak this.
Wow! Nice! Dazzy!
Are you coming in here?
Shove your face into Fish's belly and see if it becomes red. Yeah, because it'll just be bleeding.
That is the only way to find. Yeah,
Who the
she'll
hell are
scratch me
you?
the fuck up.
She's just sleeping under there.
Oh. Got him.
You're killing it.
Charred cootie board.
Chardy cootie.
Fancy cheese and crackers.
Chardy cootie hoo.
See what we can
What kind of
scavenge.
meats? You sound like pronunciation.
There we
And
go.
that's what I was trying to do.
Chardy cootie doody.
Charcuterie Rudy.
Charcuterie booty doody.
Now you just sound like we're doing Simlish.
Weeble dorble.
Beeble dorble. Nurble dorble.
Give me, thank you. I'll make a shiv. And nothing else. What?
That's the hint.
This is the hint. Thanks so much. Don't think I could have figured that out on my own. Am I just moving it out of the way? Or is there a greater purpose?
Just moving it.
So I can get to the door.
Hello, silly sausage.
Well, hello there, Damie.
G'day, Damie. How you doing?
Fucking open it! Go!
Woo!
Gotta get away!
I just want to keep.
Oh,
Look, it says run on it.
okay. Let's go, Ellie. Let's fucking go.
Go! Go!
It's time to zoom. Movie, what did you see? And how was it? Let us know.
We were gonna go to the movies, and I was like, "Hey guys, there's a way over the water. We could go to the movies and watch that." And then we were like, "Wow, it's too long."
How many bullets
So
do you have
now
left?
that's when we
They're gonna kill
realized
us.
we
What other choice do we
are
have?
extremely
jump.
old people.
No, it's too high and you can't swim. I'll boost you up your own
You and
fast.
Serpentine Pattern.
Serpentine Ham. Thank you for the video, yo. Thank you. Yeah, I've had what, like
Ellie.
3 fucking hours. 3 fucking
time to
hours.
argue.
3.
Ellie.
That's a lot of hours.
Damn it. Ah!
Oh, that's right. Is somebody who can't swim, because they'll just push you underwater.
Yeah. Yep.
A brand new movie. It's called Missing.
Henry!
Ooh, is it scary?
He's awake.
Hey,
What kind of movie is it?
Yeah.
we're alive.
Hey, Henry's back.
See? What'd I tell you, huh? He's good. Everything's fine. You know, Sam's the one who spotted you. You guys are taking quite a bit
Some
of
good
water.
things.
What's wrong with you?
Henry!
Get back,
Hey,
son!
hey.
Oh
He's
boy.
pissed, but he's not gonna do anything.
You sure about that? Stop!
Joel?
He left us to die out there.
You did.
No, you had a good chance of making it, and you did. But coming back for you meant putting him at risk. Stay back. If it was the other way around, would you have come back for us? I saved you.
Yeah, true. Would he have come back?
Save me too.
Probably not. No. Well, maybe. I don't know. No.
Knowing Joel?
Nah.
Probably not.
Probably not. I think you're right. I wonder what missing's
It's
about.
fine, I'm okay.
Oh, I think I have seen a preview for that. That girl, like her mom,
You know, for what it's worth, I'm
completely
really glad we
goes
spotted
missing.
you.
And well, as the title suggests, and she finds out that her mom was in like
Now, that radio tower
like
is
a
on the other side
drug
of this
ring
cliff.
or like in like
Okay,
basically
place
in
is
with
gonna
the
be full
wrong
of supplies.
crowd. Screen
Gonna be
recording
really happy you
laptops and
didn't kill
phones.
me.
The main character is one of those who always has FaceTime open. Yeah, and like her
Hey, we're gonna
mom,
search
she
this
realizes that
area.
her mom's like
See what we
involved in
come
some
up
dark
with.
shit or something like that. Oh, hi Magnets, how you doing? Thanks for popping in.
Aw.
Hello, hello.
Love to see it. Why does my hair always dry in the weirdest
find that
way
radio tower.
during this temperature? It's like fuzzy.
Is it the humidity?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
You kind of have it right. Okay, so that's the one I'm thinking of, right? Yeah, I probably.
You gotta believe me on this, Sam, all right?
I'm probably not exactly right, but I think I know the movie you're talking about. Did you enjoy it?
Hey, maybe we can find something in that boat over there.
Way ahead of you, kid.
Oh, like searching. Searching, missing.
Missing is about a guy that tries to do archery but can never hit the target.
It's very sad. Very sad.
It is a sad.
Look at beautiful. Look at beautiful.
Look at beautiful.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful game.
I'm glad you're liking it.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Yes, let's just shout in the apocalypse.
Keep your eyes peeled. Announce yourself to the clickers.
There's an actual fungus that basically turns things into zombies, but it only affects bugs. Yes.
For now.
Yes, until they need to level up.
Evolve. Look at beautiful.
Look at beautiful.
First time on a boat.
Well, it's a little bit different in the water.
There was a door up there if you did want to go up. Ooh.
Aha. Scheffler?
Scheffler.
Josh Scheffler.
Josh Scheffler. Please report to the principal's office.
Another dead person. I guess I don't need to crouch. B minus C plus, so like pretty average. All right. It's about what I would expect from it.
Look what you found for her.
Ellie. Found another one of them comics.
I'm such a good daddy. Antiparticles. After a navigational error jumps the Von Neumann into the corona of a white dwarf star, the damage is extensive and tension among the crew is high. With the cloaking device destroyed, the ship is forced to hide in a nearby stellar nursery. After Daniela's mistake, the crew won't easily trust her again, but they don't have long to decide what to do. Time, along with oxygen, is running out. Dun dun dun!
Look at all this shit.
I know, so much shit to make. So much shit to craft.
Ooh.
And what is this? Well, it's looking like I've dodged the chaos and the mayhem long enough. My time out at sea is coming to an end. I'm short on supplies and this boat has seen better days. And you know what? This was bound to happen sooner or later. I guess it's time to go see what's left of mankind. What could possibly go wrong, right? If you happen to find my skeleton, please don't step on my skull. Thanks. Ish.
Ya bish.
Yeah, bish. Did the boat write that? Yeah, it's a haunted boat.
Ooh, I'm a boat.
Ooh. Don't touch the poop deck.
You would.
The fuck, Danielle? We don't trust you, Danielle. Okay. Okie dokie. This probably smells icky. Moldy. It's the captain's name in Moby Dick. Biggest Dickus. Oh, you're going this way.
Hey, Ellie! I think we found something.
Let's go see what it is.
Well, why don't you call out to me? Am I not your second daddy now? In this weird little makeshift family we have?
I got two
Hey, I bet this goes all the way through.
Always double tap and never trust haunted boats.
Give me a hand with this.
But this one's got a nice
Same time.
ass.
Let's do it.
That boat's got a nice ass. She's not a furry and she's not attracted to boats. Everyone. Ishmael! Oh, Ishmael.
Right, you go in. Okay.
That's it.
Sorry.
She's mocking
Hey,
me.
flashlights out. Sam, stay close. Someone's finally learning.
Yes, children, move slower. This is not heavy at all.
Ooh. Ooh, it's dark.
Why can't I run? Okay, now I can. Ellie, you just said to
way?
turn off the flashlight.
Joel, we should see what's over here.
All right,
Okay.
we'll check this side out.
Let's split up, gang, because that always ends well.
Split the party.
I don't like it either,
neither.
Ellie.
We ain't got much of a choice.
Something bad's going to happen.
It's blocked.
But there's a conveniently placed hole. I still can't get through that.
If you
But
can get it
Ellie
open,
is
I can
small.
crawl through and clear that door.
She is small, baby, and she can.
Oh, that is a big rat.
You know, I saw the biggest rat of my life in New York. I swear it could have eaten like most of me.
Most of you?
Yeah, I'm a pretty big.
It would have gone
Package.
full when it got to the head. Be like, I'm good.
Why the head?
That's where most of the meat is. You got a bunch of brain meat. Because you're smart.
Thank you for explaining.
Voila.
You got all that brain meat. Damn, girl, you think with that brain?
Damn, girl. Damn, boat, you make shit with that ass. Sorry.
What is a pug point? Pug points are
Do you
the
think they'll join us?
currency
All the way to Tommy's?
that you
I don't know.
collect through stream elements.
Just gonna have to see how everything
You
pans
can
out.
do roulette with it. You can do gambling with it. You can do slots with it. It means absolutely nothing. But you can do some fun gambling.
nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I want to see what the...
Yes, help police. This rat is eating most of me. Yes, 52% at least.
Yeah. Hello?
But not my head, which is why you can hear me calling out to you right now. I'm gone for a few months in the world that doesn't waste any time going to shit. Everywhere you turn, they're infected and non-infected trying to kill you. Mankind is back to the food chain, baby. I'm kind of shocked I've survived this long. These sewers seem pretty safe. Limited exits, entrances make it easier to defend. And if anyone gets in here, I can lose them in the maze. I might not be tough, but I am quick. Maybe I just need to bide my time down here until it all gets sorted up there. I think I'll become a sewer mole man for a while.
A sewer mole man?
A sewer mole man! Hag of Hackett's Quarry. Top points. Top all-time. Top all-time points. All the points, all the time, all day, every day. Points, daddy. I think you have to do a space. I don't understand it. Sewer Mole Man is one of the top 25 career ambitions. You know, kids these days, there's not nearly enough of them. Hey, Laws is #1. Let's go. Is that it? Is that literally it? Is that it for this room? Well, that's a bunch of horse shit. Hey, pal.
Hey, this
That scared the shit out of me.
like there's a path up ahead. Right here.
Hey.
Gamble all right now. No.
Have a good night, Mindless. Take care. Would you control rats or moles with your rodent superpowers? I feel like there's more rats in existence.
Oh,
So I'd go with sheer number. Also, aren't moles, don't they have trouble seeing?
Moles?
Moles?
Yeah, they have like little sniffles.
Can we get out this way?
Little snifflers.
Nah, there's no way to reach that.
I didn't mean to jump in.
I can't swim.
Okay, I guess I'm supposed to.
Hey, maybe there's a leak in there.
I guess I'm supposed to do this.
All right, y'all. How do we get across?
I'm gonna do some
figure something out.
swimmies. Okay, that's not it. Wait a minute. I thought this was an arm. I thought this was a human arm. Willard? Wait, what's Willard?
What's Willard? Willard.
Henry, give it a shot.
Is it a D's nuts joke?
All right.
Oh, Mark, did you lose all of your points?
Oh.
That's why you can't gamble.
No, you shouldn't gamble.
Gamble is bad.
Bad for your brain hole.
Always massage your brain.
I'm gonna have a
hole
look.
before a big
Keep an
meal.
eye out.
I kind of want to do all.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Oh, there's two different ways to go. I have a ladder and I have a hole. Let's do the ladder first.
Hello there.
Hey, Puzzles, how you doing? Ace, what's up, Ace?
Hey, Ace. Oh, look at that. Well done.
I found it. I found the palette that we're supposed to use.
What's that?
Willard is some old horror movie where an outcast dude controls rats. Oh!
What have you done? There could be good shit in there, though.
There probably is good shit in there.
Ace said, is it cool if I redeem gift sub?
coming towards me? Rawr.
Still in one piece.
I'm good. Yeah, go for it, Ace. Absolutely. I got you. Looking for snacks at 3 a.m. I got you, Ace. I got you. Gift you a sub. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, goodness. Am I logged in?
You have to allow access up there. Oh.
Wait, are we... Yeah. Wait, this should be my card, right? Pay with PayPal.
It's alright, I don't mind.
Well, no, it should be me.
That should be me.
Holding your hand.
That should be me. Gifting you a sub.
Okay. Open PayPal. Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you fucking kidding me? The other option is I can open it up on my phone and pay $1 more because of Apple. Okay, well. This is not happening.
It is. You just gotta be patient.
Okay.
Look at how many times you've clicked it.
I didn't click that many times. I swear. It opened up 4 tabs, chat. I don't think it's loading, I'll be honest.
We'll do an IOU, Ace.
Yeah. Apparently this is not working. I'm sorry.
Is this a first playthrough for both of y'all, or are you trying to spoil the show?
This is the first playthrough for me. Is for me. I've seen a bit of gameplay from this game, but this is my very first playthrough.
I am not a master of The Last of Us. This is what Daz was saying yesterday, like, oh, you're so good at the game, and I'm like, no, I'm not. I literally...
She's a lover of The Last of Us.
Passionate about the story and how much I enjoyed it when I first played it. I'm definitely not good at it.
And I'm cosplaying as Lozzie. Yes, yes, I am.
You are.
Do they seriously charge an extra $1? They do. They do.
I'm a top 5 pro speedrunner of permadeath The Last of Us. Last time I played, I won in 3 minutes and 69 seconds.
Easy. First try. Hey, Hoodberries, how you doing? When your card declines. I know, I'm just like playing it off. I just casually got declined. Yesterday I met some people that did not want to shoot me on sight. Shocking, I know. We traded some supplies and went on our merry way. They had kids with them and they seemed pretty scared. I almost told them about this place. What if they were like the others? What if... You know what? I don't care. What's the point of surviving if you don't have someone to laugh at your corny jokes? Oh. Tomorrow I'm gonna search for them, see if they want to join me in here. And then they were never seen or heard from again. Dun dun dun.
What are your first impressions on the show? Puzzles asks.
Oh. I think the show is great. I'm really enjoying the show so far. I think Pedro Pascal is going to be fantastic no matter what he does. I think he's an incredible actor. Yeah, I thought the first episode was great. 10 out of 10. No notes.
Yeah, no notes from me either.
Currently holds the world record. It's just under another alias, but that's 100% her. Exactly. You look up the #1 world speed run record.
You got it. It got to you. It was hiding from you for a bit, but you found it.
I found it. I'm here. Oh.
Leonore.
Ooh.
Elizabeth asks, what kind of makeup do you wear?
What kind of makeup do I wear? Do you have a specific question? I could go through it all, but I don't want to bore you. Do you have a specific question?
She has a lot of clown makeup. Go through the hole. What's in there? The whole Lucy.
Let's go in the hole. Why not The First of Us? Caveman survivalist game. Now with 37% more woolly mammoth. Oh my god, a woolly mammoth. Imagine riding a woolly mammoth in a video game. Game of the year. I want it, okay? And I'm not ashamed to say that I want it.
You've got so much. Wow.
I know.
Do the emotions still hit during speedruns? No, I remain numb the entire time when I speedrun. I actually leave my body. I transcend. I enter speedrun plane and
You can't let your emotions get the better of you during a speed run. It has to
No.
be the only focus is buttons.
that's it.
Button
It's-
pressing.
It's dodge, strike. R2 here, R1 there. You know,
That's all it is. It just becomes
it's a
buttons,
way of life, really.
buttons and numbers.
Sometimes I like to speed run dinner.
Let's
Bye.
go, Ellie.
By
Oh, there
Kirby
you go.
sucking.
That's smart.
Yes, I like to Kirby suck my food.
Is this where I'm taking you?
No. Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Ah, I can't wait to get out of this place.
Here?
Oh, we won't actually be speedrunning puzzles. We're
Let's
just
see if that generator still got some juice.
you
Here
try.
goes nothing.
You're too fat, Joel. Lay off the bees burgers, Joel. Help.
I wonder what is the world's fastest run of The Last of Us Part 1?
Whoa! Wanna let me up there, fellas?
Yeah, they don't wait for you to get up.
Yeah, don't jinx us.
That's fine. I'll just stay here in the poopy water.
Why do we have to stay in the poopy water and they don't even find a place for it? We have to find out. We have to work it
We
out.
have to work it out. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Y'all are fucked up.
No, you have to go. He'll help you out, I think.
Oh, hi! Now
we
you
should
want
keep
to know.
going.
2 hours, 26 minutes and how the fuck do you beat this game in 2 hours?
Help!
How?
Skipping all cutscenes.
I gotta say,
not
I'm
looking
impressed with
around
you two.
anything. I mean,
We're pros
actual
at this by
gameplay
now.
wise, there's not a whole lot of gameplay, especially if you know where you're going.
I have to come to my favorite game like that.
Well, you know, it's like you take it slow because you're stealthing it, but if you know like the points to hit, then
Still coming from my favorite game.
it's not a bad thing. What's
You know
this?
what you do with that?
Have you checked your butthole? Skid up, butthole.
That's actually a butthole cleaner.
Ellie, this is a butthole cleaner.
Sometimes you get those dingleberries and you just need to wash them out.
Ellie, in the apocalypse, we do things that we never thought we would ever do.
Uranto from Germany, 4 months ago.
Congratulations, Uranto.
Well done.
Clap, clap. Oh my god, my
Oh
butthole.
my god.
My
Did
butthole.
you see the walls? No. Yeah, the...
Ooh. Oh. Some beautiful murals. Sometimes things get caked up back there, Ellie.
Soundtrack.
What?
Please stop
Sort of
telling me these
alarm.
things. It gets real nasty, Ellie. It
Some
gets
of
real
us live
stanky
here.
back there.
Please, Joel.
Don't look like that's the case
Please.
anymore.
This is like when Darian gets into her poopy joke humor, and I'm like, please, just stop.
Someone thought
You
they could keep
love
the
it.
place like this safe.
I don't. Look at that bitch ass gun.
That's
That's
bigger
a
than my
big-
head.
No,
And I have a big head.
No.
Shorty!
not possible.
The limit does not exist.
The
Fartin'
size of your
tootin'
head?
time. Fartin' tootin' time.
Stop it. Don't look at me. She does this thing when she knows she's saying something and it's gonna piss me off. Not piss me off. What is it? Make me go. Why? I say it perfectly fine. Thank you very much.
Is this the new gun? I think so, yeah.
You should test it on Ellie.
Alright, Power Rangers, it's fartin' tootin' time.
There we go.
Oh. Hey, Valdoric, how you doing? Omelette du
Ellie.
fromage.
Calm down.
Oh, you
Yeah.
got another
Same with the post
skill
over there.
thing.
Okay.
Ready?
Bombs upgraded. Ah!
Oh, Henry, did you see that?
The gun
down,
told
bud.
me its name, Ellie.
Yeah.
I put it in my... No.
Stop. Oh, let's play. Oh, she won. Kick it. You're the worst football player. You just
I'm
walking
too
around,
big.
You're like scoping out the ball. Like, I'm gonna kick you, and when I do,
Yeah, I'm just playing mind games at the moment.
with the ball. Yeah, I will kick you.
Yeah, somebody wiped with that page.
Oh, there's-
Absolutely.
What else is up there? Where Henry is.
Henry, what's up here?
Plants.
Plant.
So what made Darian want to do a playthrough?
Well, Laws has been trying to convince me for a while to give the game a play. As well as Chat. Chat has been wanting me to do a playthrough of this game for a hot minute. I do tend to gravitate towards story games, and this is like one of the biggest story games of all time.
Okay, I thought you were saying, and that's why I haven't played this one
And
yet.
that's why this one didn't really flow with like what I like.
It's just like a really weird looter shooter.
Not a fan. Not a fan. Plants and books, Darian's biggest enemies. You know, making things that I have to read is just fucked up.
Rounded clitchless. I don't know why I find that so funny. Grounded clitless.
Clitless, that's what I thought as well. I also was there. Hello, is there anything else up here?
I liked it, Mark. I liked your version.
You mean soccer?
Soccer.
But then also I decided to play it because of the new series. We watched the first episode and we're like, oh, it would be a good time to do another playthrough to kind of refresh our memory, you know? I'm going the wrong way. Did you have to stand in front of me like that? Was that necessary? Was that really fucking necessary?
You hear that? Infected.
You hear that?
Oh, please. Oh my god. Actual child.
Woo!
All collectible speedrun is under 3 hours. Far out.
How?
How is that possible? Darian won't do this in like 50.
Yeah, at the pace I'm going, this is gonna be like a multi-month. Oh, oh hi. Oh goodness. Oh goodness me. Goodness me. What? Smack. Oh, I smacked the loot out of her. Thank you. Sorry, what's going on? Oh, hi. Oh, I said
It's
Plika.
a clicker dude. I hope you can get him. Well done.
Why, thank you. Why, thank you.
I guess we know what happened to these people.
They got turned into
You know, there was a
infected.
clicker that
Tootin'
been going for a
time.
while.
We keep moving forward. All we can do is hope there aren't
It's
any
mighty tootin' time.
Why do clickers float?
We all float down here.
What's up there?
What's up, weird?
There.
Well, I thought I was going around. Do they not connect?
You can go wherever you want. You can go wherever you want.
You won't.
You won't.
You won't.
I was gonna do it again.
Ew!
You just like smacked off the...
Not a true game companion if they don't block the doorway. Yeah, you've got to block a doorway to be a companion. You gotta Lydia it the fuck up. Well, I want to see what was in the other way.
Yeah, me too. Don't I want you to do everything. Go for it.
Much less timid than I was my first run at least. You know, I feel like I should definitely be more timid. I'm being a bit too ballsy.
It's fun. I like watching you play.
But I'm also like really aware of the fact that I'm taking forever, so I'm also like, I should probably put a little...
Just have fun, Does.
Wow.
We will have it finished before you leave.
Sure. Sure.
Oh damn, you are loaded out, kitted out.
She's fucking ready to go,
what's that?
bro. Hey Susan, I just wanted to drop you a quick line and say these rain catchers were a great idea. Super smart to gather water without leaving the place. I hope you don't mind, but I gave the kids a couple of water guns, so of course I've been drenched all day.
Please someone click that. I need that.
If you don't
I
want them to
need
have
that.
it, let me know and I'll take them back. See you at dinner tonight. For warning though, Kyle is making his special meatloaf.
meatloaf in quotation marks makes it sound like a sexual innuendo.
Meatloaf.
We're all getting meatloaf tonight.
It's meatloaf again. Hope you're ready for it. Cookie clickers.
So you were drenched all day?
All day. I've just been drenched all day. Those are the clickers that don't get cookies. You've heard this summer. One cookie, one clicker. He's making his big meatloaf. Sorry.
Susan.
I've
been drenched.
Hashtag drenched.
Hey, you think that leak out?
Could be. It's too hot for a boost. Maybe there's another way to get there.
Let's use all of us right now. Whoa.
Ah, shit. Hey, Spade, welcome in.
G'day,
How is
Spade.
me?
How you
Must have
doing,
triggered some kind of
Spade?
safety
How
gears.
you fucking going?
That's what Ish from the boat
Here's if you
sounds
can
like.
lift this.
I've been drenched all day.
You have
So-
to.
This is awkward.
The actual swallow then was so
The
loud.
audible
Hey, this thing isn't budging, man.
Just go, get out of here.
Sam,
Go.
you stay close to him.
Henry, we gotta fucking move!
You keep him safe. Go.
We're trading sidekicks. Sidekicks. We're trading sidekicks. Still recovering.
That was very loud, wasn't it?
You're gonna be fine.
Bit of an overreaction.
Can y'all shut the fuck up?
All right, come
We're
on.
trying to host a show
See if we
here.
can find a way
Please,
out of here.
I'm trying to entertain. Honestly, have you seen the show, like the wife swap?
A little bit. You should watch. This is gonna get fun.
That show is fucking wild. There's an episode where a really religious... Oh.
You're being hunted.
Oh, hi! Oh my god, you're so cute. Come here. Oh, you're a little shy baby. You're a little shy boy.
I love how you didn't check that.
My eyes itchy.
Oh, there's a clicker down. Run! Oh, let's go, team! That was awesome. That was so good.
Woo!
Holy shit, she's so good at this game.
Oh!
This is dope.
There's an episode of Wife Swap where one of the wives is like a super religious lady, and then the other lady is like total hippie. And that mom, who's super religious, like straight up has a mental breakdown. It's wild.
Oh.
She's like, these kids!
Whoa!
I'm reloading. You need to wait your turn. Kill-tacular.
There's another Desi. I've never seen someone do this like this before. Oh, you're killing it. You should see her. She's killing it.
You did it.
Unfreaking believable. Look at this.
I like how these clickers are waiting their turns. Exactly, as they should.
Sam is just like, whoa, this chick is awesome. Well,
Yeah,
Joelle.
this chick is awesome. Spent most of the today trying to mod Mass Effect 3.
Mass
Effect.
Mass
I've
Effect.
been playing Mass Effect 3.
Only posh people play Mass Effect.
Isn't in my vase with my flowers. Last of Us is great. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a great time. This game is fun. Smash cut to me in 30 minutes when I'm like, I hate this game. Am I really actually not playing this game like normal? Am I being a wacky guy?
No, I mean it's. But maybe you'd have to play differently if you're playing on a different difficulty.
If I was playing on easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just a wacky, quirky guy, and you know what? You can't take the wacky, quirky out of the guy.
Can you make a? Oh, you don't have a weapon. Damn.
No, sadly. Sadly, I do not, but I do have my fists. Oh my god, I almost shot this kid.
Don't know how, you didn't have a gun equipped.
It's like a classroom.
You're gonna nail bomb him in the head. Stop!
Son,
Sorry.
I
That's
wish I knew.
terrible.
God knows
Never
they
point a
do
gun
this.
at a child. It's fucked up, man.
Well, I told you I was almost gonna shoot him, so I had to follow through.
Okay.
The quads of us. I know all of the crouching I'm doing.
You got through that so quickly.
Game, you have too much ammo and resources. They're trying to drain me of my resources by sending all these enemies at me, and you know what? Ain't no big thing.
She's feeling confident in this.
Ain't no big
There we go.
thing.
Good job, kid.
You could easily play this on the most difficult level.
I am. Isn't this the thing you wanted, kid? You can have that. I won't tell.
Have you seen A Quiet Place?
Is that Ellie?
No, I've wanted to see
Come
it
on.
though.
Oh, there's so many
It's
things we need to
scary.
watch.
It's a scary one.
It's good. It's a scary movie, right?
Joy, that's them.
Yeah, A Quiet Place is so good. We need to.
Hey, Mohammed, welcome
Ellie,
back. How you
get away
doing?
from the door.
What's happening? Oh, you need help. I will help, good sir.
He just got through.
Okay, fine. You could help
What the
us.
hell are you doing? Getting us out of here.
All right, go.
Go, 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 go,
Am
go.
I right
Let's
to
go.
say so? I just need to check something before I say anything.
Okay. Oh, I'm yeeting. I'm steeding, yeeting, deleting like a fucking goat. Get out of my way, kid. Yeah, I haven't seen The Quiet Place or Quiet Place 2 for that
I've
matter.
seen both.
I would like to watch them.
Do you want to watch them?
I feel like that's really scary.
I watched
Damn
them in the
thing
movie
stuck!
theaters.
That's
Both
what I
of them.
mean. I'm
boost.
surprised that
Get
like
through that
you're cool
window.
with it.
I love it. I think it's like one of the best I've ever
Open
seen.
it from the other side.
Wow.
Make it
I
fast.
fucking live for it.
Oh, give me this, please.
Quiet
not
Place
staying
2
anymore.
has a
What about
particular
you?
scene that
I'll be
just
fine.
makes me go,
Come on. Go.
Quiet Place 1 also has that scene. You, if anyone's seen it, you know that scene where you're like,
No, can't.
Get ready.
What?
Here we go.
Warg out of 10.
Did you not stand in front of me? It did look like it.
Get ready, Gazzy. Two clickers. Oh my gosh. Yes, Daz! You fucking got this! Right in the dick! Right in the dick! That's where the most vulnerable.
Gotta watch out for the dicks.
Look at this, she's so confident. She's running forward. Got it, door's open. Door's open.
Go, go, go!
Let's get out of here!
Go, go.
I'm focusing so hard on this game right now.
Good, enjoy, have fun. Can I get you
focus.
anything?
Fresh
I'm great.
air.
Did you want that naan bread?
Yeah, sure.
Look at this.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Thanks for the warning on the
Warning.
inside, guys.
Infected inside. Do not open.
Where's this tower?
Don't dead open inside. How there's so many
close.
zombies in a place like this?
No.
Come on, let's go.
I don't know this brother. Yes, I thought so.
What?
Sam?
Hey.
Sam's voice actor
How you doing, little
is
man?
the guy who voices Miles Morales
That was
years
a
later.
close one, huh?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Not one of our
Nice.
finest
Yeah.
moments,
I
but
was like, this sounds
made
so
it out.
familiar, but I wanted to just check before I got it wrong.
Hey, lol, how you doing? We're doing well. How are you?
Lol, can I call you Lola? Because every
Lola?
time I see your name, I just see Lola and then I see Teverything. Lola Teverything.
Hey, look at that.
Lola.
First of her name.
Yep. What'd I tell you, huh?
Let's find a way
Ooh.
around to it.
Really? That's awesome? Yeah. Marky Mark, I just looked up. Dude's name is Najee Peter. Call me
about you? How
anything
you
but
holding
late
up?
for dinner, Lozzie.
Business as usual, right? How's the penny? Got a couple of infected by myself.
There you go. That was a special Loz cough for your...
Lozcoff.
Yeah.
Naan is delicious. I love me a good bit of naan. Put it with any curry whatsoever, and I'm there, baby.
And by that she means like the shitty curry I make sometimes for a... Made better by naan.
Mother, father, save my digital daughter. Do it. Hello.
You're gonna want
Hi,
to stay
Ben.
away from those.
Welcome back.
It's not like it is in the
Loskop.
zone.
Is my
These are
Russian
wild.
name. Doggies.
Doggies. They're fighting.
Go give him a pat.
I don't want to.
I think they're
What is
playing.
this?
Are they?
This is an ice cream truck.
An ice cream truck?
Yeah.
Don't run
Henry told me
away.
about
Oh.
these. They sell ice cream
goddamn.
out of the truck.
What?
Ice cream.
No way. Joel?
Yes, I would like 2 soft
you gonna
serve
talk
ice
to her?
cream cones. Please. She can wait her turn.
You'll miss the dialogue.
That's true. This thing drive around and play
Hey,
real
Chris,
loud,
what's up?
creepy music,
How
and
you
kids will
doing?
come running out to buy ice cream.
You're
Lozkov.
totally fucking with me.
Your
Serious.
Russian name.
Loskov.
Man, you lived in a strange time.
You like dags?
Told you so.
You like dags?
Oh, that's rather close. Do we have to be this close to him? I feel uncomfortable. He's not making eye contact with me. Whoa, he looks a little stoned. Wait for it. His eyes get a little bit. Wait here. Ready? Oh!
Wish I could be that close to Joel.
Shabooby.
Just like get really close to your monitor or your TV. You can almost smell it. The audio is a little low, or is it just me? Is it our microphone that's low, or the game audio?
Or just our vibes.
Houdini? Leaning in. Get it, Shabooby. Get it.
Do something for us. Oh. Okay.
You're low in general. Shawty got low.
Both game and you. Don't know how to fix that, love.
We could turn the gain up a little bit.
Are you ready to jingle
Yo,
your bells?
Dan!
Twitch baby is almost here,
Twitch
Lozcop.
baby's almost here. Thank you for the 8 months, Dan.
What
Thank you
would
so
your
much.
Twitch baby name?
Very Dan 7 he hangman. That's how TTS says your username.
Very Dan. Very Dan.
Very Dan. Very Dan he hangman. Thank you for the 8 months, Dan. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well.
Let's do this.
All right, let's do this. He found so much Axe body spray in the apocalypse.
All right, boys.
He's definitely embraced.
He's sorry?
He's embraced the Axe body spray mentality.
Like a fuckboy. You think he's a fuckboy?
Yeah, Joel definitely has fuckboy energy in the post-apocalypse world. Like, he's a badass. Everybody's intimidated by him.
I don't think they would have deodorant in this game.
It's gotta smell so nasty and moldy and body odory.
Body odory.
I think this is better now.
Body
Oh,
yaddy yaddy
fantastic.
yaddy yaddy yaddy.
We turned up the gain a little bit, and we're also probably speaking a bit louder.
What? I'm not.
What? What did you say? Shorty. Let's upgrade the shorty.
Shorty's like a melody in my hip
that I can't keep. Oh, my hip. Well done.
that I can't keep holstered.
Got me saying like pew pew
Pew
pew,
pew every day. Like pew 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 every day.
A.
Shoot shoot shoot.
What? Could I make it a long E? Is that one of the upgrades?
That's what she said. I don't like how I think you're really enjoying being taller than me right now. I'm
I am.
sitting on a very low chair.
I like being tall.
So you just literally look down on me, and that's never happened to you before. I still love your rendition of 21 and Drake.
Yeah, can you do it for us?
I need to get the exact lyrics.
No, it's better if you don't.
Better if I don't?
Yeah.
Oh, you're such a shit. I forget how it goes. Couldn't
There's
possibly-
only one lyric you have to remember.
21. Can you do something for me? 21. Can you shake that ass for me? 21.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Joel probably smells like sweat and blood. How awful. Haha. Who would want a big strong man to smell like that? Haha. Not me.
I'll do just fine.
Haha, woodchopper, lumberjack man. Oh no, you also.
Oh no, you're so stinky and smelly.
Oh.
And covered in blood and sweat.
Oh, I wouldn't like you to.
Hello there.
I thought Darian was taller though. I am. We're showing you the truth now. Hey Goonfella, what's up?
Ace, that was Drake singing those verses. Drake is going like, 21, can you do something for me? Like it's very suggestive.
What is it suggesting?
Shake that ass for me, baby. Bend it over.
He wants 21
clap
to
the
bend it
cheeks
over
for me,
him.
baby.
He
Yeah.
wants to clap 21's
Can you
cheeks.
do something for me? Get down on your knees and pray for me.
This entire song is just an elaborate proposal for
21.
yes.
Drake wants 21.
Where are you now in this Goonfella? I have met up with Henry and Sam,
Yes?
and we are
About to kiss.
About to kiss. Is that song about sex? Every song is about sex.
In some way.
Mostly group sex.
Landslide by Fleetwood Mac was about group sex.
The landslide brought me down.
It did it. I bet it did, Stevie. We all know what happened in Fleetwood Mac, you dirty dog.
Kara, you're the adult while I'm gone. Take care of your brother. Take care of your brother. He's looking to you for protection now. I won't be gone for more than a few days to gather food and supplies. If for some reason I haven't returned in a week, take your brother and head to the Pittsburgh quarantine zone. Don't open the door to anyone but me. Save your bullets. If you have to leave, stay low and move quickly. Use your size to your advantage. I'll see you soon, Dad.
Why does Dad sound
Dad.
like the nanny?
Mr. Sheffield!
Literally.
Melancholy Hill is about boobs.
Save your butts.
Save your butts, sweetie. Yellow Submarine is about group sex. I personally know the Beatles, and they told me that that was true. 21. Have a good night, Soul Blazer. Take care.
Sleep well, soul.
Get you some good rest, my friend. Thank you for the lurky, do.
Home.
Hum.
Home.
Hum.
I'll roast naan for you.
Okay, we're gonna get some naan.
How about that? PlayStation, sponsor me.
Yes, sponsor Lozzie B. We made it to the hotel in Pittsburgh. The hotel. Where are we in regards to the hotel? Did we pass the hotel?
You've gone past the hotel.
I've gone past it, apparently, Goonfella. I'm just
That's when
zooming
you
through.
fell And Ellie shot a gun to save you.
It's when I fell. No idea Pittsburgh had an H at the end. It's a silent H. They like to throw in as many letters as they possibly can. Ooh, what is this? A secret cellar.
You alright?
Oopsies.
Yeah. Sailing's falling apart.
I want to hop up there. Get me up there, Papa. Well, come on up then. Well, come on up then. I'll lift you on up. Well, shit. Pittsburgh, what an awful town. I said it. Yeah, it's very accurate to real life Pittsburgh because there's just like a bunch of people running over to try and punch you at any opportunity. So it's fairly accurate. Is there nothing I can use to get uppies? Pittsburgh, ha. Pittsburgh, ha. Oh, I can just jump. I can just jump.
Watch yourself.
I'm like best friends with Paul Lennon. We go way back. Hoping it would come down and smack you like Vacation, right? Yeah, I've never been to Pittsburgh, but I keep hearing from people that it's not great. How the
Fun
states
thing.
got their names. They mostly named after people, I imagine, right? What'd she find?
Here you go.
Oh. That was so sweet. Melee weapons upgraded. Yes. Let's go. You think 21 did something for Drake, or did Drake write that verse and 21 was like, I don't know, bro, but it's good for the song? Yeah, I think it was the latter. Drake wrote the verse and 21 was like, I'm not gonna question it. I'm just gonna go along with it. My first daughter, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. 21 is a person. Yes, 21 Savage, I believe, is the rapper's name. Yes. All right, I think I'm such a silly goose, Ellie. I'm just a silly little wacky guy. Is named after John Pittsburgh. Did I come in this way? She has no spatial awareness at all. Well, they're following me now, so I'm assuming that this is the right way. Nope. Nope. Savage, actually. Pitts. You imagine naming your child Pitts. That's just a lifetime of misery. Pitts, it's dinner time. Are you coming with me? Okay. Whee!
Oh! Get out!
Ah! Fucking sniper.
Ah!
Did you see where it came from?
A sniper?
Somewhere down the street. Right now. Y'all stay here.
That's a
Before
problem.
You start, I need you guys to keep him busy. I'm gonna go around and see if I can't get the angle on him.
Okay.
Sniper, no sniping. I'm gonna absolutely get shot. I am absolutely going to be shot. There's no way I'm not. Alright. Let's go this way. I like this way. Actually, I would like this gun, please. Is there only one bullet in the barrel? Can you see me, sir? I'm shooting you from so far away. I'm so cringe. Look at me. Okay, he can't see me over here, I think. Roy, Illinois. It's got a rhyme. What rhymes with Pittsburgh? Midi Pittsburgh. Midster Pittsburgh. Yeah, I guess I would only need one bullet, right? Guess that would be all I need. One shot, one kill. Yeah, bro, this is so unpoggers of you. Oh. You're a bad guy? I thought you were my friend. Commercial! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, hello! Hi, everybody. How you doing? Laws is here. Hello, hello. Commercial, thank you for the raid. How is Skyrim? How is your Skyrim playthrough going? Welcome, welcome in, guys. Goldby, how you doing? Charlotte, hello, hello. Oh, thank you, Low Cyber. I appreciate it. What if we held hands in Minecraft? What if our block hands held each other? Pan person, welcome in. Hello, everybody. How is the stream? Tell me everything. Alveron, welcome in. How are you? Great to see ya. Hey guys, what's up? We are playing a bit of The Last of Us today, part 1. This is my first playthrough of this game. I've never played it before. Balls! And this is my very first time. We decided to give it a playthrough because the show is happening currently, and so we wanted to refresh our memory a little bit. But how y'all doing?
Nice car.
Fun Dragon! Fun Dragon, thank you for gifting a sub, my friend. Thank you for paying forward the gift you got from High Roller. How are you, my friend? Hey, Ad Noctum, what's up? Pan person, have a great night. Thank you for stopping in. Get some great rest, my friend. Congrats on partner. It's been so fun and so enjoyable. I'm glad you're enjoying Skyrim. Thank you for the congrats, my friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, Skyrim's the best. Even after my first playthrough, I still had to go back to it because I love it so much. It's my happy place. Hey, Zartrin, how are you? I'm doing well. I'm enjoying Last of Us at the moment. Oh my god, my butthole. I am also currently in Aussie land. I'm on vacation in Australia at the moment. So I'm loving the sunshine. I'm loving all the animals, all the wildlife, all of the delightful Aussie people. They're so lovely. Ooh, you've been playing Deep Rock Galactic. Ooh, Vault Boy. I love Deep Rock Galactic. It's pretty hard, but I would say it's quite fun. Who's we? I don't have a controller. It's okay, Jack. It's definitely plugged in. I definitely haven't unplugged your controller and have been convincing you that you're still playing. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. If you're new here, hi. So lovely to have you. My name is Darian. I'm a variety streamer. I'm a recently partnered variety streamer. We play lots of different games on the channel, but we mostly play story-driven games, RPGs, fun stuff like that. We like to have a good time. It's a bit chaotic over here, so if that's your vibe, you know, you'll fit in just well here. Aw, thank you, Erilyn. Thank you. Ooh, the Digger class. Yes. It's been a hot minute since I've played Deep Rock. I gotta get back to it. Hope stream's been great so far. Oh, it has. And yes, if you were here before the raid, go check out Commerkle. Commerkle is lovely. An incredible streamer. She's been playing lots of Skyrim recently. Her very first Skyrim playthrough. Amazing content over there. Make sure you go check her out. But we want to welcome all you raiders in. We're having a little bit of a chaotic evening playing some Last of Us, doing a bit of pew pew, surviving in the apocalyptic wasteland. The lunar event in Deep Rock Galactic is going on right now, so you can earn stuff. Oh, there's an event right now. Very nice. Might not say, but she's also currently pushing for partner. Let's go, Commerkle! You got this. You got this. I believe in you. It's gonna be smooth sailing for you, my friend. All the best. Lunar Festival event is going on right now. Very nice decorations. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'm like, is it mostly outfits or you get certain upgrades? I love a good cosmetic upgrade. I love a good cosmetic collectible. Only played Scout, I think. Yeah, I think I've only ever played Scout as well. You got a hat. Ooh, I love a hat. Anything that can make my character look badass or even stupid. TBH, either one. So we're trying to do like a stealth run of this game, but I'm not good at stealth. And that was my hesitation with playing this game in the first place, because I'm not very good at stealth. But I've been trying. I've been out here giving it my best go. Trying to stealth through this game. But sometimes you just gotta go in guns a-blazing. You just gotta do it. You just gotta go for it. That is the way that life is. Sometimes they see you and then you must pew pew. Hey Gideon, how's it going? How's your evening? Woo! Yeah, I think Deep Rock Galactic is good. I feel like there's a lot of progression to be had in a multiplayer setting, which is fun. But you gotta have really good team coordination, I feel. And that's where I struggle. Buns of Steel. Yeah, so this is Joel. He's essentially Stealth Rambo. That's a really good way of surmising who he is as a character. But Raiders, let me know what other games you guys have been playing at the moment. I'd love to know. Single player or multiplayer, any of the above. And so do the odors. Yeah, we've been talking about how stinky this world must be. No deodorant. There's mold everywhere. This place must smell nasty. They added a battle pass, like, upgrade thing, but you don't have to pay for it, so it's not really like a battle pass. Oh, interesting. Is it like, if you play more days in a row, do you get certain upgrades, or how does it work? Yes, we have the lovely Hopnoll joining us today. Cameroon, welcome in.
Oh, I got an idea. Why aren't you hiding that house?
Ooh. Whoop! Okay, I'm getting back in. You can see me, but you can't shoot me, bestie, so... You unlock tokens and you use them. There's a little machine. Oh, yeah. Ah, I gotcha. Hey, Keith, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, guys. Oh! Hello, friend. Oh, my fucking asshole. My fucking asshole. No, my asshole is alive and well, thank you. He spelled honor with a U, don't trust him. Those damn Brits. Adding U's where they don't belong. Oh my god, this is stressful. Ow! Oh, it's smelling like naan in here, friends.
Over there.
It's mostly still functioning for your information. Actually, I cleaned it. Ooh, Cyberpunk. I love Cyberpunk. Most of my gaming was spent on Space Engineers, X4 Foundations, and KSP. I don't know any of these, Zartrin. Sounds cool, though. Space Engineers? That sounds wild. Would love to know more about that.
Here he is!
What? Oh. Oh, hi. I've been shot in the hip. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. All right. Love naan. Haven't had Indian food in so long. I'm on my way. Yes, Chris, come over. We're having some naan. On stream naan noms. Gnomes. Look at it. Look at it. Nom, 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 nom. People heard Tom Cardy's Ballad of Smoke and Joe. I don't think I've heard it, Freelance.
I don't think I've heard it.
Oh, it smells amazing.
It'll be really hot, so be careful.
I have to resist eating it. Nom, 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 nom. Yep. For those of you just joining us, this is Lozzie B.
Oh, I'll be right back.
And now she's gone. We're joined by Lozzie B. Exclamation point Lozzie. She streams on the Twitch. Go check her out. Is it garlic naan? Oh, you best believe it's garlic naan. You best believe. I am running low on ammunition.
Oh, really? Been going ham in this pot?
Yep.
May I have an ear? Hi guys, hi raiders.
This is Lozzie.
Hello Kamerkle, thank you for the raid, that's very lovely.
Yes, Kamerkle, thank you so much for the raid.
What a beautiful legend.
Thank you so much.
Very nice place to hang in stream for those who have not yet encountered Kamerkle. Very peaceful, I like it there.
I would agree. Should have waited to heal. Fucking shit.
Hey Kamerkle.
Space Engineers is a survival game in space with a physics engine so you can build vehicles, ships, and contraptions. Light on survival mechanics, mostly building. Oh, that's fun! I can see why you would enjoy a good Kamerkle stream. Kamerkle does great building in Fallout.
Oh my gosh, I think I was having a particularly rough day one time, and I put on a Fallout Kamerkle stream, and we just built a house. And I was like, okay.
Love that.
It was just a good vibe.
Yeah.
Hey Zartrin, how you doing? Aussie's impersonating an American impersonating a Brit. You live with this person? And if you don't hear a British accent at least 3 times, something is seriously wrong with her. Check in.
It's true.
It's like literally, it comes out of nowhere. You can't predict it.
Where is this sniper?
Up there.
Up there?
Yeah.
So will he get me if I jump down?
You'll just have to see.
Whoop. Whoopie doopie. Whoop dee whoop dee whoop. Scoop de whoop. Whoop de scoop.
Oh, you're doing it.
Right here!
Oh! You didn't see fucking anything.
Here!
Hold on, hold on. Now just hold on a minute.
You can always go around the back too. Oh, wow.
What?
You should have seen a
Balls.
message we just got. It was, very funny. It was... it was very good. It was, almost like I'd read an essay.
I would love to see more.
It was very well articulated and logical. Apparently we're gonna get married to Andrew Tate.
What?
Or maybe Ellie gets married to Andrew Tate.
I'm very confused. Isn't that man in jail?
I think he's eating pizza, last I heard.
Whee!
Oh no, Yo-Yo, you did well blocking it.
Oh, edge shot.
A fucking headshot. She's too good at this game.
Okay. Americans so annoying. Always doing silly bad accents. I think that's just me. It's not really Americans in general. It's just me. I know the tension in this game, it gets very intense. Intense.
Camping? This game is not about camping.
We're not camping? This is not what camping is?
You said intense.
My ear.
I thought that was very funny.
Yes, so this is my first it's kind of confusing. This is my first Last of Us playthrough, but I have seen gameplay from the game. Laws are oh my god, Jack, please. She is funny. Look at these little beads. Does anybody have these in their house?
Oh, no, like, that's somewhere, like, you go through one of those places and you're absolutely gonna pick up, like, ice.
Not even weed.
No, that's, like, immediately, for me, crack cocaine.
Not a hippie from the 70s. Well, I think they're cool. I think it's neat. Kerbal Space Program, that's what that is. A realistic space program sim where you get to build and fly rockets and spacecrafts. It's a little scaly, honestly. Space is a little bit unnerving for me.
I forgot I was on camera.
How is it?
It'd be good with curry.
Took all my motherfucking beads.
Hello there.
Yeah, did you guys hear the crunch? Oh, we got a nice little,
That wasn't a good crunch. I can do better.
Can we get some ASMR, please? We're in an ASMR drought, please.
I just need to eat that.
Please, take your time.
I'm
Our
sorry,
ears are
boss.
waiting to be tingled.
This one could be good. Okay.
That was good. That was good. We love a good non, don't we? Cutscene!
Hello there.
Hello
No,
there.
it's not a cutscene, Bess.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I may have actually gotten murdered there. Oh! Oh!
That was so funny. Cutscene!
Not a cutscene. Hey, Skyfather, welcome back.
Sniping time. You're so good at this. You can do it.
Wait, what? Am I shooting?
Yeah, you are.
Press X to zoom.
You want any glasses for this?
No.
Shit.
You missed.
Hello there.
Damn it.
Stop looking at me. You're waiting for the praise. Good.
Come on, peek your head out.
Low Cyber says, nice shooting, Tex.
Thank you, Low Cyber. I appreciate it.
That's the kind of energy we need in this chat, Low Cyber. We love it.
I can't fucking see. God damn.
Oh, I love this auto aim. Without auto aim, you find it very difficult to find them. And that's when you lose. But auto aim is like, by the way, there's this one over here in the far right of your peripheral vision.
It's great. I love it.
This auto aim is just busting my ass.
Stop busting her ass. Hello? I can't do it while I can't do it while he's running. I can't do it while he's running.
You should have. It would have been cool.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Take that,
Sorry.
car.
Sorry. That's Ellie.
Don't you shoot Ellie. Oh.
Oh no, no, no. Sorry. No, no, no. Come on, Henry. What's happening? Should I be doing something? Motherfucker!
Well
Take
done.
that! It's just automatically putting me on them.
Absolute bullshit. Never have I ever seen such ridiculous.
Are you talking shit on my auto aim?
You're not even looking. You could do this with your eyes closed. Or not. Get him!
Fuck!
You missed him.
Fuck! Oh, no.
Whoa! Didn't like that.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
You coming out the top?
He threw something at them.
A Molotov? You gonna pop your little head out? What's happening?
Heads up, fast.
What's happening? Oh shit, I missed.
Here it comes.
Bye bye! Just watch it crash. I think I should.
Double tap.
Always double tap. Am I, do you not like the look of glasses or are they just uncomfortable? I don't like how glasses feel when I'm wearing makeup.
All right. We did it.
There you go.
Can I get out of this?
We should move.
No.
All right.
You're watching them.
I'm firing a warning shot. Got him!
Henry! Sam, are you okay?
I got him! Don't worry! Oh no, he got bit, didn't he? I'm saying he probably just got bit. I don't remember.
Hurry up.
Come on! Hey, Space Pirate! Hello! How you doing? I can't, it's too low. God damn! What?
Oh no!
Why are you saying oh no? Stop! Stop! You're scaring me.
Oh my god!
Stop, you're scaring me. Don't scare me.
I knew she was a July Leo. I'm such a creep. I just somehow knew it. Wow.
How did you know?
Space karate. Oh no. Oh no.
Stop. Stop. Have a good night, Zartrin. Take care. Thank you so much for hanging.
Still here. Anybody hurt?
No, we're good.
I think it's time we quit this place. Come on.
God, that looks so freaking good on stream. Look at it. Look at that. Looks fucking amazing.
Shut the hell up.
That's serious.
Hey, you like ground beef? What if I get you that for dinner?
It's Tommy's birthday.
Just a tin of ground beef.
That's all he wanted to do.
Heat it up.
Canned beef.
Yep.
Plant 2
I'll
Harleys
get
and
you canned
drive across
beef.
country.
Oh, man.
Love
Because
me
I
some
wanted to
canned
show you
beef.
something, but then you got a raid.
Around the block.
Show me something.
What was it like?
It was good. It was real good.
It's
Only
out.
3 episodes.
Good.
Yeah.
Can you believe this guy?
When did the rest come out?
Come on, man. Give me
Not each
details.
week.
Describe it.
You know
Oh
what?
my
You
god.
two
But it
deserve a
drops
little
3
privacy.
episodes.
No, Ellie. This isn't just any regular motorcycle, okay? You get on that bad boy, you feel that engine?
Okay, this is a time of
Nothing
lore,
like
which means I
it.
can eat
Oh,
non.
yeah? How would you know?
Is that because it's
Seen
none
it
of
in
your
my
business?
dreams.
Okay.
My non is limp.
Mine's not perky as ever.
Erect.
I don't think anyone from my group is gonna show up.
Stop it, Darian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Worst part about it all, explaining it to Sam.
Well, it's safe to say.
About
those
to be
two have officially
non-existent.
bonded.
Tommy!
What are you doing?
Hey, Tommy!
Taking
Hello.
stock of all the food we found today.
How are you,
I
Tommy?
see. And how are we doing on canned peaches?
Moving to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches.
Do you think that was a sex song as well?
Why would Henry send me?
Because of the Timothy
Make
Chalamet.
sure I'm not fucking up somehow.
He didn't eat the peach.
I'd say
well,
we
he
all
did
did
eat the
that
peach. He just did
Especially
something to the
you.
peach before. My God.
We're eating naan. Yeah, Hugball, we're
Everything
eating naan.
Yeah, everything's fine.
It's very good.
Okay.
Some penne and a simple sauce.
And a simple
Well-
sauce.
Ooh, what kind of sauce? That sounds delicious.
good
Love
night.
me some pasta.
Hello, gang. I'm great.
How's it
Thank
that
you. I'm
you
about to be
never
watching
skip?
on a treadmill.
Yo!
That's awesome.
Who says I'm
Nice.
not?
Best way to do exercise.
What are you scared of?
Entertain yourself.
We're doing well. We're munching on some garlic naan while playing this very non-graphic,
Scorpions
non-gross
are pretty
video
good.
game.
Being by myself. I'm scared of ending up alone.
Oh.
What about you?
Those things out there. What if the people are still inside?
Oh.
What if they're
Canned
trapped
peaches
in there
last
without any
20 years?
control of their body?
I mean, there's gotta be enough preservatives, right?
Not if I was
Scared of
around.
it happening to me.
Okay.
But Kirby sucked the fuck out
First
of
of
them.
all, we're a team now. Okay, we're
That
gonna
would
help
be
each other
dangerous.
out.
I
And
wouldn't do that.
second,
Why?
I'd pour them into a bowl and
they
then
might
I'd
still look
Kirby
like
suck
people,
them,
but that person is not in there anymore.
you know?
You saying the can
And
would
he
be
says
unsafe?
that they've
Yes.
moved on.
Kirby is an
They're
eldritch
with their
god.
family. Like in heaven.
But I'm not. So what I'm doing is Kirby
You
sucking.
think that's true?
That doesn't imply that I am Kirby. Because then it would just be sucking.
I go back and
Because
forth.
then you'd be Kirby. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'd like to believe it.
I just got lawyered.
But you don't.
Oh.
I guess not.
Yeah. Me neither.
Blasi
Oh.
is Kirby. She just doesn't want to admit to
On
it.
serious talk.
It makes more and more sense.
Almost forgot.
Because I eat a lot. I've always wondered why. But it's just in my nature.
If he doesn't know about it, can't take it away.
Guess who finished the naan first? Me. 'cause I'm
What is
Kirby.
that emote?
All right.
Is that a
I'm
buff?
Is that Kirby with arms and...
I'll see
Beefy
you now.
Kirby.
I love him. Didn't want to chop vegetables at the moment, so it's just a regular sauce that I add a bunch of spices to. Add grated cheese and Parmesan, lazy meal. Yum!
That sounds amazing. I think Tommy found that funny. What do you think? Could be wrong.
He was bit.
Yes. Did you not know?
I didn't know.
What do you mean?
I didn't know. I just assumed he had.
So you haven't seen this? Do you
That
know
smells
this scene?
good.
I have, but I forgot.
Morning.
Oh my god.
Where's Sam?
I'll let him sleep in for once.
Oh,
Well, if you want him to join us, you can go wake his ass up.
okay.
How much do you reckon they smell? Oh jeez, you guys.
The hell? Shit, he's turning! That's my fucking brother! Screw it!
Shit.
Wait. Are you all right?
Oh my god.
Sam?
Oh no.
Sam?
Henry?
Was this bit?
I love a good naan.
Henry?
Sam woke up a
I'm gonna
little
get that
hangry.
gun from you, okay?
Tommy, that's
Oh,
blasphemy.
okay, easy.
You can't say that shit about
This is
Sam.
nobody's fault, Henry. It's all your fault! Henry! Henry, no!
Oh my god.
Why did I hear that? Did she meow and then it meowed?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Fish appeared as you did the meow disappear.
That's so weird. This is the perfect treadmill game.
Just keep running like there's clickers after you.
They're coming.
The first time I watched somebody play this, right when he was holding the gun up to Joel, I went, this motherfucker. And then as soon as I said that, he shot himself.
Jackson County.
Oh, luckily you didn't say that on
Means we're
stream
close
so
to
that we
Jackson
have
City,
clip.
right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be more than a few miles.
Darian
You ready to see dear old brother?
is insensitive.
I'm just ready to get there.
Goes viral.
You nervous?
I don't know what I'm feeling.
Oh, I love these guys. Look, this is cute.
My favorite sound alert. Meow. Meow.
Gosh, you have so much sugar.
Oh God, not Sam, please no. I love a good naan. I love a delicious naan. That was so good.
You're welcome.
Are we in the Pacific Northwest now?
You're in Jackson County.
Oh, I guess if I read. Where is this?
It's...
That was a full body experience. Yeah! It just gets worse after I eat. Hi, demon. Bless you. Thank you.
I love Mark's.
Is it
Holy
Wyoming?
fuck. Why are you crouching? It's so funny to me.
I gotta work out my thighs.
There was a scream, a meow, and a hiccup.
You were AFK, but you're back now. Welcome back, Tangent. All right, guys, we can continue playing now. Finally.
Tangent, we were waiting.
It's Wyoming. Wah, 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 wah.
Ooh.
A new gun.
A new gun.
Pew, pew, pew.
And it has a scope on it.
El Diablo.
A pistol with a scope.
That's my favorite.
Wah.
Wah,
So much for this road.
Oh, look, she's walking. Who would
You
have
just
thought?
follow the river. It'll lead us
Maybe
straight to
she
Tommy's.
knows the right way to go.
Come on.
Wyoming, I've heard, is beautiful.
Wyoming D's nuts.
Okay, so you're telling me I shouldn't yeet myself off the edge. I'm getting that. But I would like to. So, give me agency. Fuck off. Fuck off!
Oh, you should definitely play it, Tommy. It's wonderful. It's a fantastic game.
Fantastic.
You just missed it. I think you go down there.
This way! Ooh, look how pretty!
It's like Skyrim a bit.
Whoa, that's gorgeous.
Are we in Skyrim? Did we just drop in?
What happened?
Where are we
between
dropping,
you two?
boys?
What do you mean?
Skyrim?
You and Tommy.
Where are we dropping? White
They're
Run?
not together, so clearly something went down.
We just had a bit of a disagreement, that's all.
Ah, here we go. So what was it about?
Tommy saw the world one way, I saw it the other.
And that's
Tommy!
why you joined the fire.
Tommy?
Yeah,
We're
your
going to
friend
Tommy's.
Marlene promised him hope. That kept him busy for a while, but just like Tommy, he eventually quit that too.
How was it?
I'll never forgive you,
the
Joel.
last time you saw him.
Oh.
I believe his last
Well,
words
I
to me
can't-
were, I don't ever want to see your goddamn face again.
Are you telling me I can't walk through this here river?
He's gonna help us?
We're gonna find out.
Oh.
My little toes are
Never thought
cold. Wyoming's not a real place.
Just keep
I
going.
am the king firefly.
I knew it all along. Yeah, I'm the same, Tommy. I've only ever watched playthroughs of this one, so this is my very first time playing it myself.
And then you gotta play the second one.
Yeah, and then I have to play part 2. Shit. El Diablo, Spanish for the Diablo.
I read that one too.
Whee! I'm zooming. I'm skirting. I'm skeeting skirting.
Whoa. What's
And
that?
then the third
Right
one.
there's a hydroelectric power plant.
And then the fourth one.
A lot of folks had some qualms about part 2.
It,
that
uh,
is the
It
most
uses the
That's a very
river's
nice way to
movement
put it.
gentle
and, turns it
Canadian way
into
of putting
electricity.
it.
Let's do that.
Look, I know what it is. I don't know how it
Qualms.
does it.
Now, I'm gonna tell you something
Alright.
that I
How are we
think
getting across?
you would appreciate me telling you.
Okay.
Do you want to use your ship to get in there?
Do you think I should?
No, you can. This is the only time I will say it. When you work together in this particular
There you go.
puzzle, at the end, there's an option to interact with Ellie.
Okay.
And if you don't, if you miss it, you get an achievement for both decisions you make. So like, it's not game breaking. But if you don't do it, it's also very funny. But it's also like,
Is it a high five?
yeah. Have you seen that?
No, there's another game I played, The Walking Dead. There's a part where you can high five the kid or you can leave them hanging.
Yeah.
and everybody made me feel really bad about it for leaving him hanging.
Yeah, so I wanted to tell you that because I know that if you had accidentally missed it, everyone would roll your name around in the mud.
Okay, thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it. Left. Am I still going?
You're doing so well. You just must be very rusty.
That gets us halfway. We get the other one up, we'll make it across.
We'll make it across. Okay. So... I gotta get you over there, pal. Am I supposed to hop in them there water? Now I have to miss it on purpose. I gotta miss the high five.
Oh, please don't do it. It breaks my little heart. Throw it.
Hi-ya! Kick your feet, Ellie.
Oh, it's such beautiful water. What the fuck?
I'll find something. So hang tight.
Hang tight. Where are the mud rankings? I know, my name has already been tossed through the mud with the dog kicker statement.
Now you'll be the high five dropper.
Ellie had one opportunity to have a father figure, and you destroyed it.
Father figure. This damn big Larson.
It's a beautiful damn. Damn! I don't think I'm doing this right.
Oh, I don't want to help you though, because that would be sack beating.
It's extremely clean. Too clean. You're telling me it's underwater? There's some bubbles. It's probably where the bubbles are.
You have to go in.
I can't just grab it?
No.
Well, how the fucky ducky am I supposed to get in?
You gotta dive and explore, girl. Look at that, there's a whole Lucy. Ow.
Ow. Whee! Push it free, Joel. Be free. Yeah. I hate OC. Just putting it out there.
You hate Lucy?
So do the gays.
So do...
All right, Eddie. I need you to...
I know.
Why didn't he take his backpack off
Talent.
before going swimming? Well, he had some plants in there that he wanted to water. Figured two birds, one stone kind of situation. Can you get on? I hate the ossification. I feel like that should be a novel. The ossification of the world in 2023. Surely there would be some more poopy in this water.
Maybe.
It's like Titanic. It's just like that scene.
I just hope they're not in love.
All right, get on up there. Go skedaddle.
Go and give it a spin.
Now what am I supposed to do? And I just leave her.
You just hide.
Disappear, never to be found again.
You cannot return because you can't swim, you piece of shit.
Dumbass kid,
You
get
can drive,
good.
but you can't swim in the apocalypse. That load of surviving you're gonna do.
Just learn to swim.
Hey, be careful crossing that thing.
I will.
Teamwork.
Yes! Let's fucking go! Woo! She knew that if she didn't do it, I would have just left.
I knew you were gonna be so sad.
Ah, that's so. I would have been literally like,
I can't see a sad
that's
loss.
a massive red flag. Immediate.
If you play this game with your partner and they don't high five Ellie, red flag.
Red flag, like,
I
get
know,
out of
I
there,
am too.
kids.
All right, next squirrel I see him.
Have a good night, Demi. Take
Pass
care.
this
Wasn't
plate
Ussy
and we can
Merriam-Webster's
scrounge
word
it
for the year in 2022?
If I starve, you're
Ussy.
responsible.
Used on the end of any word to make it more sexual.
Sexual?
Now throw her in the dam. Goodbye, Ellie. Thank you for the help.
Good crouching.
Thank you.
You didn't even break step there.
Should we head in?
Ain't no way around. Gonna have to cut through the plant.
Wait, do you high five when speed running? Of course.
You high five yourself. Sometimes you gotta high five yourself.
I do, often.
She did at dinner the other day.
Because it was really funny what I said.
She said a funny joke, and so she decided to high five herself.
Called being proud.
Yo! Fun dragon! Fun dragon! Thank you for the raid, my friend! Thank you, thank you.
Into that little thingy. Hey, fun dragon,
How you
are
doing? Sleepy Raid, how was your stream, my friend? How did it go? Thank you so much for raiding over. I'm looking up clips of leaving her hanging. How does it go? Let me know. Is it sad? What happens if you leave her hanging?
She gets a little sad, yeah.
A little sad? Oh.
Because they're getting closer now.
Lines operated in connection. They're within 244.05 miles. Wyoming.
Oh, we're gonna have the very intense scene.
Don't say
today.
that.
You do get an achievement for it, though.
Good.
For leaving them hanging.
Oh. Well. I suppose there has to be some incentive to give it a go, right? Need a bit more sleep, so I'll go lurking. Sounds good, Fun Dragon. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I appreciate it.
Sleep well.
Yes, get good sleepies.
Don't even think about reaching for your weapon. Tell
Oh,
the world that you're a person now.
hi.
Ellie, do as the lady says.
Hey, please tell me you're lost.
Oh, we didn't know the place was occupied. We're just trying to make our way through.
Through to where?
They're all right.
Wow,
But you know these
Ellie
people?
throws herself over the
Know
waterfall.
him.
That was dark.
He's my goddamn brother.
Tommy!
Holy shit.
Tomington. Tomothy.
How you doing, baby brother?
That is
Damn.
Tomathington the Third.
Tomington the Third. Tomingting ting.
Tomathing. Tomathing ting.
Fucking old.
Tomating ting ting ting.
What happened to you, too?
Tommy ting ting. Tomness.
This is Maria.
Tomness is alive.
Be nice to her.
Thomas.
She sort of runs things
I
around
was
here.
with dinner.
I was
somebody.
with dinner.
Ma'am?
So I was at dinner with somebody
I'll
the
blow
other
my
day
head off.
who said they had a thing
Embarrassing, considering you're
Mr.
my brother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
when they were growing up, and
We all gotta get wrangled up at some point.
I feel like it's really wrong. What do we think?
Ellie, right?
Does
Can
that
we-
verge into furry
Brings
status?
you through
Yeah,
there.
can we get a poll? Would you or would you not, Mr. Tumnus?
Mr. Tumnus, would you?
Would you?
Kind of a long story.
Would you not?
Why don't we bring him inside?
It's really
Yeah. You hungry?
Her dialogue post left hanging was pretty funny. What does she say? Sir Tomington of the Fungus Duchy.
it's pronounced
Ducky.
False alarm! They're friendlies. We've been
Duchy.
dealing with raids.
Duchy.
A lot of bandits in this area.
Uducci.
Quiet for a few days.
Aducci. Are you
here?
banging Mr.
Thought I'd find you in
Tumnus?
Jackson.
I need to see
Trying to bring the
this.
plant back
I
to
used to
life.
have a thing for Lola
had it
Bunny.
working
Who
before.
didn't?
That one's normal. That
sure.
one's normal.
I am unsure how this has affected me
We'll get a run
as
in.
an adult.
Do you like start to be unsure of yourself when you're around bunny rabbits? Like in real life, you're like, is this gonna
I
awaken
don't
something?
think I should be here.
I should go.
I have a restriction. 600 feet of a bunny.
You guys have horses.
I'm not allowed to watch Space Jam anymore.
They've got this buzz around my neck. I see a bunny and
Yeah, of course.
it's called.
It's working.
It's called association.
I actually have.
It's working.
Easter rolls around and I need to be looked over.
You know, if
Hey,
you want, you can take
Tommy,
a ride.
honey, you want an Easter egg? No.
No, I mustn't.
Don't give me the Easter
I
egg.
mustn't.
There.
Really gonna leave me hanging? I see how it
No
is.
sweat.
Takes like 5 seconds. That's what she says. Oh, my pants hurt. Getting a weird tingly feeling around these bunnies.
No matter what I tell you, do not release the chains.
We're waiting on Hauser and the rest of the boys to relieve
I
him.
may seduce you.
You know, we'll be
Don't
fine.
listen to
Home
me.
to your family.
Just a couple more hours. I'll tough it out.
We can milk all horses, even the male ones. They're all milkable.
If I ask for my guitar, ignore me. It's all a ruse.
Maria,
Yeah, go ahead.
we're in the control room.
Oh, she's got cool
Starts
slick back
up.
hair.
You want to come check it out?
It's fine. He has a Elgato pedal,
It's my turn anyway.
so
I'll
he
go.
can do
I'll come
anything
with
without his hands.
Go with Maria. Put some
You can
food
make full-on songs with just the Elgato pedal.
Come on,
He's
Emmy.
hands free
Let's
in
give the boys
case
some
any
space.
bunnies show up.
I'm sending Tommy
He
over. Stand
doesn't
by.
need his hands.
It's all up here.
This will be the 6th time of them trying to get the turbines back online. We've been here just a
What
week.
kind of bunnies? Like,
Feels
you
like
want
forever.
really big bunnies, right?
Yeah, do you want more like the most humanoid bunny you can find? Gotta be ready. You gotta be ready.
How
So
do
it's
I
mostly nah for Mr. Tumnus. Sorry, Mr. Tumnus, you're getting almost unanimously rejected by this chat right now.
Alright,
Poor James McAvoy.
I got something for you.
He wore those half
Last year I
centaur
went back
legs
to
so
Texas,
well.
back home. Most of our stuff is long gone.
Unwashed greasy hair is always slicked back. Yeah, that's true. She's making it a look though, TBH. She's making it work.
Here.
What is it?
It's a little faded, but it still looks pretty good.
Ow. Ouch. Owie.
Carl, why you ruin these moments?
No love for Mr. Tumnus in this chat.
No, one person
I'm
would go
good.
there.
Who was it? Raise your hand.
Put your hand
You
up.
sure? I mean,
I just want to
said I'm
know.
We won't go crazy on ya.
okay.
Are we hanging out with Mr. Tumnus around Easter
I'll
time?
hold on to it for
It
you.
gets
Oh, yeah.
it gets a little rowdy.
I need to talk.
It was it you, Prez? You know, fair.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just check on my guys.
If you were lost on an island and you got to have a mermaid with you, do you want it to be top half fish or bottom half fish?
Right, because if it's bottom half fish, then it's like a hot lady, but
No, mermusi.
no mermusi. And if it's the other way, then you have mermusi, but you have a fish face.
Okay, so my decision is I would have bottom half fish
Yes.
because I like talking.
Because I find value in people more than their genitalia.
Yeah, and it would be so weird. Like, would that mean you're like pleasuring a fish if it's a top half fish?
It gets weird into bestiality.
It gets really weird. So it's got to be bottom half fish for me,
Gotta be.
and they can do all the work.
Yep.
I don't know
They're
what you heard,
tasked
but you should see the
with
town.
doing all of the work.
We're over 20 families
Please don't
strong
release
now.
the chains.
It was Maria and her father. They set up this place with the
Can't
idea
be
of being
trusted around the
self-sustained with
mermaids.
crops and livestock.
Darian is on the
Remember how we
road to
thought
just
no one
screaming
could
every
live
time
like
she
this anymore?
hiccups. I know, it's so loud.
What are you doing?
It straight up just comes out of my body. Fishiality. If you had top half fish, it would give bomb head though. The suck.
No, they have. It depends which fish as well.
What do
You
you
want a
do for
fish that's
protection?
all gums.
Adults take turns guarding the perimeter.
Yeah, what if
We've
it's
got an
piranha?
electrified fence.
Then you're in
Then you're
trouble.
fucked.
Yeah. You're not
Still
gonna want to
gotta deal
go
with
there.
Infected though, right?
No,
Who doesn't?
it's too much.
But it's the
Top
world
half
we
fish
live
is
in.
just too much to
Or
talk
maybe you don't
about.
have to be.
A sucker fish.
You sound like Marlene.
You get an oyster cracker.
Dog!
That's Buckley.
An oyster
Hi.
cracker has
Much
the
of a
biggest
guard
and
dog.
strongest lips of all fish.
Very good to have
Hi,
around.
fish.
Hey, darling.
That's a good boy.
Feels weird to say hi to fish in this context.
She's full fish. She's not top or bottom half. She's full fish.
completely fish. Ooh, there's Mermussy in the Lighthouse. I actually really want to watch it. I think it's been like 3 years since it was released,
Is
like
this
yesterday.
With, Willem Dafoe and
Robert Pattinson.
yeah.
It's in black and
It
white.
looks scary. It looks
These two geniuses are gonna bring this
psychologically
plant back.
fucky.
Yeah, I think it's just very intense. I don't think
We
it's
think
supposed to
we
be
got it
scary
this
though. I
time.
could be wrong.
I think the
believe
concept
us?
is scary.
I didn't say
The
that.
idea
I'll
of
bet you $1
loneliness,
million
and
bucks.
isolation,
Sure. Make it two.
starvation,
We're
and
almost ready.
alcoholism.
Just need to finish putting the
Bad
shit
mix.
All
No
in
rush.
that.
Look at me, I'm all
I'd
fucking.
take the piranha head, not gonna lie, express bottom surgery.
Oh,
Why did it take you that long?
my brain wasn't in the same sphere. I was just reading and looking at things, so I needed to understand what we were talking about. I just had to understand what the context was. I was confused. Lighthouse is very intense. It's not like jump at you scary. It's like very anxious, intense. Guys, did you see there's a new Willem Dafoe movie? It's called Inside.
Yeah. It's his first sex tape.
They put a scope inside. Where it goes
All
in,
of
we'll
the
leave
women-
that up to you.
All of the women that he's inside.
They put the camera on his member.
Yep.
And it follows. Anyway, I believe he's like breaking into this place to steal art, and he gets locked in this place, and it's like getting hotter, and he can't get out, and he's like stuck inside. It's very claustrophobic. No thanks.
No, it looks pretty scary. Go check out the trailer. It looks very intense.
Yeah.
I think he goes a little cray-cray.
Loses a bit of his sanity in it.
Watch it.
What? What am I supposed to be doing?
Follow Tommy.
Tommy!
He's taking you on a tour of the place they've found.
Okay, that's good. Lower it. Slowly.
I'm cool. I'm his brother. Sorry.
All right.
Dick pro.
That's good. Tommy's here. You good to
He's
go?
got a GoPro put on the dick. A dick pro.
Okay, good to go. Ready?
Just two brothers hanging out. Two bros. Me and my bro Tommy. It's a boys' night. Yeah.
We did it, boys!
Okay, that's fine.
Nice
That's
work,
fine.
boys.
We'll get a hug
Somebody
later,
get on the
Tommy.
horn and give Maria the good
Wanted a
news.
hug? Aww. She just wants
See
a
that?
hug.
Give me a hug, please.
Just two brothers
Pretty
just
impressive.
being brothers.
Looks
We
like
love
you're gonna
each
have $2
other.
million.
I love you, Tommy.
Mother lover,
All right, Joe.
Give me
brother lover.
Let's go talk.
Please get. I would love a hug. I haven't been hugged in 20 years, Tommy.
Nobody hugs me.
5 feet apart because they're not
Like
gay.
the crew you got here.
A gonad
Good
pro.
man.
Well done.
Well done.
This place gives him a second chance.
Something.
Gives us all a second chance.
Is it your finger?
Why'd you leave Boston?
I've been on quite the adventure, little brother.
Little bro.
I reckon it's got something to do with that girl.
It's got everything to do with that little girl.
Well,
The Canadian tuxedo. Is that
Go
all
on,
denim?
then.
Is that what that is? I love that.
I wear a lot
She's
of old denim.
immune.
immune to
I
what?
shouldn't.
Denim is fantastic.
Seen her-
Come on.
I know. I've seen her breathe
In
enough
pieces.
spores to take down a dozen men.
In parts.
Nah.
Proportionate
I
to the
wouldn't have
rest of your
believed it neither.
clothing.
No,
can
just
show.
head to toe denim. Denim hat, denim shirt, denim jacket, denim
All right.
pants, denim cutoffs on top of the denim
All right.
pants.
I've worn a denim
Why
hat
bring her
before.
here?
Supposed
Denim
to deliver to
shoes.
the Fireflies.
Yes,
They're
I'll
hard to
do that.
find, but
Figure
they're worth
your
it.
boys. You finish the job, you collect the whole damn payment.
I haven't seen a firefly in years.
You know where they are.
Cut-offs, yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
asking for much, Tommy. I just want some simple gear enough to set me on my way.
What makes you think I'd do this for you?
Because
This
I'm your
isn't for
brother,
me,
Tommy.
This is for your damn cause.
My cause is my family now. You ain't talking about some walk in the park here.
Jesus, boy.
Boy.
Have Maria get some of your born-again friends to do it.
They
But
got families too.
Tommy, I need this.
We were born from the same womb. Does that mean
want
nothing
some gear?
to Tomington?
Hey, Ash. How are you?
Welcome
But I
in.
ain't taking that girl
Hello,
off your
hello.
hands.
Thanks for
Yay.
joining
This
us.
is how you
Bloody
gonna repay
welcome
me,
in.
huh?
Repay you.
For all those goddamn years I took care of us.
Took care. That's what you call it? I got nothing but nightmares from those years.
You survived because of me.
It wasn't worth it.
Tommy's being a little ungrateful
True
here.
for mankind, and you want to play the pissy little brother.
We ain't back in Boston. You lay your hands on me again, it won't end well for you.
Oh.
The hell is that?
Never lay
Come
your
on,
hands on another person.
You still remember how to
unless
kill,
they're
right?
A cunt.
Tips with laws.
That's number
Bandit!
15.
Stop 'em!
Stay
Don't let 'em
tuned for
into the
number
building!
16. It's coming to you in 37 minutes.
Burger King foot lettuce. Okay. Thanks. Thanks.
Put that on a shirt, Lozzie. I'll buy 12.
12 of them.
You can zoom in, I'm pretty sure.
Ow. Oh!
Yeah!
Good lord!
Let's fucking go!
Fidget cube? What is a fidget cube? Were they in the circus together? Yeah, they have a very troubled past together. They were in the circus.
One of them had to pretend to be a lion, and he got whipped a lot. It was weird.
And he kind of liked it.
Yeah, he's still processing.
Are you a bad guy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Well, maybe you should look at his face.
Fuck. He ducked out of the way.
Yes! You shut his face off, Desi.
Tommy, cover me.
This one. I want this one.
We should get Daz a fidget cube.
What, am I a fidgeter?
I don't know. I know I am. Look at me, I'm trying so hard not to.
You're doing well. Oh, Jesus, Tommy.
Pure.
Pia. 5 cheese Alfredo mac and chicken. Oh. Oh. Sorry. Oh. 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 Oh, you're up there.
Oh.
Oh, I see. No. Oh. Ow. Headbutt.
Oh, that right shoulder loves it, doesn't it? That'd hurt. Imagine getting 3 bullets in the exact same spot in your shoulder.
Yup. Are you alive?
That's our friend.
Okay. See,
he's wearing a helmet.
you say like, oh, it's so easy to tell. How am I supposed to know? They all look the same.
Maybe if you were listening to the story instead of talking about Poopy all the time.
Poopy provides interesting commentary, please. Whoa! My God.
That's one way of doing it.
Holy fucking shitties. Ooh, I love Bop It.
Bop it.
Bop It.
Clop it. Bop it. What else? Well done. Good
You guys see
chicken.
anything?
Delicious chimkin.
Let's get to the bridge.
Have you decided more what you want for dinner?
Bandits, they're breaking into the
I
building.
thought we were gonna explore, experiment, girl boss, gatekeep.
They're here.
Okay.
Have a good night, Hopnol. Take care. We'll see you next time. Thank you for hanging, my friend. We've McFallen. Bop it. Pull it. Yoink it. Splur.
Splur. Did you just say splur?
Splurt.
Splurt it.
Splurt it.
Splurt it. Splurt.
No. Nope.
Just checking.
Ooh, an axe.
I feel like your other one's better.
Yeah, I agree. Squelch it. Seepage it. Seep it. Ooh, where are we shooting, y'all?
That's what you should one of your friends.
Did I get him?
No. It didn't come up with the little red. That's when you know it. Slip it? No. Stop.
Fuck. Sir, this is my spot. Can you please move? Okay, move. Fuck.
You like how you I move my head? Is that better?
Because you were trying to like lean around the corner.
The mic.
I'm going in, boys.
Whack, 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 whack. I like this keyboard.
Yeah, it's a nice keyboard. Law's got a new keyboard. It's the same one I use.
Keyboard.
Oh, I see you. Oh, that didn't scare him though.
Nice.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that your rifle is 9 sides, but your revolver has a huge scope.
Keep him busy.
Yep.
That's how we build our weapons. Actually, that's just how other people build their weapons, because we just find them on the ground.
Yep. We just have to live with it. Bounce it. Blorp it.
Let's go!
Storp it. Storp it.
Nice!
Whoa!
Whoa! What happened there?
Shot the bucket right off the table.
Bye, Commercial.
Bye. Thank you so much for the raid, Commercial. Take care of yourself. Thank you so very much for raiding over. I really do appreciate it.
Thanks, pal.
Thank you.
Oof, done.
Ow.
Oh no, Dazzle.
Ow, my asshole.
Really hit my stomach with this thing. Ow, my asshole.
Can you imagine Joel saying that?
Oh my god.
My asshole.
Joel definitely says it,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
That's all, those sons of bitches.
What's a gay? Never heard of him.
I don't think
We gotta
they're
get to
real.
the girls.
I think it's a
Right behind you.
conspiracy
Joe,
by the far right.
What's my thing? Joel, do your thing. What's my thing that I do?
Shoot and kill.
Okay.
Throw grenades at them and fuck them up. You know? Or shoot. You can shoot sometimes big explodey things and they all explode together.
Where are the big explodey?
I don't know if they're in this room just yet.
Fuck! Oh, well, there you go. Good enough, I suppose. Is it not normal to turn off all HUD and crosshair elements in games where your character realistically wouldn't have them? I would say... I would say that's not normal, but... I wouldn't say it's particularly, strange.
I feel like you should have the crosshair elements because technically you're looking through a scope which has a crosshair.
Tommy, cover me.
For those guns that have scope.
I need to use some more shit, is what I gotta do.
Ew.
Heal streamer. No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
No speed. No.
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 Oh my gosh, I cannot press the right buttons apparently. I'm gonna increase my maximum health. I've been saving up.
Oh wow, nice.
So now I have more health. Look at me go. It's like Kingdom Hearts when you start to get more ticks on your health.
You're killing it.
I guess that's like in a lot of games.
Are you ready to jingle your bells?
Cactar!
So I got this pretty new first thing.
Oh, yo!
Not sure why.
Yeah, you have a founder's badge. That's
Holy
right.
Shit, wow.
More people have founder's badges now since I got partner. Let's go. Thank you for the 16 months, Cactar. I appreciate it. How you been?
That's awesome. Imagine being a founder of VeryDarian.
Yeah, I guess there's more founders. I'm just walking around looting stuff. Excuse me, friends.
Watch out!
Watch out! I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna take this. I'm just gonna skedaddle around. Oh.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, okay. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep-a-rooski. Yep. Gonna do a little healy do. Silly!
I don't think she was doing a Texan accent. I think she was just doing a Darien accent.
Ow!
Nice, Dazzy.
I know you're there, bitch.
Wow.
I know you're there. I can smell you. Yes, we did watch the show Strictly 9. Have you watched it? Oh, wow. You just came up not giving a fuck.
Holy shit, well done, Daz.
Just came up ready to fight me.
Tommy?
Got a cold for the first time in 3 years. My dad busted his ribs in a skiing accident, so he's staying over for a bit. Oh, well, that's nice of you to take care of him.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm sorry you've got a cold. I also have been struggling
okay?
with a cold recently as well, so I know how much it sucks.
Oh man, they were coming in from every direction. Then Maria was like, "We gotta run!" And so we dove over these tables, and this huge guy blasted with a shotgun.
Slow down. Listen, hey, are you hurt?
No.
God damn it. I need to talk to you.
Did you guys notice the gluten joke in the first episode? If you're talking about the fact that at the start of the show they talk about where the
Does that have
bug was
anything to do with
starting
me?
to come from, and it was
About
like
it later.
flour, and they didn't get pancakes, and they didn't get
Did
the
he tell you where the
birthday
lab
cake.
is?
Yeah.
We'll talk
Yes.
about it
Yes.
later.
Yes, we did. Although we had the help of a post on Twitter, retrospectively.
Right.
But yes, we know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Prez, so when you're an affiliate, you get
One fuck
10
up and then I
founders
turn into
badges,
one of those
but when you get
widows,
partner, you get
okay?
25. So more people
have to
who
do this.
originally subscribed to you get badges when
I
you
don't know what
become
else to say.
partner.
Wow.
Fine.
Hello, ants. Welcome in. We still haven't sniffed ants.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
You. If anything at all happens to him, it's on you.
Mm-hmm. And? Kind of excited for this game to come out on PC, but what are the odds that I buy it and not play it?
Hi.
I'll
Very
take that
high.
girl of yours to the Fireflies. You don't have to worry about it.
It's best this way.
Still smells like the
Maybe
ocean
some
to
real
me.
good will come of this.
I need to talk to Ellie.
That's how you get ants
Yeah,
up the
that'd be-
nose.
No.
Dead ants up the nose.
What is it?
That girl of yours, she took one of our horses and rode off.
Damn it.
Ellie.
Which way?
Come on,
Ellie.
I just saw
She's
her
just a
riding on
horse
outta
girl
here.
at heart.
go
She
back
can't
inside.
resist.
Help the others clean the place up.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Careful out there.
Did
There.
she run?
See the tracks?
Yeah, she went off. She done did ran off. She done did skedaddled.
Huggable, shut up.
You changing it now? She's literally gonna change her status now. Damn it, Carl. I mean, Ellie. Damn it. Shit. And now we're playing Red Dead Redemption. Welcome.
She couldn't have gotten far. We'll find her. Don't worry.
Ditch. You guys are gonna bully me into playing Red Dead at some point, right?
She usually
I need your guys' encouragement.
Nothing like this.
Hey, Huggable, I changed
What's going
it.
on?
I hope you
She
enjoy
changed
it.
it. Oh, thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. I'm happy to have you, my friend. Thank you, thank you.
She didn't go down this way.
Well, shit. Turn that horse around.
I will turn this horse around.
How do you feel like the combat compares in
Horse tracks.
part 1
She went
versus
into
part
these
2?
woods. Come on.
Part 1 remake
Ellie, what are you?
tried to adopt some of the same combat styles in The Last of Us Part 2. Last of Us Part 2 is a lot more graphic, a lot more violent, and I think a lot more malleable, so you can play kind of how you want to play.
There. 4
Yeah.
tracks.
It was good. I liked it.
Hello, Calico. Welcome back. Red Dead 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. That's what everyone keeps telling me. Like, they play it and they say it's their new favorite game of all time. And if that many people say that, I gotta play it. Busted the progression by doing every side quest the second it was available, so you were really enjoying it. I find that games that I'm really, really loving, I just want to do everything. I want to do all the side quests. I just want to eat up.
I'd love you to play Red Dead Redemption, but that would be like, you would have to set aside months of streaming
yeah.
for that.
It would be like Fallout. It would be like several months probably. Hello, hi big city boy, welcome back. She called you a butthole. Have you checked
This
your
is
butthole?
terrifying.
That is terrifying. How are you, big city boy? No, I haven't played Red Dead. I've never played it. I know. But I've heard such good things about it, so I think I definitely should.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh no, horsey!
I got your back. How many you see? Too goddamn many.
Guys, I don't have enough bullets.
Go around, I'll
Fuck.
cover you.
Just got a haircut? Cool, big city boy.
Yo, nice. Oh,
Hey, yes, I've heard about your feature in The Last of Us 2. That's so cool.
oh yeah, that's really cool. Sir, you can't see me, so you can't shoot me. That's the way this works here.
Oh, you knocked out the water.
No, not the water. God, no.
Oh my.
Oh, Hi.
Oh.
Ow, ow, ow. Owie, ouch. Ouchie, ow, owie. Ow, my ass. Tommy! I thought you was shooting me. Nope, he's just protecting my ass. I'm just gonna walk around. I'm gonna waddle around like this. Balls.
There was heaps of arrows in there if you wanted them.
Where?
Yeah, back there. In that cabinet.
Oh, very nice. Yes, I'm gonna take all the goodies. Ow! Fuck.
That'll fucking do it.
That'll fucking do it. This summer camp is crazy. It really prepares you for real life, though, you know? Gotta craft me some peaches.
Oh, I was hoping you were gonna say that. Watch my back.
In hindsight, it was a bad purchase since I've never actually played anything on it. Oh, you bought a PS? Oh! Watch out. Okay, sure. Hiya!
Oh, some of the sounds are very intense.
All the games that I own for it, I also own on PC, other than The Last of Us. So now it's like a completely useless machine, right? Oh, you're waiting out there for me. Who's so smooth? It does play Blu-rays. It does indeed. Well, come get me then. Well, then come get me, bitch. Oh, they are.
I got him. Move up.
I got him. I got a visual on him. Oh, Tommy, where the fuck are you going? Woo! Sorry? Oh, hi. Oh, hello.
God, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, a crowbar to the face or a pipe to the face? Shit. That'd be fucking painful. Ouchie.
Are you ready
Woo!
to jingle your
Trot that
bells?
fox.
Eep.
Thank you for the 7 months of Prime, my friend. Oh, shit.
Wait, yo?
Yo! Thank you, Trot That Fox. Welcome back. How you been?
That's all.
Did we get them all?
Back to the horses.
Back to the horses.
Oh, back to the horses again.
That's what they always say. I love horses.
Kai! What's up, Kai? How you doing?
G'day, Kai.
Classes are chill. Oh, yeah, you back in classes? Hope all is going well. Hope it's not too hard. Hello, horses.
Horthies. Horthies. Where's yours?
There she is. Hello. But is the horse
Why are you looking at me?
I didn't know if you understood that. Jernber.
Oh, yes. Is the horse just riding her neighbor before?
Tracks keep going this way. Just hope they didn't get to her.
Risotto.
Okay. Risotto. I do like risotto.
How do you say it?
Risotto.
Risotto.
There you go. Risotto.
Risotto.
Can't wait to get me fucking risotto. Miguel will make me some risotto.
Name an R. Did you see us both trying to think of a word that started with
Well,
R?
I thought of riding, but I'd already said riding.
Yeah, trying to think of something that would actually make sense as well.
And I was trying to make it funny.
Yeah.
But
It was a tall order.
Yeah, I set myself up for failure.
Just the right height, no bucket required.
That's our horse. She's gotta be there.
Yeah, I'm a big boy. I don't need a bucket.
I want that as a sound effect. Yeah, I'm a big boy. I don't need a bucket. I don't.
I don't need a bucket, Mom. Gosh.
Mom said I didn't need a bucket.
I outgrew the bucket.
I deserve a bigger bucket.
Be careful.
Be careful. I refuse. I'm a big
Ellie?
boy who requires no bucket.
Ellie!
Ellie? I just decided I needed to get out of that place, Dad. I just needed to get some fresh air. I really shouldn't be going into the bathroom. Like, if she's in there, just
Yeah,
give
I
her
was
space.
like, these decisions are weird.
She said upstairs.
So you're like, are you on the toilet?
Are you pooping, Ellie?
You can tell me, Ellie. I know how it works. I'm a big boy.
And I don't use the bucket.
I don't need the bucket anymore. I go where I please.
I think I've made... Oh, here we go.
I've never seen... You're really stocked out.
I am. I don't use anything.
What level are you playing on?
Very hard. So hard. I'm playing on the wet fart diarrhea mode.
Man, we've all been on that wet fart diarrhea mode. We've all been there. My name's Joelle, and I like to dance.
Don't need the bucket anymore!
Because I can shit in my pants. I
didn't think he was shitting in his pants.
Well, it was the only thing that
I'm a
rhymed with
big boy.
dance.
I can shit in my pants if I damn well please.
You can. It's my birthday and I'll shit in my pants.
This
if
is
I want.
America. I can shit in my own pants.
You can laugh at me too, because it is still America.
Movies. Deciding which shirt
Intense
goes
scene.
with which skirt.
Everyone, please.
Have
you checked your
Very poignant moment. So I need you all to put your adult pants on for
What your life
once.
means?
That have shit in them.
Shush.
Running off like that, putting yourself at risk, it's pretty goddamn stupid.
Democracy manifest.
Enjoy the Enjoy it.
Admit that you wanted to get rid of me the whole time.
The giant horse cock weighs over 11 pounds.
Ellie.
Well, I'm
The
sorry. I
giant
trust
horse
him
cock.
better than I trust myself.
Stop with the bullshit. What are you so afraid of?
The giant horse
That I'm
cock.
gonna end up
It's
like
terrifying.
Sam? I can't get infected. I can take care of myself.
How many close calls have we had?
Well, we seem
You're
to
a
be doing
bloody
all right
idiot.
so far.
And now you'll be
You're a
doing
bloody
even better
idiot.
with Tommy.
That went on my foot.
I spilled all over myself.
Not her, you know.
What?
A succulent
Maria told me
Chinese
about
meal.
Ellie?
Oh, this was a bit much.
You are treading on some mighty thin ice here.
He says.
I'm sorry about your daughter, Joel, but I have lost people too.
You have no idea what loss is.
That's not fair, Joel.
Everyone I have cared for has either died or left me. Everyone fucking except for you. So don't tell me that I would be safer with someone else, because the truth is I would just be more scared.
You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad.
That man
We are going our separate
should have
ways.
gone to therapy the
So
past
much therapy.
20 years before saying that.
Yeah.
That is extremely fucky uppy.
And then the cycle of trauma continues.
Oh my god, Huckleberry.
I'm not your daddy. Is that what they said in your last Tinder chat? I'm not your daddy.
Okay, Jack.
Are you sure, Joel? Are you sure about that? No.
I don't like this bathroom door.
Never liked it. Trauma!
Hands up if you're traumatized.
Over here!
What? Oh my god!
You're meant to shoot him, not get it in the...
Ow! Ow! I'm getting machete to the face.
Oh, you might want to do a little healy do, darling.
A little healy doo, darling.
You two are so funny.
I'm so glad you think so. Thank you.
Praise us more.
It's been a lot of tears. No, a lot of rain has been on my face.
A lot of tear rain.
Some people think that it's tears, but it's actually rain.
Machete! Chop off someone's head. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
You want me to do it? You dare me?
Double dare you to just chop somebody's head off.
You dare me?
Just do it.
Woo!
Don't scream their head off.
My fucking ears, bro. My fucking ears. What? What?
Just fucking chop his head off. That's he didn't chop his head off.
I didn't.
Chop his head off.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Anyone else?
Anybody else? I have one last. Oh fuck.
Oh, chop his head off. Chop his head off.
Chop his head. Chop his head. Kind of got
so
there.
Close. I thought
Almost.
we got it.
All right.
House is clear.
What's this? Oh, hello yonder.
Oh goodness, the outfits, they've truly merged.
We are one.
We are symbiotic.
What does it say?
Brent?
Pinot.
Pinot Noir.
Pinot. But Colonel Mustang, it's not raining. I just pissed myself.
What the fuck? What you doing in his ass?
I like to get a good whiff.
Of the people you
Let's
killed.
get back to the horses.
What's that? What's in here? Awesome, kind people.
Thank you, Ash.
Thank you.
Pills!
Pills.
What do you do when you get your pills? You put them in your mouth and not in your penis.
Penis. The easiest word to rhyme with. Penis.
But
Drugs.
gills.
Drugs.
Grabbing pills. Pills here.
Grabbing
Grabbing pills. I'm learning so much.
This is an educational stream. You're welcome.
You guys all know how it goes.
Gills.
What do we do with our pills?
Stick them in our gills.
You want a hand up?
Yep.
$1 bills. Will you do an ASMR commentary as Darian plays?
As in, am I commentating on Darian playing?
Or are you narrating?
I think I'll do a commentary.
Okay. You can't,
That's not a knife.
you can't judge my gameplay.
That's a
though.
knife.
I can do whatever I want. I'm the commentator now.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Darian has taken her hands off the controller. All eyes are on her. We're going to go to an ad break now. The ad is for... Somebody give me an ad.
Manscaping.
There she is.
Balls.
Kids will be watching movies tonight.
Amen!
Did you see the mic just go all red?
All the way out.
She yells directly into the microphone. Hey, man!
No bighorns.
Thanks, I'm deaf.
Hate tickling your woman.
I'm gonna hang on to this
Hate
stuff. That's all right.
tickling your woman.
Well, don't make me repeat myself.
Ad time, you got it,
What are you
Huggable.
doing?
Your wife kind of scares me.
Ouch!
I don't
My
want it coming out.
ears.
Subscribe now
Subscribe.
Sorry for
for
stealing your horse.
manscaping.
Come back to town.
We're only
Let's
halfway to
discuss
our
it.
daily sub goal. Somebody's gotta subscribe up in here.
Mine's all made up.
Northern
University,
Colorado, not
Eastern
Central.
Colorado.
There's some fucking plot
How do I
holes
find this
here.
lab?
It's in the science building. Looks like a giant
It's in
mirror.
the
You can't
science
miss it.
building.
It's in the science.
Science.
Have a good night, Ash. Take care. We'll see you next time.
I think the good old
There's a
Manscaped
place for
tickle.
you
Manscaped, hit me up for advertising because I've just given you a. Want to avoid that Manscaped tickle?
Yes, little brother.
Some people are into the tickle, though.
I have so many Australian slangs for what you're describing, and I'm trying not to
let me
say
see if I
all
can
of them. Rug
If you
bunching.
mess up your fourth down, then you give the ball to the other team.
Right, it's called turnover.
And if you clear the 10 yards, then you're back at first down?
First down, that's right.
Man, it's confusing.
Horsey,
Gotta play it a
horse,
couple
horse.
times. It all makes sense.
Fiddler, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much. Horsey, horse, horse.
Holy shit!
No.
Oh, hey, Raisin.
No. not. No. Hey, Raisin.
This stream is sponsored by Raytheon Technologies. When you need to go to a wedding, you choose Raytheon.
New favorite term.
I'm sharing that with Tommy. I don't want you to tell us what you're sharing.
Well, we're heading to Central Grounds. Should be able to see most of the campus.
It's
from
like
there.
really weird to post in a Twitch chat, Tommy.
Look, as long as there's no bunnies in the room.
As long as it's just Hope and you.
I don't kink shame. But those bunnies, they...
Do you know how Tommy has the cardboard cutout of his partner in his stream room? In his bedroom, he has a cardboard cutout of a bunny.
It's Lola Bunny.
Lola Bunny.
Life-size Lola Bunny.
Lola Bunny.
She's taped to the ceiling.
Yeah. I'll lie down. Stop. For no reason whatsoever.
Lola!
Don't look up! Don't look up, honey. I just did some new things with the wallpaper.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. A new tape player every day. She mustn't fall on us.
Is it tape?
What else would it be? Hey, why is this magazine all sticky? Oh no. Tommy is disappointed in you. I thought he'd be disappointed in me, but here we go. Webbed.
Spider-Man. Web.
Go, Web, go.
Oh my god.
When you are on a post-apocalyptic journey, the last thing you want is for your teenage ward to catch a whiff of your swampy peaches. That's why you should use Manscaped.
Use Manscaped. Welcome in, Bobcat. How are you? You should use Manscaped. Exactly. What are you looking at, honey? Just God. This is between me and Jesus. Reminds me of the scene. Yes, from This Is the End. I'll choose anywhere I want to, Seth.
Oh my god.
This is between me and God, honey. Fire rate. I'm putting it all into this pistol.
Okay. Whatever you want.
Whatever. Yeah. And also nothing else because I'm all out of shit.
That was good.
I'll choose anywhere I want. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, do whatever you want with your body hair. Nobody here is going to tell you what to do except we are sponsored by Manscaping.
Nice
Puzzles!
Hey, puzzles!
Puzzles, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Getting us to our goal for the day. Thank you very much, my friend.
Goal achieved.
Let's go! Shave them, braid them, put them into voodoo dolls. That's some dark-ass magic.
Wait, if you put them into voodoo dolls and then you tortured the voodoo dolls, does that not mean you're just torturing yourself?
Some people are into that. You could use anyone's body hair. Free tape for you, Puzzles. Don't analyze it. Might not be tape.
Free tape for you. Ooh, door.
What is in this door? There's so many different ways to go. Wow. Wow. Got my little dad jog going on. Gotta tape myself to bed. Have a good night, Prez. Bye. Did I come from up or down?
Down.
Thank you.
I gotta take myself to bed.
I'm torturing myself every day, Lozzie. Mentally.
Aren't we all?
I'm into that. This VeryDarian stream is brought to you by Armalite for when you want to kill the intruder and your neighbor with one well-placed shot.
Intruder and your neighbor.
And your neighbor.
There was a lookout here.
Nom 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 nom. Premiere of Last of Us was so good. I agree, Bobcat. I thought it was amazing. Very good. Nothing. Didn't they say people were coming? What's the point of being out here if nothing happens? Still nothing. Mark, quit your bitching. Plenty of time to read up here. Working guard duty on the science lab. That's true misery. 5 new recruits from the Chicago quarantine zone. Ha, finally. One of them gave me a pack of smokes for doing a good job. Sweet! 6 guys from HQ. Takes 6 guys to deliver 1 truck. Must be worse out there than I remember. By the way, snagged 2 apples from one of the crates. Left you one enjoy.
Aww.
10 million werewolves. 10 million! Let him in just for you, Andrea. Happy Halloween. Recon went to scavenge supplies from town. Recon returned. Roger yelled at me for sleeping. Prick. 1 biologist from San Francisco. Guy's a real asshole. Watch out for him. 3 new recruits as escort. At least they wished me a Merry Christmas. Didn't feel like telling them I was Jewish. 10 crates from Utah Hospital. A lot of lab stuff. Is there stuff on the back? 4 veterans wrangling supplies. Lot more mouths to feed with all those scientists. 2 veterans who left back in February. Supply dump from Dallas. Holy shit, we got chicken! You better call me over as soon as they serve dinner. Okay. New blonde guy was giving me eyes. I hope he sticks around. By the way, what's with all the commotion? Is anyone going to tell us what's going on? Hope they got it in with the blonde guy, giving him the eyes. Hey, Nicholas. Welcome in.
I bet you if we try hard enough, we can get you sponsored by the US Navy.
What an interesting ad placement.
What about this one? Owens Corning, the largest fiberglass insulation company in the United States. For when you need to stay cool and warm, whenever.
Even when you're playing video games? I'm trying to think, like, what...
Insulate these nuts.
What about my audience would be appealing to these companies?
The US Navy can recruit them.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That's like, seems like ideologically brainwashing.
I hate that, actually.
I only like people who are in the armed forces.
Well, that shit sucked. I got some loot and some lore.
People would live
Can I jump?
here and
No.
just study.
Oh, I
even though
can.
they're all grown up.
Yeah, study.
I have to run and
Party.
jump, probably.
Find themselves.
Uncle
Figure out
Daz
what they
wants
wanted to do
you.
with their lives.
What they wanted to do with their lives.
Dun da lun da lun da la jump!
That's a giant ram.
Oh, are we at a college?
Yeah, welcome back, bitch.
When it came
That's what I
to
thought it
sports.
said, but I think it says welcome
Hell
back,
yeah.
Bisons.
Welcome back, bitches. Oh, wow.
Hey, over there.
What?
Over there, the
It
Science
does
Institute.
look like a giant mirror.
Oh, I see. Oh. Here, let's get off of this. Check it out. DHL is a big esports sponsor. Do you think we can get them interested? DHL, for all your shipping needs. If you need to ship balls, butts, or poopy.
I reckon it takes quite a crew to run that
I don't know.
operation.
What is...
You think there'll be other people
I
my
don't
age?
want you to ship poopy.
I'm not sure.
I don't think DHL wants you to ship poopy either, because then they have to smell it.
I mean, why would you sniff it?
I don't think you'd have a choice, honestly.
What if it was well-insulated poopy because we'd been sponsored by Owens Corning?
Gotta stack those brand deals.
Yeah.
Whoa. What is it?
Did
Sounds like runners.
Stay
They
with
ship
the horse.
bunnies
I'll go check.
weekly. A bunny a
Sir,
week at your
that's
door. We
such
won't
an-
ask questions
Be
why
right
you
back.
still you keep asking for bunnies. We only ever see one at a time.
It's such an ominous fucking chat message. DHL will ship anything, trust me, heart.
Heart.
That is so ominous.
He's already sent us anthrax.
Please. Oh, I can't get behind there. Shit.
Hate when that
Someone
happens.
jerry-rigged this thing.
Okay. I must explore. Oh! Pills! Pills! Need them to ship KFC. Can you ship me a KFC bucket to my house, to my mouth? Oh, goodness. Are there people? Oh.
Always pick the express option is my highest recommendation I could give. You're scaring me, Tommy.
Hey y'all! Hey y'all! Hiya! Hiya! Was that his head getting squished? The Poyo?
I don't know.
That's what we decided head squishing sounds like. Oh, good lord.
Everyone knows you're here.
Hiya! Machete! Okay. Whoopie doopie. Oh, I got a head slice! Let's go! Woo!
That's that.
And that's that.
Generator.
What government agencies do you think we can get involved in this stream?
VeryDarian, brought to you by
Boy.
the IRS.
Now that's an ironic one. Whee! Well, I started a generator. Don't know if I was supposed to do that, but I sure fucking did. What kind of chips are you eating, big city boy? I'm a big fan of chips.
I'm hungry.
She's hungry, chat. Well, we'll stream for 1 more hour and then we'll get some food. How's that?
Whatever you want.
We could get you some money from NASA. NASA? You think they'd send me to space? The first E-clown sent to space, perhaps? Did I? Okay, I turned on the thing. So
Yeah.
are we good now?
Yeah, try and open the door for her.
I'm coming, Ellie. Oh, all right.
Hey,
Hello,
I was
horsey.
thinking I would have wanted to be an astronaut.
Oh.
That a fact.
Yeah. Can you imagine being up there all by yourself? Would have been cool. I'm just saying.
Oh, she's so cute. I love her. Do you remember? I can't say the last one.
She's very lovable. All right, let's go, Ellie. I
Let's go back.
should probably open that up first.
Yeah.
All
I'll
right.
stay with Callus.
I hate that
What does this
name.
say?
I don't know. You'll have to read it.
We had to rig up the door to the generator upstairs. Please use it sparingly as we're running out of gas. No hesitation here. A cool slutty daddy like Pedro Pascal.
Go. Why wouldn't
What
you
about
walk
you?
the horse through?
What'd
Makes
you
no
want to be?
sense.
She just waits.
She just waits.
Well, when I was a kid, I used to want to be a singer.
Shut up.
No, serious.
Sing something.
No,
Come on, I won't laugh.
I don't think so.
Joel, please.
Please.
You just yeeted. Are you good?
The way that horse went up the stairs. That was unnatural. God damn.
That's fine, isn't it?
It was just so fast.
Monkeys.
Yeah, a whole mess of them.
Monkeys brought to you by PETA.
Peter, I hardly know her.
You were proud of that one. Monkeys!
You should follow the monkeys.
Monkeys! They have a secret monkey hideaway that we're not invited to, I don't think. We're too far in the evolution
That was
chain.
kind of awesome.
First time seeing a monkey?
First time seeing a monkey.
Meow!
Here you
Meow! It's closed. Well, fucking titties. What if we go this way?
You went past the entrance. It's like further down there, yeah.
Oh, supposed to go this way. Return to monkey.
Balls.
Joel's actually my last name. My first name is Billy. I was a singer.
Maybe these guys like low profile.
For the apocalypse. I like the piano.
Can you imagine Billy Joel just like being a badass and surviving the apocalypse like this?
No.
No.
Hey, look. Fireflies.
See it?
This is good.
He's just sitting, he's just like watching the stream and he's like, Matt, what the fuck?
Let's try that gate.
I think I couldn't survive.
I'll be right back.
Assholes.
Two.
There it is.
Hello? That's Billy Joel right there in the chat.
Where?
Billy Joel's a badass.
Oh, yes.
I knew you were here, Billy. I knew you were a VeryDarian watcher.
Oh, you have to go
For
right.
the fuck's sake. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah. Getting slammed here. It's great. Must beef up the barricades.
Infected slipping through here.
Oh, I heard that. Are you okay?
I swung it too fast.
Ow!
It's
I
like-
heard that impact.
It's loosening in terms of its stiffness. So it
Yeah.
just came quickly.
Bonked her. Are you good?
I'm fine.
Now we've started a Billy Joel discussion.
Oh.
Balls.
Balls. Billy Balls. Hello, my name is Billy Balls. I'm here to collect your balls.
Okay.
What?
I'm just listening to the shit you say.
Shit, Darian says. My name is Billy Balls. Fuck. Trip to the orthodontist.
No, I gotta go to the zoo.
We have to go to the zoo tomorrow. We're so excited for the zoo. Make sure you're following me on Instagram so you can see all my cute animal posts tomorrow.
Exclamation mark Instagram.
That's the one. 9 goddamn months of waiting and still nothing. No word from anyone. Found some additional cans of food in the dining commons, but they won't last. Had an incident at the Eastern Hall barricade, but everything's... Had an incident.
Balls.
With the balls. Caught a glimpse of a group of those things running around. I saw one that looked like Heather. Maybe it was Heather.
Fuck.
Since batteries are running short, they're now only listening to their radio once a night. I gave up on that since the last broadcast. It's been 3 fucking months. Why do they bother? Cheryl was smoking out yesterday. Said she needed it. She got pissed when I threw out her stash. She doesn't get it. We need to keep a clear head here.
Darian would murder that person.
Well, I don't smoke. I'm straight edge.
I think it's the Mary Jane.
What's
stash.
that?
Oh, I don't know.
Someone's gonna have to go into town and get me more supplies. Oh, get more supplies. It's probably gonna be me. It is the zoo, unnamed zoo, Zooington the Third. Darian just says she's straight. Straight edge. Straight edge.
So many things in drawers and things.
Wow.
There's the door there.
A drawer, openable, but nothing in it.
They gotcha.
Got me. But I don't have Instagram. Cinery, you gotta make one. They were roommates. You can still bookmark the Instagram page. There you go. There you go. And I think you can still see my story as well if you do that. Openable, but nothing in it. Just like my heart. Can't grab it because I got too much fucking ammo.
That's not a bad thing, Dazzle.
I just am too good at the game.
Oh, there's some arrows there. Playing this RPG game right now, and early in the story, this noble girl's family is attacked by criminals, but then they're all taken out when the undead suddenly show up, and the girl joins my team, now that, you know, her family's dead. And just now, as it turns out, she was the one who summoned the undead, and now I'm very scaroused.
Oh, hell yeah. This is the start to my favorite
Love story. Porn. Sorry. That's on me.
Oh! Hole and ground. Ground and hole. You can only see stories if you're logged in. Well, shit. Can I jump? Can jump down. Oh, good. Oh, good.
Oh, she's getting ready, chat. She's gonna go in hard, I bet.
What?
It's like just interesting.
Get shivved, bro. Ow. Hacky. Yucky. Hackies.
That's not easy.
His reload time is ass.
For that gun, probably,
Yeah.
Oh, big boy.
Big boy.
What are those creatures? They're clickers.
Stop, 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 stop. Go away. Go away. Sir? I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
I would like to know where the big boy is. I'd like to know where the big boy is. Where's the big boy? Oh, you got this, Dazzle. Fuck him up. Oh. Yes, Daz. Right in the head. That was perfect.
Doorway.
Danger, danger, danger. Unbelievable.
Nearly got him.
Ouchie.
Yes. You got it, Daz. She's gonna get it. She's gonna get it.
Whee!
Yes.
I'm scared.
Yes, you did it!
Oh my god. That was scary.
You want to save it?
I had to focus real hard. Oh, hi, Nina. It looks like a Nigel. I feel like that would be his name.
GG, first try. Let's fucking go.
Joe. I thought I said Jug. Joe Warren. Oh, god damn. God damn, god damn.
Big stuff. GG. She's so good at this game, it's stupid.
I'm gaming, gamers. Me.
That was scary.
That was literally me.
That was... I kind of love that, Bobcat. You should have that as a channel point redemption. That is... Oh, 50 what?
I don't know. What was that?
It was question mark.
That one, please, and thank you. Make another jib.
A shibooby.
Make another
Have you
melee
ever
weapon.
had dreams that you can
Hello, Scotty. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, I should probably heal. I should probably do a little healy-do. You know, I haven't seen Supernatural, but I have heard good things about it.
I've never seen it.
Shit, I keep using the Nintendo button scheme, and that's not what we're playing right now.
No.
No, it's not what we're playing. Okay, now what? Now I don't know where the hell I'm going.
Just keep going, straight ahead.
Shooting the monsters. We're shooting. It's been exactly 0 minutes watching Darian's stream. It's true. It is true. Cactar has never watched a single second of a VeryDarian stream.
I've done this when you haven't killed them. Like, because it's really hard.
Yeah.
So you're sneaking, and then you're at that point, and the camera goes and they, like, see you, and...
Oh, that's
they
terrible.
start following, but you killed everyone, so...
I shoot my gun. Pew poo. Le shooting my gun.
Poo poo.
Le poo. Le poo poo. Le pew
We
pew.
all know Dazzy loves Le Poopy.
Lois does not like the poopy.
Makes it sound like you give it to me and I'm like, I don't like it.
It keeps falling out of my fucking ear.
Maybe get better ears then.
I need to. My
What?
ears are too
Joel, are you okay? What happened in there?
More infected. I'm fine.
What?
Here, come up on the gate.
Sorry, what? I don't know what's happening.
Open the gate for Ellie. The gate. The gate. The gate. Over there.
That one. Okay.
The gate.
The gate. The
Open
gate.
for us.
Okay, fine. But I'm doing it for the horse.
I bet you are. Darian Horse Girl confirmed.
The gate agenda. You want me to turn that on first? Probably.
Probably
Move the
might
cart
need to
so we can
push it.
open the gate.
Move the cart? What?
Bring it closer to the thing you need to power. What? You're so angry with the game. How dare you?
Well, how am I supposed to plug it in?
Well, maybe don't put it, like, directly on top.
Open the gate for us.
Like that? No. Help. 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 It came up for a brief second. Did you see it? Is it too close? Is it too far? What even is this? Oh!
Open the gate for us.
Ellie, I swear to all that is holy. Is it further away?
You're too far.
What is happening?
It's just the game being fucky with you. Oh! It's right there.
It goes away. Why it do that? I don't understand. What am I doing wrong?
It's not you. Just flip it so that the you can plug it into something. You had it perfectly, just perpendicular.
What the fuck?
If they were infected on the other side, Ellie'd be dead. Joel, are you nearly done? This is like Mr. Bean.
Breathe,
This is a
Lozzie,
Mr.
breathe.
Bean episode. Okay, do it perpendicular. I've never seen, like, you've sped-run most of the game, but this is your greatest enemy. Speedrunners get to this part of the game and they go, this is where I make or break the world record.
I don't understand. I can't even get it perpendicular.
Just imagine how disappointed. Fuck me, why'd I get stuck with this bloke? Okay, look at the generator. You can see that there's something where you have to put it in. Just make that close. See that? Now just push it so it's like side. No, go on that end. No. Yep. That end. And just push it in there. Sideways. Okay, that'll be good. Now try. Okay, maybe it needs to be the other side. Do you want me to do it?
No!
There's a male and a female, so a plug goes into the holes.
I can't even...
I've never seen this. This is why we all come to VeryDarian streams. Okay. Yes! Oh my god, Tess.
You act like this is my fault.
I think it might be. Do you want me to do it?
No, absolutely not.
Because you know I'll do it straight away.
Like, what is the right answer here? I've tried both ways. What am I supposed to do here?
Okay, go up to the thingy. Right up to it. Get your head in it.
Thank you, Vault Boy. Hold on.
Try it now. Try getting closer.
Surely it's... Something is not right.
Do you want to reload?
Something is incorrect here.
Here we go. This is it. This is the... Do it. There it is!
He goes to the cart!
Do you want me to try it?
What do you think I can do differently that you're
I would like
going
to just
do
try it.
What would you be doing differently?
I would be doing it the exact same way.
I really don't want you to get it.
But I do. Okay. It's very hard to move, isn't it?
Hello, Crimson. How are you? Having some minor difficulties. Just some minor difficulties. Gotta sneak up on it.
That's what I was thinking.
Pivot. Pivot.
This is so weird.
How does that make any sense?
So, I think you just have to push it up really close to it. Press triangle.
That was the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen.
And it didn't happen to me on my playthrough, is it?
Unbelievable. See, I was thinking that it shouldn't be right up next to it because how would you be able to interact if the cart was there, right?
Yeah.
You did it!
Yeah.
Got it plugged in! That horse was like, I have zero faith in humans now.
Get off me.
Woo!
Nice.
My god. First try,
That's
GG,
nice.
easy.
Why would they have infected so close to the lab?
Well,
Well, Bill used them as a
the
form
sped
of
up
defense.
version
Maybe
of
they're
that,
doing the
that
same.
was, it took such a long time. Took like 18 tries. And you know what? We eventually got there. Sometimes you don't get it in the right hole in the first try. You just keep trying.
You're a bloody idiot.
You're a bloody idiot. I read that as
I'd
the
expect to
spread
see
up
someone by
version,
now.
so...
The spread up version.
So I've been trying to work that through
That's a
my
different website.
There's pin-ups and then there's spread-ups.
My goodness. Little brain fungus. I think got a little fungusy. Fungusy?
No, we don't say that word anymore. We're evolved.
What do we say instead?
Vagina! Sorry.
Shit, tits,
Little buttholes. Tiny little cucumbers that just look weird. Hate them pickles. So angry. Squelch.
I had Sarah when I was pretty young.
Were you married?
For a while.
I did did spread ups in Pilates class today, or I think it was a Pilates class.
Turned a 2-second part into a 6-minute part. You know what? We're all about squeezing all of the content we can possibly squeeze out of a game, you know? Gotta squeeze it.
Are we ever gonna find living fireflies?
We better.
Eric Griggs. Eric Griggs. Hey, look, I made you some content. Daddy made you your favorite open wide.
Scoot back.
It's a beauty to behold the human mind and all that it is capable of. Whee!
Hey, what about over there?
Aha!
Looks like a way in.
Zero, thank you for the lurk, my friend. I appreciate it.
Sorry, Jack. Having a blast. Sorry.
Ellie, get off the fucking horse.
It's rusted shut. I'll have to find another way.
Maybe we can get over it.
Are you ready? I know what to do.
She can get over it. Then get off the fucking horse. No?
Yeah,
Okay, then let's not. Good.
Try hooking a generator up to it.
That worked before. Well, shit.
Okay, there's a thing over there.
But how do I get over?
It's right there.
That thing? Yeah, you gotta push it. Ah, push it. Push it real good. I also call zombies vagina.
Little poopy.
Vagina incoming. Can you see zombies?
You spelled in wrong.
Please. Don't help me, Ellie. It's fine. Don't help me. I'm good. I've got it. Whee! Nice!
Alright, not what I had in mind, but it'll do.
Get on, Ellie.
Nope. Fuck you, Ellie. See you later.
So you just leave your horse here?
I'm gonna park my horse over here in the horse parking area. Because I'm not a heathen. I
Now
do
what you gonna do?
things by the books.
Big jumpy.
Alright, you're coming with me, pal. I'm very strong. I got my big muscles.
Yeah.
No, seriously, don't help.
Horse only parking lot.
You don't have to be lonely at horses only parking lot.
Very good.
Very good.
Clap, clap, dickhead.
Good tennis. You're telling me I can't jump up there. All right.
All of the wires are pointing to one direction.
Aha! I see.
You see One Direction?
Mm. Harry!
The entirety of One Direction
on,
is
kiddo,
in
give me your
this room. Let's see who we can find.
Oh my god, let's get an autograph. Man is whipping dumpsters around like a superhero, but he couldn't slide a piano on wheels 5 feet yesterday. He is leveling the fuck up. Dude's getting swole.
They paved paradise and put up a horse in lot. Dup, dup, dup. Nay, 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 nay. We need to talk about that later.
What does that mean? Does Australia also have farmers only?
Yeah, we do. Not only farmers? Sorry, wrong website.
Is that where you found your farmer?
You're not a farmer. I went on eClowns R Us.
I was affordable.
It was a, what do you call it, like a buy a bride situation.
But it was an e-clown.
She's a content farmer.
See? I cultivate.
Horses always seem to go and you don't know what you've named till it's gone.
The E-Clownporium.
They paved horse of dice.
Fireflies! Cure for mankind over here.
I'm kind of a big deal.
Let's keep it down until we figure
Oh.
out what's going on.
I saw
What did you see?
something for you to interact with over there on that box.
Aha! Fire! We have a multitude of jacks. What I don't get to actually read.
We have a bunch of medical.
They paved horse of dice. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad somebody appreciates my humor. And by my humor, it's terribly shit.
Maybe not all of them.
Uh-oh.
Stay close.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna sneeze.
She's gonna sneeze, everyone. Bless. Bless. Or
Near clear.
I'm from Lancers, and he has the same sound now. The Poyo sound. Poyo. Poyo.
Bing bong.
Bless. Oh, we love a good Poyo. Poyo. Big very nice. Have a good night, Ace. Take care of yourself, my friend.
Bye, Ace. We'll miss you.
Bye. Farewell. The biology lab. What would be in here? Oh, this is where you get groped? By the man in the box?
By the man in the box. It's just a head and hands.
It's his eager face. The bubble boy. Get groped by the bubble boy.
I've always wanted to be groped by the bubble boy.
It's for handling specimens. I know, that's what I'm saying.
It moops. It's moops.
It's moops.
It's moors.
It's moops.
You said moors.
What's a moop?
What is a moop? What is a moor? By the man in the box? Engraved a fungus.
This is why I slowly descend into insanity on stream. You're seeing it right now.
Me?
Yeah.
What I'm doing?
Putting you in the same situation with the same chat, you slowly just drift to insanity. It's the only way to survive in this dog-eat-dog world.
All I can think of is what I'm gonna cook.
Have you never seen Seinfeld? What's a Seinfeld?
Is that like a Jerry Fonda or something? Isn't that? I'm waiting for him to get grumpy at me.
The fondling booth, $1 to get fondled. 50 cents per butt cheek.
Jerry Fondue.
My favorite Seinfeld character.
He gets a lot of chocolate on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Put up a...
Hope it's actually chocolate fondue.
Oh my god. No, it's cheese fondue. It just went wrong.
He's just lactose intolerant. It's gone terribly wrong.
That was the joke. It was a joke about poopy.
It was a poopy joke. You know Seinfeld. You know the one. Gosh, I have so much stuff.
Yeah, you just keep building because you'll fucking need it. Makaze Truewind.
Hello. Hi, hi.
G'day, welcome in.
Welcome. How are you doing on this fine eve? We're playing a bit of Last of Us, and at the moment, that means we are simply running around collecting resources.
We lost 2 more guards to infected attacks. You're about to go have another goddamn meeting about the safety of this lab.
His voice is very deep.
All of our equipment is here.
All of our equipment is here.
All the personnel have gotten used to
All the
living here.
personnel have gotten used to living here.
He's very dramatic.
Run another test.
Test.
Otherwise, this incompetence will drive me insane.
Insane.
I think we nailed it. Bubble Boy starring Jake Gyllenhaal to the movie list. Bubble Boy! Is that the story of the Bubble Boy? The boy made of bubbles?
You need Jack.
Jack.
Security guy.
I have so many shoes. I need to eat them.
I haven't seen a single shoe tonight.
Look at the tree!
Boy! Boy!
Bum bum. Hey Ninja, what's up?
Boy.
The dynamic duo. What up? What up? How you be?
Hello.
How you doing, Ninja?
Wasn't there a door over there? Or am I going crazy?
This one?
No, to the right? No, I'm going crazy. Sorry. Continue.
Hello?
Shut up.
The tree is so beautiful. It's a very nice tree.
Leslie said you were a door. You're adorable.
Adorable! Yeah, am I doing well? Am I getting through this freaking game? Am I doing the dang thing? Kind of. I feel like I keep getting lost.
Jack the security guy. Zach the security guy.
Even, yeah. Oh. There's nothing in here. Why did you get nervous? You're making me nervous.
I really want to see you play The Last of Us 2 as well.
It already starts. X-rays of fungal growths on patients' brains.
That's just
They
me
look
after a big
fine.
night.
That's how it do feel like.
Hey!
Des! Des, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How we doing? How was the stream? How are you, Des?
G'day, Dizzle.
How are you? Playing some Dead by Daylight. Were we doing surviving or killing? What were we up to? Not sleeping even though it's about 1:45 a.m., but the brain don't want to sleep. I've been there, my friend. The lack of sleep. It is troubling indeed. Hi, Des. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
Hell yeah.
Hey, yo.
Tell us everything.
The prodigal son hath returned. Is this a dead end?
No, I think there's something else.
Meow.
Turn left. Left. That door
Oh,
there.
I see. Forgot sleep was a thing. Well, it's monkey. Cute little monkeys.
At least it ain't clickers.
You know what? We'll take the monkeys over the clickers any day. Survivor games were rough tonight.
Well,
Killers
we
were
did all that
after me
research
most
to
of the
try and
night. Oh no! Overall, we were vibing. Hell fucking
Keep
yeah,
searching, we'll
Des.
find something.
Sometimes those killers, they're just after you. They're like, you know what? I want to ruin your day specifically.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys think I could have been Jack in another life? Yeah, I think so, Viz.
For sure.
I think you absolutely could have been a Jack. All right. Clicker monkeys. I hope to God not.
Sandal, that's funny.
Big question is, what do we do with all you guys? They say the tainted batch needs to be put down. You know what I say? I say screw that.
Yo, 34 hours? Get some sleep.
Anyone
Mate, you'll get
out
sick.
there is say
You'll feel funky in the head.
Oh no, it's the monkeys.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Okay.
He's
Glad we
probably
didn't mess with them
fine.
monkeys.
He didn't say where they went.
I know. Let's just keep looking.
Well, how's the games been for the most iconic duo ever? Oh, it's been so good. I am really enjoying it, and Laws loves this game, so you know it's gonna be good content.
Boop, beep, doobie.
He's okay for at least a few more hours. My goodness, I hope you get some good rest, Yo-Yo.
Please do. Look after yourself.
Luckily for me, I've been jacking in this life.
Think it means he's masturbating?
You're masturbating, good sir.
No, don't ask him that. Because you don't want the answer.
Oh my god. Boy! Is that him?
The fireflies, they've all left.
Yeah, no shit.
But
Or I will be soon.
he can tell the future.
Time to reflect. Been years that felt like we were... Fucking thing was a giant waste of time.
He's fast forwarding.
I'm not
This is the last testament of somebody who's literally died. And he's like, this is boring. Bzz.
Tell me that's not you.
This is boring. Get to the good part.
That's absolutely you.
Good luck with that.
Love the color of Lozzie's hat. It's a great hat, isn't it?
Is it far?
It ain't close.
It's red.
It red.
What?
It red.
Uh-oh.
Fireflies?
Get down.
Oh!
That's a bullet, Ellie, not a firefly.
What the fuck are these guys?
Oh, hello, sir. Do you think you could help
We know
us?
where to go. Let's get the hell out of here.
Looks like you're trying to help him.
I'm assuming I'm not supposed to shoot through this. Yeah, it's like a faded red. Exactly. I love it.
I like it too, mate.
Pew, pew, pew. Unhand your penis, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, fuck.
You gon' poo-poo.
You gon' poo-poo today, sir.
No.
You're gonna poo-poo today.
Stop.
In your pants.
Stop.
Whether you like it or not, you're gonna...
What is the charge? Eating a meal?
For pooping.
A succulent Chinese meal?
Oh my god. For pooping in my own pants.
Get your hands off my poopy. A succulent poopy meal?
On your right!
Moving up.
Ow!
Holy moly, you got me in the titties. Oh. Are you prepared to receive my flaccid penis? I'm not sure he says that. I think he says limp.
Limp penis.
Flaccid just felt really weird in my mouth.
Oh boy!
Oh boy,
Oh, she does it again.
No, I haven't done it again. God.
So you know your judo well.
Stop it, Lizzie.
Stop it, Lozzie.
Okay.
Oh.
Have you checked your butthole?
Get up, butthole.
Fuck him up, does he? See you. Hello? You snorted and then meowed? Please. Did you just shoot?
No, did I?
Or was that Ellie?
I couldn't tell.
Everything's numb. I'm numb. Ow.
Got you now, asshole.
Yeah! Got you now, asshole.
Got you now, asshole. How you like that? In your asshole. Son of a bitch.
Excuse me. Oh, me first. You're dead, asshole. Oh, hi. Sir, I did not see you. Oh, you broke the glass and now he became
got
vending
help.
machine man.
I hate vending machine man. He's OP. They need to nerf him. It's the worst Fortnite character ever.
Oh my god.
So what's the plan here?
No idea.
You're gonna go down or around?
I'm gonna go down.
I made her say it.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button.
Motherfucker!
Motherfucker!
That hurt like a butt cheek on a stick.
Oh, shit.
I'm getting out my health. I'm getting out my health now. This is my gun. I'm going to shoot the head. You got him. You got him. Shoot him in the ass. Shoot him in the butt.
Nope. I'm gonna shoot above his head.
Yes!
Woo! We're gonna go in and around town. Go down and around and...
Further downtown! What's that Macklemore song?
New York.
That's where concrete drives.
Concrete dragon. Oh! Sorry. Ow. Oh, there's a.
Don't fail this. Don't fail this, Sus.
I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. Concrete jungle, wet dreams, tomato. This is like Alien.
What do you want me to do?
Pee-pee, you think?
What?
Put it away. Just the one. Way to break the ice in any situation. What's that Macklemore song? How does it go?
Isn't it like downtown or something? It says downtown.
You ready?
Downtown.
Moving to the country.
Gonna eat a lot of. Oh, he did a pee-pee.
Damn horse.
You get a piece of stray metal through your abdomen. I think you're entitled to a little poopy. Poopy in your pants.
I don't see anyone.
You think everyone, like, yeah, people are entitled to poopy?
Entitled to a poopy in your pants.
Joel? How we doing?
Moving to the country.
Gonna eat a lot of poopy.
Can you handle the window?
Yeah.
You're gonna eat a lot of poopy?
I coughed it out, though. This is so good. Oh!
Ow!
Come on, move!
Ellie, had a piece of metal.
Imagine if he fell on his ass.
Ow, my ass.
God, how far would that go inside?
Just stay here.
Oh, wow, you had a
It's like
genuine reaction there. I didn't like that look.
I didn't like it either.
Those were my friends you killed, asshole. You want to do this the hard way?
Woo!
The last time I got impaled on a rebar, I did shit myself.
We gotta get you out of here.
We're all, if we're being honest.
Okay,
That was
Joel.
like Dr. Phil. That was your Dr. Phil impression.
Now, we're all here to talk about the first time we got impaled on
Move it.
rebar.
Holy shit.
Marissa, you
No one
can go
here.
first.
Hurry.
I did.
Marissa, it's okay. You can tell us.
I did get a piece of
Doing good.
rebar
Just keep
Where?
through my butthole.
No.
through these double doors.
I did a little poopy.
Here, lean on
Get
me.
me outside. How about that?
Well, can you walk?
No, we're talking about poopy now. That's later. Not the rebussy.
Come on.
Rhubarb.
There's the exit.
Last time I got impaled on a rhubarb.
On a rutabaga. He's like high as a kite right now.
He's not high. He's dying.
Nah, he's
What?
He smoked a little doobie.
yeah. I've been there.
The kid's got a gun. Who's out?
What's happening?
Ellie's shit.
You little shit.
Oh. Ow. Surely if you hit a kid's head like that, then
Here, stand up.
rebussy is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Put your arm around me.
Wow, Jack, I'm right here. I thought you said I was funny. Ugh.
Imagine Dr. Phil just casually hosting a show with a pipe in his stomach. Dr. Phil, are you okay? It's fine.
It's fine. We're here to talk about you.
I'm just. Oh, God.
Oh, fucking shut myself again. Live on television. Luckily, it's daytime television and only sad people watch me.
Take your time.
Come on.
No hate to the daytime television.
No, we have a lot of those in this chat. Yeah, I think Ellie's been playing a lot of Call of Duty. That's why she's so good at this.
That horse is lucky to be alive.
Come on.
Just Get the horse.
All right.
Dude, he should fucking love her after this.
We'll just
You
have
get on?
to see, won't we?
He should have fatherly acceptance of her after this.
How nice is that sound?
The horse clopping? Like music to your ears.
It is.
I think we're safe.
Put that on.
Joel?
Fantastic. Uh-oh.
Joel? Shit. Joel.
The
I'm a
giant
sleepy
horse
baby.
cock weighs over 11 pounds.
Hello, Duck. Welcome back.
You gotta tell me
Ladies
what
and
to do.
gentlemen, this is my last episode as this rebar has infected my abdomen.
So Joel dies.
So that's the end of Joel. That's the end of his era.
And then we go straight into The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
And Ellie kills all the horses. That's her
And revenge.
Yeah, that's her revenge story.
Yeah.
Winter!
Winter.
I hardly know her. Bunny! Where's Tommy?
Oh, little bunny.
Watch out, Tommy.
Tommy, close your eyes.
Close your eyes if you're watching this on the treadmill. Oh. Might die.
Make a full recovery.
Sorry, Tommy. He'll be fine. Want some bunny for dinner?
No! Don't release him!
It's dead.
Keep him chained up!
A deer? A
just
deer? A female deer?
The bunny will be in the sequel.
Just announced. The Last of Us 3 featuring
Send it through
bunny with
DHL.
hole in chest. You know what that hole's good for?
What is it good for?
Sticking in your...
Sticking in your asshole.
I've never seen the clip where the poor Twitch streamer playing this for the first time starts crying from the poor bunny.
Yes, Nega Oryx is her username. She's fantastic. She's wonderful. She does voice acting now, too.
Oh, shit,
Pog.
yeah.
Last of Us Part 3 starring Rob Schneider.
I'm the bunny! This game's about me now! Y'all had your revenge, it's me!
That's the perfect Rob Schneider impression.
I was trying. You can do it!
Easy.
Gotta go really slow.
There are 3 characters of The Last of Us 3. Rebar Stomach Dr. Phil, Arrow Rabbit, and Dead Horse.
Dead Horse is my personal favorite.
And the theme song will be Dead Horse by Hayley Williams.
Mm.
You can beat it like a dead horse. And Rob Schneider's just
beating it.
You creeping up on this deer?
There is no deer. Yeah, I'm literally Atreus right now.
What?
My legs kind of went through the
No,
rocks.
I didn't see
a
it.
little
I
bit.
looked away. I didn't see a single issue.
It's all good.
There's the deer. Oh,
I'm really far away.
You can do it. Fucking give it a crack.
Well, then I'm gonna scare it.
Well, then maybe just do whatever you want.
I'll do whatever I want.
Okay.
I go very slow, very quiet. Is that a kookaburra?
I love how you say kookaburra.
How do you say it?
You emphasize kook. It's very funny.
Please!
Gotcha.
Shit! Motherfucker.
Oh, he's running like he's got an arrow in his body.
Okay, you can't cancel an arrow with L1. I tried, by the way.
What'd you do instead?
I just shot the arrow.
Oh, did you?
Because I couldn't cancel
I
it.
didn't see.
I just pew-pewed it. Hey, Clusterbug.
G'day, Clusterbug.
You can do it.
You can do it. Got his fucking head off.
I'm just torturing it.
Have you not seen The Longest Yard?
A very, very long time ago.
Oh my god.
It's nowhere near here, is it?
Follow the blood.
What? What?
It cracks. It's saying don't walk in the sticks because it's loud.
Got it.
Don't walk in the sticks. Oh, he's right there.
Oh, hi.
Hold it steady.
Can you move your head, sir?
Got you.
Are you serious?
Crap, he's fast.
Okay.
You're not doing anything wrong.
Okay. Crap, he's fast.
You're being perfect. Don't effing with sticks.
Yeah, don't fuck with sticks. Don't do it.
Don't fucking with sticks.
I'm duck walking. Wah, 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 wah. Could write one hell of a paper on the depictions of dealing with fatherhood in the wake of major emotional trauma using Last of Us and God of War. There are big parallels between the two. Huge parallels, and I love it.
Look at all that blood.
Wow, so I feel like something's perhaps been shot.
Twice.
Twice with arrows by an inexperienced hunter.
Huntress.
Where the fuck did it go? I'm coming for you.
I'm coming.
You better watch out, Mr. Deer.
I can make plenty of shoes out of your skin.
And then I'll eat it. Gotta make shoes first. Nice and chewy. Dude, this guy just went for an afternoon run after I shot him. Dude was like, I'm gonna leave the country now.
I wonder when we find Atreus.
Atreus. Oh! Don't run.
Keep out. Ellie runs in.
I do what I want. That sign is for people who can read.
Dudes, have you seen the gameplay videos of the Sons of the Forest? Have they recently just come out? Because
We
we
saw
watched one.
some.
We watched one last week, and we were pretty stoked.
Mm. Yeah, the AI companion. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so you can play by yourself, in a way. And they flagged that you could have other AI companions as well. You just have to find them in the place.
The deer has a house. This deer is a homeowner.
God, lucky him.
Ooh, what's this? Thank you.
There should be a crossover called The Last of Kratos. And it's him running around in a mushroom costume calling all the zombies boy.
Boy.
Okay, I'm pretty high.
Awesome.
I like this idea, Nina. I like it.
I like it. We're onto something.
Uncertainty. Mankind's trillions have become billions. The Traveler's technology eclipsed the most optimistic projections of human advancement over the next 500 years, and humanity's feeble resistance has all but crumbled. Barely surviving the crash of the Kobayashi, Daniela and Captain Ryan face the impending menace of the surface of Titan.
Wow.
Yeah, the AI system is really cool. I think it's fun that they did that, especially for a game where there is a considerable difference when you're playing by yourself versus playing in a group.
Yeah, oh my gosh, but I'm so excited to play Sons of the Forest.
Yeah, you best believe we're going to be playing Sons of the Forest with Ducko as soon as it comes out, baby.
As soon as it comes out, let's fucking go.
We've been looking forward to this game for months. Each AI has their own skill sets. Yeah, it's so cool. Oh, it died.
How's she gonna get it back, though?
She didn't think that part through.
Who's there? Come out!
Hello? We just want to talk.
Any sudden moves and I put one right between your eyes. Ditto for buddy boy over there. What do you want?
Name's David. This here's my
I
friend
don't
James.
trust either of you. I
From
gifted some
a
for
larger
Galloway.
group.
I'll take care of
Women,
you after
children.
stream. I got
All
you, my
very, very
friend.
hungry.
So am I. Women and children, all very hungry too.
Well, maybe we could trade you for some of that meat there. What do you need? Weapons? Ammo? Clothes?
Medicine. You have any antibiotics?
We do. Back at the camp. You're welcome to follow us
I'm
back.
not following you anywhere. Buddy Boy can go get it. He comes back with what I need. The deer is all yours.
Buddy Boy is a
Anyone else shows
suspicious
up-
name.
You put one right between my eyes.
That's right.
That's right.
2 bottles of the penicillin in a syringe. Make it fast. Go on.
Go on, get.
I'll take that rifle.
Of course.
I don't fucking trust you.
Back up.
They don't have a specific release date, just February. Yeah, it's getting close. I wonder when they're gonna come out with a day. Will the AI play the game for me so
Probably
I can
gonna
play
be a
Cookie
while.
Clicker instead?
Cookie.
Hopefully.
Cookie.
Mind if we take some
Cookie.
shelter from the cold?
Kratos just lets the zombies bite him because they can't
Bring him
infect
with
him,
us.
and he pats him on the head and says, "You tried. You tried, boy. Girl. Zombie boy."
There.
Bite him was a sex-based term.
Well, you really
Well,
shouldn't be out
goodness
here all
me.
alone.
I don't like company.
I see.
Oh.
What's your name?
Why?
Look, I understand it's not easy to trust a couple of strangers. Whoever's hurt, you clearly care about them. I'm sure it's gonna be just fine.
We'll see.
You ready?
You had another gun?
Ooh.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd really like my rifle back now.
No, you have your pistol.
Hope you know how to use that thing.
I've had some practice.
Oh.
Let's go. Don't fuck this up.
I surely haven't,
have to
though.
keep them out.
No, you kill it.
What?
Let's
What?
hope they don't find him.
What?
Cover the windows.
Okay.
Cover the windows.
And the wall till the sweat drips down your balls.
What do you mean?
It's in cover, as in watch for zombies coming through.
Done this before.
They're infected.
You're not as strong as you are.
You weren't kidding. You're a better shot with that thing than I am.
I know.
Give me a hand with this.
Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. I pushies. Should have strip searched him. You know, I'm always saying that. I'm trying to figure out how to draw the bird.
Oh, titties dazzle.
Oh my god.
They're coming through the windows.
Don't let them come on the windows.
Well, that's just rude. What are you shooting at, sir?
Why do they have mushrooms on their head? Coco, I'm not sure. Have you been following the Last of Us storyline for the past 11 hours? You got this, Dad. You got this.
You can use this.
Okay. What do you? What's happening?
I gave you ammo that you have to reload. You can't really make it show this.
Oh, did I die? They don't show it.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
it's Ellie.
Okay, that's fair. It's a good tip.
Hold L2 to aim, then press R2 to shoot. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you've forgotten, but you can use guns in this game. You don't have to walk around aimlessly.
Oh, shit.
You too can shoot zomboids.
Easy mode.
Oh, Lord,
Hey,
there's a whole
bro,
lot of
you
them
want
coming
some help?
Yeah, I see him.
Nice shot, kid.
Nice shot, kid.
You're better than me with that thing. to let him take care of some of them.
Press triangle on the door. And you can leave.
Here's some more bullets.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Uh-oh. Shit.
You got it.
Fuck. Oh my god, I need to reload. Shit. Reload, Ellie. Reload, please. Fucking hell, man.
Your gun literally just like bent around.
We're getting out of this room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Follow him, Daz.
Let's go. Ow, my ass.
Come on, I'll block their path.
Oh boy. Damn shit.
Can we saute some mushrooms?
Follow me through here.
Now,
Saute some mushrooms, if you will.
like a mushroom risotto.
Do you know where you're going?
Or as my Darian says, risotto. What did you say?
Risotto.
Risotto.
Risotto. What have I missed?
It's clear.
What do you mean?
In chat,
way.
have I missed anything?
Sorry. As far as I know, the death animations were meant to cover a load screen on death. The newer hardware loads faster, and you skip
you
it.
holding up?
Oh.
You don't need to worry about me.
Daddy Cinery is telling Kurglo the reason
Stay
there
close.
are mushrooms in this game being based on cordyceps. Single spore can lead to deaths of entire colonies.
My god.
15 burger Bing Boot Bettis.
Bumber
Hey, kid,
15.
you all right?
Burger Bing butt bettis.
More clickers. Get out of there!
Excuse me?
You can have some mushroom soup. If you don't see me next stream, you know what happened. You know that they wake up. You're not gonna do it stealthily?
What, down there?
No, you don't have to, but okay, you just did.
I just did. I want to get the loot, please. You don't see fucking shit, bro. Woo!
Hoo-yah.
I would like the goodies, please. I'm very sneaky.
Yep.
I'm a sneaky girl.
My favorite is I don't think you don't frequently use the listening tool, so you're just like kind of yeeting around, and I love it. You're like, oh, there's one.
Woo!
There you are.
Come on, doors this way.
Okay.
You
Hello,
watching-
Papa.
We are watching the Last of Us show. We watched the first episode. We'll be watching a new, like, doing.
We need to get up there.
We'll watch.
There. That ladder.
We'll be watching it again in our copious amounts of time.
What do you want me to do about it? I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare.
I'm just a kid and life's just a nightmare. I think you can get boosted, maybe? You have to try and get up there. Uppies to the other. Uppies to the other. Yeah.
Up here!
Come here, boost me up.
Or you can just boost me up over where the thing is that we need. Or we could just do it the hardware.
We could do it the hardware, honey. Let's go acoustic.
Yeah, deaf playthrough, exactly. Not listening.
I know.
Not listening, not looking, not perceiving. Oh. Where am I supposed to be going?
You have to go around.
Oh.
Ellie is squatting just like her father.
Aw, that's wholesome. She
see-
learned how to squat just like her papa.
I see my dad duck walk every day and I thought I'd fucking try it.
Boop.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, is that Schmoot?
Schmoot!
Who's this?
Fireflies. Flip. Boy! Travis Christoph.
Travis Christoph.
Master marksman skill unlocked. Let's fucking go. Is that it? That was pathetic in terms of loot. I'll be honest.
There's a lot here, miss.
Okay, now I feel better. Okie dokie.
This has made the treadmilling fly by. Hell fucking yeah.
Hell yeah, Tommy,
Let's
you're
go.
welcome. I'm so glad.
Put on a blindfold and headphones and take a nap. Sitting on the video of the day.
Come on.
Pizza time. Enjoy your pizza, Nina. Enjoy the zaw, bro.
Why didn't he let me climb down the... Okay. Would have been nice if I could climb down the ladder.
No,
Where's
just
the
break
pizza?
your fucking ankles.
Where's the pizza at?
Where's the pizza?
Where's
Through
the
here.
pizza?
Run, Dazzy!
Need to find a way out.
I love running.
Yeah, no shit.
Watch your language.
Here we go. Get your body ready.
Hold on, I'm thirsty.
Gotta be a way out of here.
You shush. I'll figure it out. Just give me a moment. Don't need ammo.
You will, though.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza, yeah, for you and me. You would get that if you watched SpongeBob.
I don't think I'd get it no matter what I watched.
Glad you knew that. Of course I do. I grew up on SpongeBob. Laws did not.
You grew up on him?
I grew up on top of him.
Like a mushroom.
Mm-hmm.
He was the toadstool.
Yes, give me these. Thank you. They're loading me up with items, which usually means that we're about to have a very
Looks like
peaceful
someone already
time
fought
in this
those things
game.
They just called me Squidward.
Been looking for these boys.
That's mean. She's not a
Grab the
Squidward.
And look for an exit.
Where's my diet, Dr. Kelp? How am I supposed to eat this
Keep your
pizza
eyes open for anything we can
without a
use.
drink?
See anything?
It's a dead end. How on earth did they use this building?
Oh,
So what do we do?
We hold our ground.
hold on. I'm just
Choice?
crafting over here, feller.
Wow,
Yeah.
so much going on.
I have so much shit. Like, I'm about
Get
to
ready.
get absolutely rocked.
You'll need it. All of
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Can't you hear them?
Time to go. Can I save?
Of course you can. You don't have to ask me for permission.
This dude like immediately running towards us. Woo! Woo! Wee!
You hear that? They're on the roof.
I know.
They're on the roof?
They're everywhere. They're coming from the
Oops, I missed that one. Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no.
Clicker, dicker. Let's fucking go.
Balls.
What is she shooting? Where is my auto aim? What the fuck? Oh.
I can't believe you're playing this difficult.
I know, thank you.
This is crazy.
You should believe it though, because I'm an expert gamer. Get off of me! Boy, you freak! Oh!
We're doing fine, kid.
It doesn't feel like it.
Thank you.
Stay focused. We'll make it.
Remember, you have your Molotov cocktail. If you need it. I'm not saying you should use it, you should just do whatever you want. You've got sparkles on you.
Yes, it's called a highlight.
Here come more.
Roof.
How many of these
Why
things
did
are
that
there?
sound so patronising?
It's called a highlight.
at it.
You might not have heard of it.
Infected.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow.
It shows reported here.
Ha-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Ha-ba-da. Ha-ba-da-da-da. Ha-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Sorry. I'm just panicking, so I'm making noises to make myself feel better. Woo! Woo!
It's a bloater!
A bloater.
What?
Those big fucking guys!
Where? That's where we found him.
I have a bloater.
Nope. Huh. Bad. Ow, my ass.
I'm Chewbacca Rao. Sexy Chewbacca
Oh my god. Oh, you're my friend. That is friend, not foe. Are you gonna fucking come over here or what?
He's like clenching right now.
Oh my god. You're gonna throw something at me, fuck.
I mean, you can always use.
Oh my god, my butthole! Yeah! Oh my god, my butthole! Get fucked! Oh my god, my butthole! Get absolutely fucked, my darling.
Kid.
They throw farts.
No, I think we did it.
I am not unbothered, Jack. I'm just like internally freaking
Don't sound
out.
so disappointed.
Oh my god. That was a stressful fight.
You did well.
My heart rate is just pounding, just thumping. Alright, can I craft things? Oh! Ric Flair, woo! God damn. GG, thank you. I tried my best.
You did very well. Are you released now?
Have I released?
Your butthole.
Have you released your butthole?
Skip up, butt up, boop.
I have not played any of the Red Dead before. None of the Red Dead. Not even one.
Check. Woo! Woo!
Woo!
Woo!
Give me that. Where did my friend go? Are we going back the way we came?
Back down the hole.
In the hole! Alright. Are you thinking, contemplating?
Darian vs. Walls again.
I will
How do I
always
interact?
No
Am I close enough?
What'd I tell you?
Just keep bumping into it.
Woo! All right. Let's head on back. Check on that buck of ours.
Don't touch me. Literally, get your
Don't
fucking hands off me.
touch me.
That's fucking disgusting.
Well, you handled yourself pretty nice back there.
My ears.
Don't fucking touch me.
Let's say we
Sorry guys, I'm
made a
getting
pretty
used
good
to this
team.
microphone. I don't know what I'm doing.
We got lucky.
Lucky? No. No such thing as luck. Now, you see, I believe
I'm getting bad vibes.
everything happens
I don't...
for a reason.
Sure.
Well, I do.
I don't
And
like
can
him.
prove it to you. Now, this winter, that's been especially cruel. A few weeks back, I sent a group of men out nearby town to look for food.
I do not like this man in the shed.
Only a few came back.
It's the man in the shed.
He said that the others had been slaughtered by a crazy man.
Nah, he just has an evil voice when you get to know him.
He's a crazy man traveling with a little girl. You see, everything happens get upset. It's not your fault. I'm just a kid.
Yeah, shoot him, Ellie.
James, lower the gun.
No way,
James.
I'm not gonna let her go.
Lower the gun.
Holy shit.
Now give her the medicine.
The others won't be happy about this.
Yeah, well, that's not your concern.
You're speedrunning this shit. Am I heretic? Am I?
You're doing very well.
Long out there.
Yes. I'm trying. I'm out here trying to get the world record speedrun. I've lost by about 10 hours so far, but I think we could get it.
I think you're over 12 hours now.
Over 12 hours played?
Mm.
Oh, cool.
Oh, no, not played, as in just you playing it.
I've been playing for 12 hours. Gotcha.
Let's get out of here.
Ellie, wake up!
I don't like this.
Come on. Is the rabbit feeling better yet? By the time we get to part 2, the rabbit is feeling much better. Has been rejuvenated.
Come on.
In 6 minutes for the gate. Yeah, exactly. That slowed down our speedrun time.
What?
The generator with the gate.
Shit, tits, little
But I think we could bring it
tiny
home.
Little
Cucumbers.
I told you,
just
that's
look
the classic
weird.
obstacle
Hate
in
them
Last of Us
pickles.
speedruns.
So angry.
It's
The
gate.
generator with
Yeah,
the
the
gate.
generator gate
I
situation.
only managed to get a little.
Parked my horse in the garage.
But I did get this.
He's not feeling great.
Move your arm.
No.
He's not doing great. No.
Here we go.
Oh, that's a...
Sorry.
You telling me that you don't like that?
Hold on. That's it.
You gave me shit about needles. That's
Well, it's not
nasty.
the fact that it's a needle.
That hurt. That would hurt.
It's the fact that it's severely infected.
That's alright, she stuck something in it. That helps.
Usually. Oh.
Danger, danger, danger. Unbelievable.
Danger, danger, danger. Unbelievable.
Just poke it a bunch. That's usually how you get something to heal up.
It moves the juice around inside and you just poke it and it's like...
Corn, it has the juice. I'd be a mortician. Really? Ugh. Look,
We'll leave that to you.
The mortician's assistant, is that what it's called?
Mortuary.
Assistant. I think that glamorized the...
Glamorized?
It glamorized the profession too much. Not everybody wants to be the mortuary assistant.
But only one will prevail. Watch now, season 17 of The Mortuary Assistant. Who will be the next big buddy cutter?
Buddy.
Buddy cutter.
Buddy.
Buddy cutter.
She stuck something in it and it wasn't rebar, and that was the problem.
If it's not rebar, then it's not fun.
We even sure she's here. More horse tracks down the fucking street. She's here. Hey, I got her!
Well, that wasn't too hard, was it?
What are you waiting for? Shoot her! But David said... Fuck David!
No!
Shoot her now!
Run.
These guys really want me dead.
That was a knife to the throat, it was. A bitch, no. Bitch, no. No. Get your own horse. This is mine. This is my horse. You get off. You can get your own. This is Whiskers. This is my horse. Me and this horse have a connection that you wouldn't understand.
What do they want?
Shit, she's heading off.
You wouldn't treat Whiskers right like I do. Sorry.
The dog, the horse's name is Whiskers.
Whiskers.
I like how you just keep running into people despite it being very clear that you're meant to dodge them.
Well, there's people on both sides.
There was no one on that side.
Well, I couldn't get over there. The game didn't let me.
You can't have my horse.
This is my horse.
Her name's Whiskers. Oh, Whiskers.
That was my horse. We had a special connection.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh! Shit. Whiskers. Whiskers. I'll remember your plentiful whiskers.
I don't see her though.
Oh my
Stop.
god.
Stop. Can I go in through the window? God, I fucking hope so. Never name them. And you know what? We found out why you never name them. Is that the front door? Yep. No, it's not. Close to. Gotta get the booze. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on.
How many of our guys were killed there?
Where are they? I hear them.
There he is. Can you not see?
Right there.
Right there.
You think I could get a 2 for 1?
Yeah, let's give it a go.
On the porch.
Whoop! Sorry. You scared the fuck out of me. Jesus Lord.
So loud.
I'm moving up.
Thank you.
You're gonna pay for this, you little shit.
Well, how expensive is it? What could it cost? $10?
What?
You're gonna pay for this? What, people's death?
How much do you value your friend's life?
What could it cost?
Oh, yeah, just pick up the shotty.
A pump shotgun. Oh, Lord. Hold on a second. I would like to change the gun, please. Ow.
Why are you still
Because I'm trying to hide. Hello?
Where do you think you're going, huh?
Watch your back.
I done did shot his head off.
Oh, it's sliding. That's fucking nasty. She loves it. She'll do it to humans, but not animals.
Okay, you're being a little
your
bitch
back.
ass right now, honestly. Okay, oh shoot.
Oh! Oh my god, you killed our girl. Big oof. Ow.
Saw her skull fracture.
Ooh. I saw Ellie go in implosion. Okay, we're back again.
Back at it again.
See what you went.
What?
No, man, I got nothing.
Oh, holy shit!
They won't see me. Oh, I shot right by his head.
Just shoot him in the butt.
In the yard. Yeah, literally hold L2 to aim and press R2 to shoot. That's the tip that they're giving me. That is the tip that they have.
I've never seen that before. I'm sure.
I need you to stop laughing at me.
Pay for this, you little shit.
Laughing at you.
Ow! Snap. Fuck off. Fuck off. Please, fuck off. I asked you nicely.
Watch my back.
Please.
This is a spicy gazebo.
Gazebo.
A gazebo. My ass hurt.
Don't lose her.
It's going numb.
Ow. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, it's Childish Gambino. Oh, good. Just a week ago, crew at my house.
And we party every weekend, so on the radio. That's my favorite song.
Make me bounce around like I don't know, like I don't know.
I'm not a doctor. Girl, why is you lying?
Girl, why you Mufasa? Yeah, because of Sukasa. Yeah, we boiling potatoes. That's the only thing I can think of.
We boiling potatoes.
And it's Santa and my Frodo. I don't know. It's a bonfire.
Am I doing it?
Yeah, just keep moving. Moving forward. Gonna buy a bunch of peaches.
Gotta keep moving forward.
3005 potatoes.
Have a good night, Des. Take
yeah, we're
care.
boiling potatoes. Gonna stick them in a stew and...
Am I wearing a noodle shirt?
Add some tomatoes.
A
Are you
noodle?
wearing a noodle shirt? Turtleazza!
Mr. Noodle.
It's a Golf Wang shirt. Tala the creator's fashion label.
Yeah, all these guys are getting wiped out by a little girl.
A little girl? Go shoot your head off and make your brain splatter against a wall? I hated doing that. That really hurt me. Oh, you nearly got him, Dazzle. Yeah, he's poking his little fucking head out. Bit me on the nose, you little brat. It is Golf Wang. I'm a fan of this freestyling. Give me a beat. I'm a rapper. Said the white girl.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But perhaps. If we get a little bit more unhinged, perhaps. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yes. Onward.
Save it?
Boop. Boop. Boop.
Lozzie the creator.
I got nothing.
Sounds like a bit of boating.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
So fall in the water.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh shit.
Oh, look at that view.
Wow.
It's gorgeous.
Look at that mountain. Now, all we need to do is take the ring to the mountain.
And then we win.
And then we win, right?
Chat.
You gotta play through the end of this.
No, don't.
Okay, you don't have to, but it's nearly done.
Just pick up right here.
Okay.
Just pick up right here with this beautiful view next time.
Alright.
Next time. Chat. Loz needs to take me for my daily walk in the sunshine. We're gonna get out there before it gets too dark out there. Yep. Oh, hi. Hello. We're gonna find someone to raid. It's the end of the stream. So now we must find someone to raid.
It's the end of the stream.
Where we find someone to raid.
Wade. It's like we're at the start of a play school episode.
Oh, some yummy nom noms. Yes, some food and some walkies, some stretching of the legs.
We gotta get groceries.
We're gonna go get groceries and make some din din. So, next week we will be out of town for Monday through Wednesday. So might be able to squeeze in a stream or two before I leave, maybe? And maybe finish this game up, hopefully. We'll see. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. It's been lovely.
Sunday.
Maybe a Sunday stream?
Their Saturday.
Your Saturday. I'll let you know.
You know?
Some din din. Is there a horse? Not for din din, surprisingly. Let's see. Yes, we could do a cheeky Queer Venture Time raid. We love Coral.
Hell yes, Coral!
Yes, a cheeky Coral raid. Have a good rest of your evening, guys. Thank you so very much for hanging out for the stream. I had a lovely time. Thank you, thank you. Let's bring this fantastic, lovely energy on over to Coral. Yeah. We are unable to read Queer Venture Time at this time.
What?
What? Let's try again. Did it just bug? Oh. Maybe Coral turned off raids for some reason? Or maybe Twitch is just borked. Okay. We have some other options. Yeah, they're live. I don't know why that's not working.
Maybe reload this particular dashboard.
Yeah, we're unable to raid. Very strange, very strange. Here, what if I just do... Okay, now it's
Nice.
working.
Well done.
Yes, we're raiding over to Coral. Bring your lovely, beautiful selves on over to Coral's stream. She is playing some Crusader Kings 3, which we love to see. Fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah, we got it! Yes, have a wonderful night.
That's fine.
Have a great night, guys. Thanks so much for the stream. I hope to see you guys soon. I'll either be your Saturday or then next week sometime. Ish. I'll see y'all later. Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Farewell. Bye. Bye. Where's the ending screen? Bye.
Bye, guys. Oh, they can still hear us, right?
Oh no, balls.
Balls.
Titties and balls.
Poopy.